Hey everyone. Welcome back for the third part of What It Takes to Be Hokage. As always, huge thanks to all of my Patreons. Making these videos would be impossible without you guys' support, especially with all the restrictions YouTube places on my type of content. As always, the full story is already out over there for you guys along with about 30 other different stories you can enjoy. Also, feel free to send me any messages over there if you have any questions or even if you just want to chat. Link to all of that will be in the description. Anyways, everyone, enjoy the video. Chapter 17. Naruto stepped through the gates confidently, shoulders back and posture ramrod straight. From the corner of his eye he spotted Izuna lurking in the shadows, stifling giggles, and it was all the blonde could do to not try and clobber the Uchiha. Next to Naruto stood Hashirama, Tobirama, one Uzumaki guard and one Senju guard. In front of his small procession was Uchiha Madara, stone-faced and weary. Izuna suddenly stepped up next to the older Uchiha, his expression just as silent as his movements and quicker than the eye could follow. Naruto's brazen orange armor flashed in the hot sun and he desperately wished he could remove the tedious clothing. Not yet though. That would be an appearance of weakness he could not afford. Senju Hashirama, descending down from all heights into our little humble abode. Madara droned, probably using this as an opportunity to get back at Hashirama for some or other past misdeed. And his pet Uzumaki. Naruto had been the clan head for a month, long enough to officially be signed into the position. Heck, the amount of paperwork involved made Naruto sure that some of the ink was probably still drying. Then he'd whisked off to the Senju compound, explaining to Hashirama the simple yet dangerous plan, and the two had swiftly began their preparations to move things into motion. A few snickered whispers around the Uchiha ranks, all of them on guard and ready for any attack from the small procession of outsiders. This was unheard of, two clan heads coming to the compound of another clan so forwardly, demanding to speak with the head of the Uchiha, and a known enemy clan at that. Even worse, an audience actually being granted. Naruto narrowed his gaze. Madara sure could be a dick when he wanted to be. For one, they could have made this private. Uchiha Madara, I'm sure you've guessed as to why I'm here. Why we're here, Hashirama continued, ignoring Madara's antics. He knew that the Uchiha prodigy had a standard to uphold, a certain reputation that his clan expected of him. Maybe. But then maybe I'm leaning towards an assassination attempt. You shouldn't make assumptions, Senju-sama. Madara inclined his head with a smirk and Naruto tisked in anger. He lashed out at the Uchiha, throwing the bright orange scroll at Madara's head with such force it could have been taken as an attack if the Uchiha chose to see it that way. Madara didn't even flinch as he caught the object, secretly enjoying the anger on Naruto's face. The man really was an open book. In truth, he had several theories as to why they had come, as he'd received no prior warning. He was winging this little meeting and maybe, that's what the three in front of him wanted. Madara noted the seal on the scroll, and the clasp. His gaze widened a fraction. This was serious then. Could it be? Activating his Sharingan, the Uchiha used his limited knowledge of the sealing arts to open the scroll. He didn't even hesitate to unfurl the ornate paper from the roll. His guards gave him disapproving stares as he hadn't even checked for traps. But there was no time for that. This is... Madara managed, his gaze growing wider and his tone sounding strangled. This is extraordinary. He read the words once, twice and a third time just to be sure. His features did not hide his shock and confusion as he raced to find an explanation. Why now? Naruto waited breathlessly. Madara's reactions were the key. They had to be true and absolutely honest. Without those reactions, the Uchiha would not follow. The words on the scroll were little more than a ruse, a pretty lie given to Naruto by the previous clan head. A simple solution that Naruto had not expected from the older Uzumaki, and also a great lesson in politics. The words Madara was now reading detailed a great plot of unknown magnitudes, its purpose the only thing that was clear: to destroy the Uchiha and the Senju, and with the Senju the Uzumaki. The information was given credit by Naruto's travels through the elemental nations. His evidence all completely fabricated. In times like these it was easy to make any lie you wanted a complete and unyielding truth. Kurama had helped and Naruto had been surprised at the level of detail the fox had been willing to provide him with. After providing the proof, half of which Madara would accept simply because it came from Naruto, he wasn't expecting deception. There was a paragraph or two on how the clans should work together, seeing as they now had a mutual enemy. Essentially it was the groundwork for a peace treaty. The slight problem might come in if Madara decided to try and verify these claims. Naruto would have to spend too much time trying to catch all the threads and manipulate them. We accept. He barked out suddenly, throwing the scroll to the ground with disgust. He glared at Naruto alone with a burning rage that the Uzumaki had never seen before. We accept. But know this, betray me and I will personally see your corpses burned by my own hand. It was at this point that a private conversation was needed. Before things could unravel. Izuna, bring the scroll. You three, it's time to move this conversation to somewhere more confined. Madara stormed away and they followed, cringing at his reaction when he found out that it was all a lie. Well, somewhat a lie. The sliding door was slammed shut after swift orders were barked to the Uchiha guard to prevent any eavesdropping. To make sure the guards themselves weren't eavesdropping, Madara ordered them to stand well away from the meeting room despite their wary looks. What the hell is going on, Hashirama? Madara hissed, taking the scroll from Izuna and slamming it down on the table. We needed a way to bring the clans together. And this was something convenient. We escalated the threat level. In reality, the plots against our clans are no more of a problem than eating too much at a feast. Hashirama replied simply, not one to beat around the bush. So this is all a lie? Madara deadpanned, his eyebrow twitching slightly. You were very quick to accept. Thank you for that. Hashirama grinned, trying to downplay what they'd forced the Uchiha into. You do realize that all it takes is for one suspicious member from either of our clans to go digging and they'll see the truth of the matter. Madara growled, gripping at his hair. He too was thinking of all the spider's threads that he could not control should such a matter arise. Naruto sympathized with him and hoped he didn't face the same problem with the Uzumaki. Ah, but see, it's about laying the groundwork. Hashirama replied confidently. It's about building Konoha and shoving them in it before they know what hits them. Plus there really is a threat, and it'll affect the weaker members of our clans. I don't know if you've noticed a slight increase in the death toll. In times like these, death isn't unnatural, but the types of missions people die on are. Hashirama looked away, his eyes showing a deep pain that no amount of time would ever heal. There have been some missions in recent times that my people have been dying trying to complete, missions where there should have been nothing but success. They make it look like accidents mostly, but that many and it's starting to get suspicious. You know, I assign my missions carefully, Madara-kun. The Uzumaki have noticed it as well. It's possible that they're trying to kill the clan slowly, take out members one by one as the opportunity presents itself. It's also possible that they're hiring us for missions so that they know better when to ambush us. It won't be every mission, but there will be the odd one or two. There may be innocents involved. Either way, what they're doing right now is killing the younger ones, Tobirama stated, his eyes flashing in his anger. And we can't stop taking the missions, Madara spat out in disgust. That's a low blow. By killing off the younger ones first, they're cutting off the next generation of leaders. And if we send stronger shinobi on these missions, we'll risk having no one for the dangerous missions, an outcry of misuse, and not to mention a stagnant growth period for the weaker shinobi who we would have taken off the missions to keep safe. So then, let's go see the Fire Daimyo, Izuna stated with a smile. Fire Daimyo? Naruto questioned, blinking in confusion. Yes. We need to petition for more land. Perhaps buy it off of him. We're also going to be bringing in Shinboi from a lot of different places. The Uzumaki alone would be coming from a section outside of the Fire Nation. While a clan can move anywhere they want, the land they chose to move to is still owned by someone else. Combining the Uchiha and the Senju lands isn't enough. There are still sections around and in between the clans that belongs to the Fire Daimyo. Izuna explained. At this point, we don't have the wealth needed to supply an entire village, not one the size that Naruto talks about. Originally, I imagined Konoha to have started out somewhat small. Tobirama mused. He's right, Naruto. That's where the tailed beasts came into the equation. It was Madara who suggested Hashirama sell them. Kurama reminded quietly from Naruto's mind. We could bargain for the land by offering our lives and those of the shinobi as a military force in the daimyo's control. Hashirama suggested softly, looking down as he thought the idea through. If I'm right, there won't be many problems to take care of in future anyway. Or there will be plenty, since the shinobi will be focusing on building their own villages, Izuna stated with a frown. We can't give the guy money. We don't have enough to buy the land we'd need. There must be something we can do otherwise to get the land. Naruto replied, a military force is needed, but that can be on a contract basis. He can hire us if he needs us. That's what I want. I don't want to be forced into a fight that we didn't start. Hashirama nodded in agreement, the Uchiha brothers inclining their heads as well. We could always just inspire him to give us the land. Tobirama suggested, handling a kunai a little too gleefully. You never know, he could be in a generous mood. Or we could ask him for the one thing he wants most and then do an exchange if it's possible to achieve. Hashirama smiled brightly, snatching the kunai away from his brother. After all, it's tit for tat. He can't say no. We have some of the best minds in the nation. I'm sure we could figure something out. We'll try that first. However, more pressingly, this enemy clan needs to be dealt with. Madara waved a hand to dismiss the fire daimyo matter and bringing their attention back to the reason they were all there in the first place. If the purpose is to bring the clans closer together, most could say that this is a fail. All you needed to do is warn us of the impending danger and be done with it. How does that bring anyone closer together? Madara had a point. He might have stated in front of his members that they accepted, but that didn't mean anything without the official paperwork. Madara would still need to sign documents, and so would Hashirama and Naruto. You know, I think you're going about this the wrong way. Izuna hummed. You could just build the village, as Naruto has proposed, and then just move into it. How else was the village formed the first time around? Izuna paused, tilting his head slightly. Correct me if I'm wrong, but when a clan fights another clan for their land, do they really ask the fire daimyo for permission first? No, they don't. The paperwork gets sorted out afterwards. Combining the Senju and the Uchiha lands is actually a relatively simple task, even the bit in between the two compounds. Most assume it's neutral land, but it's actually owned half and half by each clan. Tobirama answered. I think Izuna's plan is perhaps the simplest. However, we might have to deal with internal conflict for a while. Naruto? If I may interrupt, originally, the clans came together willingly due to a shared wariness for the fighting. Kurama grumbled, his voice a whisper in the blonde's mind. How much zeal have the clan members been putting into their clashes these days? Naruto asked thoughtfully. I have noticed a certain unrest amongst the clan. Izuna replied, I was monitoring it, looking out for any signs of a coup. I have also noticed an odd compliance when handing out missions. A disconcerting sort of acceptance. Hashirama added. Okay, then I don't think there will be all that much internal conflict. I believe the clans want peace. The conflict might only extend as far as old habits and that's about it. But that doesn't mean we won't have to be vigilant for old grudges starting new ones. We'll need to be watchful of the older members in particular. Maybe not for the Uzumaki, but the Senju and the Uchiha for sure. Naruto summarized. The silence remained as each occupant thought things through. They would definitely need to talk to the fire daimyo at some point. After all, Naruto's plans for the village involved brining clans from other nations into the land of fire. Being completely independent of the fire daimyo would be too costly as they'd need to buy the land. Naruto wanted to bang his head on the wall. This was not his department. He'd grown a lot since coming to the past, but he still didn't get a lot of these things. Why did there have to be so many politics involved? Regardless, their bold entry demanded that a decision was to be made. We'll meet here. Madara suddenly stated, pointing to a spot on a map that lay over the table. Bring your clans in 1 year. That will give Mito-chan time to have her second child and recover before the move. It will also give the clans time to prepare for the merge. Until then, clans will send over members to the other clans to be placed in teams together under the guise of this enemy threat. It will be difficult at first, however, they'll fall into a rhythm. For the Senju and the Uchiha will have to send more of the younger members than the older ones. Ones that haven't garnered many grudges against the other just yet. Naruto grinned, and nodded. Sounds good to me. Tobirama mulled the proposal around in his mind for a few seconds before nodding once. Hashirama offered his hand to Madara, who shook it with a small smile. That works. We'll handle Konoha first and then we'll sort out the legalities. Hashirama added, grinning as widely as Naruto would. Naruto focused for a moment, holding out his hand and watching as a thin rectangle of metal formed. The edges were rounded and a swirl was indented into the middle. A flick and a triangle completed the symbol. Naruto's look of concentration faded as the metal curved slightly, better suited to lay on one's forehead than should it have been flat. He pulled a white cloth from around his waist, measuring out the center. He used his chakra to form the bolts that would attach the plate to the cloth. Completed, he handed the headband to Madara, who took it carefully. This is the symbol you chose for our village the first time. Let it be the symbol that binds us together again, Naruto stated quietly. We can give it to the members of the new, unified squads. I remember this from when you arrived in this world, Madara stated, fingers brushing over the leaf symbol. The metal was cool, smooth. Not a single deformation could be detected, and Madara was impressed with Naruto's mastery. "With this as our mark of agreement, let it be done," Madara declared more loudly, stamping the Uchiha official signature across the report that Naruto had given him earlier. Naruto pulled a ring from his thumb and pressed it down on the scroll as well, revealing a seal that spread across its surface, only to remain visible as Naruto pulled the ring away. Hashirama humped as he pulled a stamp from his pouch, brought only for this occasion, and stamped down next to Madara's. "And so it is done," Izuna stated softly, eyes watching the scroll with a distant sort of wonder. 0.0.0.0 In the end, Naruto had been right, and the clans were getting tired of the conflict. The unified teams were a roaring success, and they had formed bonds beyond initial expectation. There had been spats here and there, and even one incident of friendly kunai fire, but it all ended in relative forgiveness, after Madara had stepped in. The fearsome Uchiha needed only to glare at the offending youngsters and the matters were laid to rest. "Well, that and Hashirama has quietly spoken to them as well," a stern fatherly kind of talking to that made Tobirama smack his forehead in frustration. There was still a very obvious tension in the ranks of the older clan members, yet they did not act against orders, begrudgingly putting aside their differences for the good of the clan. They came to realize that the young were being picked off, and that brought out the will of fire in just about every single one of them. The future of their clan meant more than the past tragedies. They understood that it was time to let go, and to move forward. Some were forcefully brought to this realization, but they came to it all the same. Nawaki and Tanaka really did get along well, despite the latter being somewhat older. They were rarely seen without each other, and sadly, Tanaka took great delight in teaching Nawaki all the Uzumaki pranks. At this point, since the clans were still in the separate compounds, the two spent weeks visiting each other. Naruto was spending a vast majority of his time designing and perfecting the layout of the village. He had also taken upon himself to start drafting letters of invitation to join Konoha when it was formed, letters that would be formally presented to the chosen clans after they felt ready to accept them. Naruto had drafted letters for every clan he remembered being in Konoha, and had added several from his travels to find the tailed beasts. He'd focused strongly on the clans from Kiri so as to avoid their later massacres under the Yondaime Mizukage. All in all, he was beyond excited to get the village built. It was a lot of work. Tobirama and Izuna had been tasked with approaching the fire daimyo and informing him of the joint land ownership. Even though the daimyo couldn't say no, they still needed to inform him. Naruto wasn't entirely sure that Tobirama wouldn't strike up a deal that would include more land. The ninja was a dangerous one to barter with. Hashirama and Madara kept their focus on the enemy, monitoring their movements. They were the ones that would decide the fate of the clan. The clan was small, rather insignificant. A single assault team would be enough to wipe them out. But Naruto and Hashirama wanted to avoid that. Madara didn't care. He was Uchiha, and Uchiha got rid of their problems, not prolong them. Naruto's thoughts were on making the village self-sufficient outside of wars, when Madara arrived for the meeting on the final fate of the troublesome clan. They'd caught on to Hashirama and Madara's awareness of their plans and had opened all-out attacks on mission teams. They hardly succeeded in killing anyone, but they were managing to deal a lot of damage. There were still a few months until the clans were merged officially. I had hoped the combined teams would deter them. But I think the prospect of a unified clan scares them more than just two powerful clans at war with each other. Hashirama signed, bringing Naruto's thoughts back to the Senju meeting room. "Yeah, well, tell that to my shinobi. They're getting tired of being sabotaged." Madara grumbled. "Honestly, I'd swear there was a leak in the information channels with how well they've been managing for such a weak enemy." The idea was an unpleasant one, and Naruto didn't want to have to interrogate the people. Then again, he didn't have to. As an Uzumaki, he had access to the sensing squads. They could easily figure out who the traitors were. But it was a gross invasion of privacy and trust. Naruto could also use Senjutsu and Kurama to sense out all possible suspects. That might be the best option. He'd suggest it if it became necessary. It's true that there appears to be an uncanny ability to know things that shouldn't be known. However, we can't immediately assume there is a leak. It's possible that the clan possess a jutsu that helps them. Hashirama reasoned. Hi, there is the Tantan Jutsu, which allows someone to spy on others without being noticed. This particular jutsu was invented by one of my sensei, so I'm not sure if it's being used in this particular case, but it's possible that a jutsu is involved. You guys have said repeatedly that new jutsu pop up all the time. Even in my time there were thousands of jutsu. Naruto mused, thinking back to all the times he'd tried to brain his sensei when he caught the old pervert peeking at the hot springs. There's also the Meisai Gakur no Jutsu. This lets you escape by controlling how light is reflected around your body by using chakra variations. It also takes care of your scent and your shadow. As far as I know, it was quite versatile as it could be used in any terrain, detectable only by those that had a sharp sense of sight and attention to detail. It didn't mask sound, however. So a great sense of hearing was needed too, I guess. If they're skilled enough to come up with a jutsu that masks their presence, perhaps it would be best to recruit them. Hashirama added thoughtfully. Or destroy them before they become a problem later on. Madara contradicted darkly. You know, there was a clan that had this ability to create a perfect henge. The downside was that they were stuck in the henge for a while. But it was a perfect copy, right down to the person's scent. Naruto ignored Madara and continued. There weren't many of them left if I remember correctly. What was their name again? Ketowin, I think. That's all fair and well, but if the clan is intent on taking us down, they must realize that it's not going to work. It's either desperation or sheer arrogance. Madara huffed. Maybe they're just trying to get noticed. Hashirama offered. What? At how inept they are? How stupid they are. Madara scoffed. If I was trying to get noticed, I wouldn't choose the most hostile clans in the nation to do it with. Hostile? Really? That's not nice. Hashirama pouted. Yet Naruto was still trying to decide if it was worth extending an invitation to the clan or not. He had known of other clans that had established smaller villages in the Land of Fire. Not everyone had wanted to live directly in Konoha. It was sort of like Konoha was the main forces. Some clans only had peaceful civilians. Not all clans were shinobi. Perhaps we should just send them a ceasefire warning. Naruto suggested. And leave them be. We know where they are. We'll know if they attack again. But that doesn't help us know if they're getting their information internally or not. Hashirama pointed with a frown. It's easy enough to discern. I can just watch through Senjutsu-induced sensing if I really have to. Naruto shrugged. Or we can establish the Hunter Nin early, and task them with watching for signs of deception. Hunter Nins make me think I don't trust my own clan members, and right now we don't need that upsetting the formation of the village. Madara reasoned, eyes showing a grim undertone. The Senjutsu sensing is discreet. However, as a clan head, don't you have better things to do? It wasn't a question. Naruto shrugged. I'll leave a clone here and at the other compound. One that will do nothing but meditate via Senjutsu. If something happens to the clone, I'll know because the memories will come back to me, and if after a week I don't find anything suspicious, then I'll report that back to you both. Naruto paused before adding, I doubt it's a traitor though. It would make little sense for a clan to kill its own future. If you're trying to gain something, the only way that makes sense is to take out the people that would allow you to gain something. Thanks for that obvious statement. Madara deadpanned, yet Naruto had a point. Killing children and youngsters doesn't get you anywhere. Unless you're a child yourself and you feel you're not getting enough attention. Even then, the reasoning is weak. So their likeliest option was a jutsu. I'll send Tuka to the clan with a ceasefire request. Hashirama offered. She's competent enough that she'll come out of it alive. Tuka was one of Hashirama's most trusted advisors, aside from the people currently seated around the Senju with the inclusion of Tobirama and Izuna. She was a fierce woman, proud and deadly. She held a suspicious opinion of the Uchiha, despite the joint team successes, and took it upon herself to monitor each and every mission these teams undertook. I thought she was babysitting? Naruto questioned with a teasing grin. Tuka had also fallen in love with Hashirama's second child, and only daughter. Senju Kizuna had the shinobi wrapped around her little baby finger with just a gurgling coo. The child had a bodyguard for life. Kizuna's hair was as black as her father's, her eyes the warm brown of her mother's. In the sunlight, however, the red of her Uzumaki heritage stood out in the dark strands. Tobirama was already sharpening special kunai for any male that dared to go near her. She's still my subordinate. Hashirama pouted. Naruto got up and waved a hand. I'll leave this one to you guys. I'd rather have more allies for Konoha, and dead clans don't make allies. He gave Madara a pointed look. He tossed a scroll to Madara and another to Hashirama. Each scroll holds a clone. When you're ready, release it and tell it what you need. He waved and shunshined out the room. Politics really isn't an Uzumaki thing, is it? Madara deadpanned. Not at all, Hashirama agreed. 0.0.0. It was some months later that found three whole clans facing each other, a thick tension filling the air. The clan heads were grim as they watched each other approach. Well, not Naruto, he was grinning widely. He was holding Tanaka's hand, the boy looking uncertain at being so close to the feared Uchiha Madara. Let it be done, Uzumaki, I grow impatient with your games, Madara hissed. Let's get the show on the road. Naruto cheered. This is going to be awesome. After you, Hashirama. Said Senju focused his chakra before directing it towards the ground. He had a rough idea of how big a space they were going to need. It was his job to clear that space. You ready, Kurama? Naruto directed inwardly. I'm going to need you just as much as everyone else. The fox hummed in reply but otherwise remained silent. The ground rumbled as trees began to shift outwards, forming the clearing that would house Konohagakure no Sato. Hashirama grimaced at the strain, but it wasn't that great. He still had to help Naruto create the actual buildings. See, Tanaka-kun, see how awesome it's going to look. Naruto was beside himself with excitement. Wait till it's actually finished, Baka. Madara growled, making Tanaka move slightly behind Naruto, who simply stuck his tongue out at the other ninja. Done, Hashirama stated when the clearing was about the right size. Alright, now you four get over here, Naruto stated, moving to the center of the clearing. By four he was addressing Madara, Izuna, Hashirama, and Tobirama. Naruto summoned a large scroll into existence. One of the largest any non-Uzumaki had ever seen. He threw it through the air so that it unrolled and landed gracefully in the ground. All the security seals are already in the plans. All the houses and buildings are ready to go, Naruto continued, his excitement growing. The 5 shinobi knelt down around the seal, Tanaka watching anxiously while standing as close to Naruto as possible. Naruto winked at the boy before activating the skill. Alright, all together. Put as large a pulse as you can. I'll handle the rest. Just got a key in your signatures. Hashirama, Senjutsu and Makuten, otherwise the whole thing is gonna fail. They nodded and Naruto's grin widened. Now. 5 bursts of chakra and suddenly the world shifted. Buildings began to appear out of nowhere, growing from the ground and lighting up with the seals that Naruto had drawn into the plans. All around them, spreading further and further outwards, were the buildings that made up the shell of the village. The Hokage Tower, the academy, the clan compounds, the restaurant stands, the training grounds, the hospital, the standby stations, the residential areas, the shopping districts, all of it coming to life all around them, sprouting from the ground like flowers. The last structures to appear were the walls that would surround Konoha, keep the village safe. 5 exhausted shinobi collapsed to the ground and began to laugh. The relief of years of work finally coming together was ecstasy. I can't believe we did it, Hashirama stated, tears running down his face. It's really here. I've already sent the invites, Naruto stated with a sleepy grin. As long as they don't start arriving tomorrow, I'm good. Madara grunted, eyes closed as he tried to recover from the drain. He'd be fine, in about 10 minutes. The horrible part was Izuna wasn't even there to protect him. But the village was, and it had all of Naruto's seals. They could hear the tentative approach of the clans moving towards the newly created structures. A glint of light from the metal fixtures in the buildings told the 4 that Naruto had even managed to incorporate his own bloodline into the foundations, that the place wasn't being held together with luck and seals. As amazing as seals were, Madara sure wasn't keen on living in a village where all the buildings relied on it to stay in the shape they were designed to be in. Naruto's control truly was impressive. Naruto ni. Tanaka pressed, unsure of what to do now. Ma, go find your mom. Naruto waved a hand tiredly. Tell her everything is finally going to be alright. 0.0.0.0 Naruto had been sneakily elected as the Shodai Hokage. The blonde had been so sure that Hashirama was to be the first that he hadn't even seen it coming. The clans started arriving slowly as word of the new village spread. Each clan was beyond surprised when they saw that a section of the village had already been created just for them. The Senju, Uchiha and Uzumaki clans were all situated near the center of the village. There was space for the Hyuga near the Uchiha, mostly because Naruto wanted to see what happened if an Uchiha and a Hyuga got married. The Nara were near the open areas so that their medical research wasn't interrupted. The Yamanaka and the Akamiki were also by the Nara due to the Ino-Shikacho alliance. There were so many places put aside, that many of the occupants were confused. Why put aside space for clans that hadn't even agreed to join yet? However, they came to learn that their new Shodai had an uncanny knack for getting people to follow him, the numbers in the village growing quickly and steadily. Naruto was more than pleased to welcome the Sarutobi clan, and was heavily interested in the clan head Sarutobi Sasuke. He'd introduced his son, Hiruzen, and no one could understand why Naruto had spent a good 10 minutes laughing at the petulant boy. He'd been rather somber when the Namikaze clan, small and hesitant, had requested to join, asking to be near the Uzumaki clan. Naruto had allowed the request without question. Izuna and Tobirama had hashed things out with the fire daimyo. In the end, a promised squad of bodyguards was all it took for the land to be considered theirs, so long as their end of the bargain was kept. Naturally, the shinobi provided had to be some of Konoha's best. That was how the Shugonin Juyunushi were formed. The same group that Asuma had gone to in his earlier years as a shinobi. It was later discovered that the wooden cylinder that Naruto had found the day he'd been tossed into the past, had actually been created by Hashirama. The Senju hadn't taken it well that it was essentially his fault that Naruto was in the past. The Uzumaki didn't mind, and had actually commended Hashirama on his sealing skills. Yet there was something bugging Hashirama about the matter. He didn't elaborate on it. Naruto had strangely begun to hear chakra. It had something to do with the living foundations of the village, and since it ran mostly on his chakra and that of Shinjutsu, he was always connected to the village in ways that others never could be. It was nice, it wasn't so distracting that he couldn't do anything else. As a side project, he'd begun to work out ways to use it to his advantage, but he wasn't sure how to as of yet, since it was something solely related to being in Konoha. Besides, outside of Konoha, as well as within Naruto could still see the seals, so he wasn't too worried about hearing them. It was an interesting skill, but he felt he had enough skills already. That this particular one wasn't even worth mentioning to the others, other than for the sake of curiosity, because honestly, what was he supposed to do with a skill in which he could hear seals? On a rare day, Hashirama found Naruto seated in a large room. It was on the border of the clans, the meeting point so to speak. Naruto-kun, I've been looking for you for ages, Hashirama stated. His tone was serious and Naruto stopped what he was doing to look at the Senju. What's up? Naruto got up and grabbed a spare rag, using it to clean the paint off his fingers. He'd come to spend free moments in the room, using the walls to paint the story he'd never be able to tell anyone in this world. The story of his origins. The paints had seals in them, in that at Naruto's choosing they'd come to life and play out like a movie. A captured memory, for Naruto's enjoyment when he needed the reminder. Or comfort. Hashirama took in the walls, eyes lingering on the ones of Team 7. Do you miss them? He asked, not meeting Naruto's gaze. They'll always be a part of me. Naruto shrugged. But my life is here now. He grinned. I like where I am. I don't even think about going back. That didn't answer the question. Hashirama pointed out, his tone serious. Naruto rubbed the back of his neck and sighed. I do. I also had some unresolved issues. The only way I can resolve them now is by building a Konoha where the problems won't happen again. Naruto's gaze went to Sasuke, where the grumpy Uchiha glared at a grinning Naruto. What were you looking for me for? Naruto brought the subject back to the reason as to why Hashirama was there. A report, stating unrest among the clans that didn't receive invites. They've begun banding together. Forming their own villages. We always knew they would. The difference between us and them is that I've designed Konoha to be sufficient without solely relying on the income the missions bring us. Naruto grinned. We'll be fine. The defenses are on a whole other level. Just be wary of assassination attempts. That's all. Hashirama took one last look at the paintings before giving Naruto a strained smile and leaving again. Naruto shook it off and continued with the painting he'd been on before Hashirama had arrived. Later that night, Hashirama approached Mito. I need to talk to you. I need your help. But you can't tell anyone what I tell you. It's about Naruto, and where I found him. Mito looked at him in confusion. I thought he was a part of the wandering faction. Hashirama grimaced. Not exactly. But I'm going to need your help in getting him home. You see, Naruto isn't from here. .0.0.0. Hiruzen, come here. Naruto called, watching as the Genin trained with his squad. The boy was on Tobirama's team and Naruto saw the annoyance on the Senju's face at the interruption. I'm going to teach you a jutsu, one that you have to promise that you'll pass on to one of your students. The one who's the loudest, most boisterous little nuisance. Only one like that, okay. Naruto was kneeling closer to Hiruzen's level so that he could elicit the promise from the boy. He had to make sure that Hiruzen didn't teach it to Orochimaru. A jutsu? Hi, one that doesn't need any hand signs. Naruto grinned before holding out a water balloon. Revenge was sweet. He was going to enjoy this. Point 0.0.0. Do you think they're dating? Izuna whispered, poking Madara to get a response from him. Maybe. Maybe not. Madara shrugged, not really interested. You should find someone. Izuna pressed. There's a festival tonight. He added suggestively. The two were watching Naruto as he walked hand in hand with an Uzumaki girl. She was blushing furiously, almost as furiously as Naruto was. Tanaka and Nawaki were snickering from a little bit behind them with a little Kizuna tagging along gleefully. JIP, they're definitely dating. Izuna nodded to himself. Point 0.0.0. Naruto, we're going out. To inspect the perimeter. It's been a while since we did that. Hashirama had burst into the Hokage office, his tone and posture brooking no arguments. Strangely, Naruto hadn't seen much of the Senju as of late. Okay? Naruto stated in confusion. How long are we going for? As long as it takes. And that was how Naruto was seated in a clearing near the perimeter of the village, panting slightly after Hashirama had goaded him into a light spar. A few choice jutsus had left their clothes in disarray, with a few cuts and bruises. Naruto-kun, I just want to say thank you, for everything. I'm sorry for having taken you away from everything you held precious. I'm gonna make it right. Naruto blinked at the Senju in absolute confusion. What? He didn't get to finish. Hashirama struck out with a jutsu that was a seal. He hit Naruto in the chest and the world went dark. Chapter 18. Naruto woke up due to a blast of cold running over his entire left side and nothing but pain in every fiber of his being. Forcing his eyes open, he saw foliage and autumn leaves. Wasn't it spring? Moving around slowly, first an arm, just to get it under himself so that he could support his own weight. His body was stiff, his muscles difficult to force into submission as he tried to rise. How long had he been there? Where was Hashirama and what had he been hit with? His clothes were different. Newer perhaps. Or maybe better quality. He couldn't be sure. Better looked after then? They were orange and black, but strangely more black than orange. They were sturdier too. Not like his jumpsuits from childhood or the much baggier clothing he was forced to wear after falling into the past. In fact, if Naruto thought carefully enough about it, they looked almost like something Anbu would wear. Well, the Anbu from his childhood. Only Anbu didn't wear orange, so that part had to be custom made. Why Anbu though? Oh. He'd grown up around Anbu and as such he'd picked up some of their habits. Huh? Where had that thought come from? Better yet. Where was he? Looking around, he was sure he recognized this as a part of the forest that surrounded Konoha, but he couldn't be 100% sure. There was just something slightly different about them. It looked older. Sort of like he'd missed a few seasons somewhere. Training. The thought entered his mind like a whisper. A memory came with. He was here training. Raising a hand to wipe away the leaves that had stuck to his cheek, his fingers froze when they didn't find something that should have been there, something he never took note of because they were so ingrained into who he was as a person, but, now that it was different, he couldn't help but notice their absence. The slight grooves of his whiskers were gone. Jinchuriki. A term that had no meaning in this world. So, he was in the present? His original time? Because there were memories and concepts, thoughts and emotions that were neither from his time as the Shodai nor from his time as a Genin of Konoha, swirling around in his mind. But he was still a Genin. His memories told him so. He was 16 again, a Genin, without a team due to an odd number of graduates. He was the Dobi of the academy, again. He had no team. He was still a Genin. Damn, things just never got better for him, did they? Because he had no team, he was stuck without missions. He'd been a Genin for 4 years now, having only passed by sheer dumb luck, and maybe, now that he, the Shodai, was thinking about it, some interference from the man he called both Godime-sama and To-chan. So here he was, in the forest, out training where no one would come to look for him because this life was a strangely lonely one. He did not have any bonds. Not even with Iruka-sensei. Why? He was the Dobi. That he understood. And he didn't have a team, so he didn't go on missions. But all of his academy friends did. So it was a tragic case of merely growing apart. Naruto had been left behind. Their lives grew busier and busier while he stayed the same. Also, there was something in his memories that was still a little fuzzy. Maybe it would fall into place later. Looking at his current skill level, he was shocked to see that he was high chunin, almost jonin even, but no one had noticed. Not even he had realized. It wasn't the level he'd been at when he had been originally 16, but considering he was training himself and considering he didn't have S-rank missing nin after him, that was quite the feat. He had both his parents in this world. And an older brother, Menma. The same age as Itachi. Menma looked like Minato just as Naruto looked like Kushina. He wasn't too impressed with his little brother and often didn't associate with him, even going so far as to ignore him. Not very Uzumaki-like. Team 7, they were the best team from his year, a team Naruto was supposed to be on but wasn't. Instead, an Uzumaki named Arashi was on the team. An Uzumaki genius. Go figure. His older brother, he was a genius as well. On par with Itachi even. And Naruto was the disappointing little brother that had almost been forgotten. How long had he been out here? What had he been working on? Rasengan. So Sarutobi had managed to pass the jutsu down to its creator. Naruto smiled softly at that. Only Minato would never know. Oh well, Naruto did, and that's what mattered. He'd been here a week already and his progress was at the 3rd stage. Only this time, Naruto didn't use Kage Bunshine. His control was better, his focus. He didn't have a teacher either and had worked this out by himself. That was impressive. But then why was he the Dobi of the academy? He'd reflect on that one later. What was his ceiling knowledge like? Mediocre but not terrible. Again, no teacher, and that was dangerous. He'd probably have been a lot better had he had a teacher. But it seemed that being the Dobi in the academy didn't inspire much expectation. Naruto had been ignored in this lifetime as well, for entirely different reasons. I'm named after the Shodai Hokage and I plan to surpass him. A cheerful introduction upon entering the academy. That was Naruto's dream. To surpass himself. His smile widened at that. Hashirama, you were trying to help, I get that. But didn't you realize that my home, everything I knew, was in Konoha, with you and the others? Naruto would never get an answer to that. He felt conflicted. He had a chance to see and speak to the people he'd thought he'd never get to see again, but he'd been ripped away from the life he had grown to love beyond that of his previous one. He could not dwell on it though, because one could not change what had already happened. Time travel, after all, was unpredictable. He didn't want to try going back to the past only to learn that Hashirama and Madara didn't know him or that he had to face himself as the Shodai. That could complicate things quite a bit. So he supposed he was going to have to accept it. That didn't mean he wasn't angry though. He was pissed as hell. But essentially, what could he do about it? He was impressed with the fact that his mind was integrated with the Naruto of this world's mind. The memories were shared and so were the emotions. He supposed he'd be a lot angrier at the situation had it not been like that. But this was also his home, just as it wasn't. With a sigh he got to his feet and brushed himself off. Perhaps he'd go through some physical training, bring his body back up to the level where he could perform all his old techniques. Maybe he could create new ones. He now had more time. So much more. It was a far cry from the paperwork he'd been saddled with. If he was ever offered the job of Hokage again, he'd take it only long enough to have his face carved into the mountain, just for kicks, before he hand the hat over to someone else. He had 3 more weeks in here, as he'd asked his father for a month. His father had looked somewhat distant when he'd agreed to it. But oh well. He had agreed, so 3 weeks it was. He wondered how far he could get in that space of time. With a grin he created as many Kage Bunshine as he needed to run them through the katas, chakra control exercises, seals, and some low-level jutsu that he thought to start with. Muscle memory was what he'd gained from them, while he was going to push himself through physical training. 0.0.0.0 Naruto paused for a moment, sensing a squad approaching. Dispelling the Kage Bunshine, since his memory did not display knowledge of this technique, he moved to hide in the trees. He'd been training for 2 weeks now, his progress satisfying but still not at the level he wanted. He hadn't even tried Sage Mode yet. The team approached quickly, and Naruto thought that maybe they were going to pass by him, on their way to a mission or something. His hopes were dashed when a ninja dropped down from the trees, straight into the clearing that Naruto had deemed his primary training ground. 3 others dropped down as well, a strong sense of discipline shrouding them. He was here a moment ago, but then he hit his chakra. Perhaps he sensed our approach. The first ninja stated, pulling back the hood of his traveling cloak to reveal red spikes. Shifting his head slightly, Naruto saw a Konoha headband and his suspicions relaxed. Perhaps his father needed him back in Konoha, but his memory could not provide a time previously when that had happened. Then we will have to track him. Naruto's heart froze at that familiar drawl. Uchiha Sasuke. Still loyal to Konoha. A large grin spread across his features. Track him? Well, how good were they at tracking? The other three removed their cloaks to show the remaining members of Team 7. He's a Genin and his files didn't show much skill. It shouldn't be too hard, Kakashi stated softly. Menma didn't speak very highly of him either. Sasuke scoffed. Great. Naruto deadpanned in his mind. Just for that, he was going to make them work for it. He has been a Genin for 4 years. Surely his skill hasn't remained the same? Sakura protested thoughtfully. Kami blessed that pinkette. This is Naruto we're talking about, Arashi stated tonelessly as though silently asking her how she could expect anything different. Sakura frowned but didn't reply. Ninken? Sasuke asked, looking to Kakashi. Do you really think we'll need them for Naruto? Kakashi frowned. He is a Genin. Did people really ignore him that much? You know, I really don't like what you're insinuating, Naruto stated casually. Well, a Kage Bunshin of Naruto. It's really degrading. He'd made the clone lean casually against a tree. You make it sound like I'm going to stab myself with my own kunai or something equally as moronic. Namikaze Naruto. Kakashi greeted. Hatake Kakashi. Naruto replied, inclining his head. Let's play a game, shall we? If you can find me before the sun sets, I'll let those comments go. However, if you fail then I leave and you can explain to the Hokage why he has to come get me personally. What's the point, you're standing right there? Sakura asked with a raised brow. Appearances, especially as ninja, can be very misleading. The clone winked before dispelling in a puff of smoke. The original Naruto was long gone, already making his way back to Konoha. They wouldn't expect that. They'd look for him in the forest. He'd go back to see what his father wanted. Not really very fair, but then, they hadn't been either. 0.0.0.0 By the time Team 7 finally sulked back to Konoha, Naruto had already found a stream that he'd bathed in, changed into fresh clothes and was now waiting for them by the gates. He figured he'd play nice. For now. This was Team 7 after all, and he was curious to see what was different. Have fun? Naruto asked with a small smile. They all sent him withering glares. Ninken would have been rendered useless because he'd had Kage Bunshin training there for the past 2 weeks. His chakra would not be able to be sensed, merely because they'd been looking in the wrong direction, even if he was also hiding it to a level where a cage wouldn't be able to find him. Hokage-sama requested your presence. Kakashi muttered, when it appeared none of the others were going to say anything. And he sent Team 7 to get me? Must be a slow week for missions. Naruto shook his head, walking into the gates he had previously been ignoring in favor of waiting for Team 7. As he walked he whistled, wondering if Ichiraku Ramen was around and if he could go get some of the magical stuff. It had literally been years. His father probably wouldn't appreciate the delay. It took him all of 2 turns to realize that Team 7 was following him. He paused to look at them questioningly. We were told to accompany you. Kakashi once again took the time to explain. Oh. Do we have a time limit or something? Naruto replied, blinking at the team. Not really. Sakura shrugged. Just sort of before the end of today. Great. Then we can get some food. I'm starving. Naruto cheered, his mind automatically searching through his memories for 2 things, 1 being if he actually had money, which he did, and 2 being which food stands did he frequent in this timeline. Naruto didn't find Ichiraku's, but he vowed to spend time looking for it later. They settled for barbecue instead. He was somewhat annoyed when Team 7 seemed awkward with this situation, like they'd never done it before. Didn't they go out to lunch together? Naruto enjoyed the food, however, having been living off ration bars for a while. You guys are awfully quiet. Naruto commented, purposefully picking at his food and eating small bites of it, just to take longer. Well, we're not sure what to say. Sakura shrugged. How was your last mission? Naruto asked, deeming it a casual enough question. By the way that they shifted, he decided it didn't go well at all. Ah. So you failed. That's too bad, but so long as everyone is still able to come home, there shouldn't be any hard feelings. Naruto shrugged. I'm curious though, what would make something like you four fail? A team from another village. Sakura shrugged. They had the same mission, they were Anbu. Naruto nodded at that. It could account for their quiet demeanors. Why do you do that? Sasuke suddenly snapped. Do what? Naruto replied before taking a sip from his tea. That. Sasuke growled in annoyance, like you're silently laughing at us or something. Because I find you amusing, Sasuke-kun. Naruto replied with a smile. And he did. He was the Shodai for crying out loud in this peaceful existence, where the only problem a ninja had was a lack of progress in their training or a failed mission. It amused him. This team was so serious, yet from his memories he learnt that none of them, not even Kakashi, had ever experienced war. What's so amusing? Arashi asked, tilting his head slightly in curiosity. You wouldn't understand. Naruto replied, waving a hand. He knew it would irritate the boy because he'd never not understood something in his entire life. He was considered a genius, and it wasn't a false title if Naruto's memories were anything to go on. They were about to protest, both Sasuke and Arashi, when Naruto stood, placing money on the table and turned to leave. They could only follow him as he hummed his way to the Hokage Tower, completely at ease and relaxed with his surroundings. Konoha was bright, cheerful and self-sustaining outside of missions. Just as he'd hoped. He wondered what the ninja were like though. Yo! Naruto greeted cheerfully as he walked into his father's office. The Godime looked up from his work and smiled at him, gesturing for him to sit. Hello Naruto-kun. I trust your training went well? Minato asked. It was going. Naruto shrugged. Sorry to cut your month short, but I have some news for you. There's a team that's in need of a new member due to a promotion of one of their teammates. Minato explained, a wide grin on his features. Team 7? Naruto guessed. It would explain why such a high-ranking team was sent to bring him in, when it would have taken a Genin squad at most. Minato faltered a bit, probably due to surprise, but he collected himself a moment later and smiled again. Hi, but let's wait for them to get here, shall we? It only took a minute for the team to come trailing in. Once they did, Minato held out a file to Arashi. Congratulations, Arashi-san, Naruto stated with a soft smile, knowing what was in the file. The Chunin was being promoted to either Jonin or Tokubutsu Jonin. As of today, Naruto will be part of Team 7, replacing Arashi, who is now a Tokubutsu Jonin. Minato explained, and 4 pairs of eyes shifted over to him. He shrugged at them. Arashi's swift action in your last mission prevented what could have been a very disastrous situation, that in his current skill level, the elders and I decided that a promotion was in high order. You earned it, Uzumaki Arashi. Minato added with a warm smile, and Naruto couldn't help but be caught up in it. This was the first time he was sitting with his father. Like really sitting with him. Sure, he had memories of this time, but it was not the same as really experiencing it. It was amazing, the feeling of complete adoration and love. It was nice. Naruto zoned out as the others congratulated Arashi. It wasn't his moment to intrude upon. He was a bit surprised that fate had thrust him into Team 7 again, and he wondered how it would go. As they walked out of the office, the Hokage having given them the news he had needed to, Kakashi said something about meeting the rest of the team the next day on the bridge. Some things just didn't change, it would seem. Arashi disappeared with a final wave to Sasuke and Sakura, saying that he wanted to go home to tell his grandfather about his promotion. Sakura wandered off, saying that she had to go tell Ino about Arashi's promotion, leaving Naruto with Sasuke. So, Sasuke began but trailed off. Steeling himself, he began again. It's tradition among the Uchiha to invite teammates over for dinner to introduce them to the family. Oh, alright then, when should I arrive and what should I wear? Naruto blinked in surprise, having not expected the invitation at all. What you're wearing now should be fine and around 5. Sasuke mused to himself. Naruto nodded to him and the Uchiha shunshined away. Naruto sighed and his shoulders slumped. The day had been far more draining than what he'd thought. It was hard to pretend that it didn't hurt, that he wasn't desperate for attention, because he was. It was hard seeing Team 7 as well, as distant as they were towards him. He could only imagine what it would be like seeing all his old friends and teachers, like Urosenin. But it looked like things could be changing. And that was something to smile about, even if it was only a small smile. .0.0.0 When Naruto arrived, He was both happy and dismayed to note that Itachi had invited Menma as well. He'd also decided to wear something slightly less ninja-ish and something more formal but still considered somewhat casual. Aniki. He greeted with a respectful bow. Menma did not reply. Naruto sighed quietly to himself but otherwise let it go. Perhaps he could work on his relationship with his brother later. Naruto-san. Sasuke greeted, and it pained Naruto to know that no one in this world other than his mother and father knew him well enough to call him Kun. But Naruto was glad for the distraction and smiled at Sasuke all the same. Oto-san, this is my new teammate, Namikaze Naruto. Sasuke gestured to the blonde with a slight bow to his father. Fugaku turned to look at Naruto, giving him a once-over. Naruto. Wasn't he the dead last of the year? Hi. Naruto answered with a smile, finding that particular title amusing because it was kind of nostalgic to him. I'm also still a Genin because I did not have a team up till now. There were an odd number of graduates. I see. Fugaku muttered, but Naruto could feel the disappointment and even the smug boasting that Sasuke was better than Naruto. Which only made Naruto smile more. He probably looked every bit the idiot they thought him to be, but he hardly cared. He was past the point of caring. Old age did that to a person. Sitting down to dinner was interesting to say the least. Menma never uttered a word, completely ignoring Naruto until Mikoto looked at the older Namikaze with a strained smile and asked him to pass the beans over to Naruto, who hadn't gotten any yet. Is something the matter, Menma-kun? Itachi asked innocently. He could guess that Naruto was the problem. I don't understand why a doby like him is placed on Team 7. That's only going to slow the team down. Obviously Oto-san is letting his personal feelings get in the way of his job, Menma snapped. Everyone turned to look at Naruto, who was happily still eating. He looked up from his noodles before finishing what was in his mouth and smiling. Did I miss something? He asked with a chuckle. He could feel the utter disbelief in their chakras, and that made it so much funnier. But it also made Menma angrier. Mikoto-san, this is absolutely delicious. I'd love to exchange some cooking tips sometime. Naruto turned to the Uchiha woman with a bright smile. Oh, you cook? Hi. I find it quite relaxing. Naruto replied, rubbing the back of his neck sheepishly. Relaxing? Menma scoffed. What on earth would you need to do something relaxing for? Naruto gave up after that with a soft sigh. Golly gee, Aniki, aren't you a ball of sunshine today? But I can see that my presence does not complement well with yours. I just wish that you hadn't been so rude as to bring our family affairs up within the Uchiha household. It's not very nice to the Uchiha. Naruto smiled at Mikoto and bowed to the room as he stood to leave. Naruto, wait. Sasuke began, trying to get to his feet in time. But the blonde was already by the door. His chakra didn't jump at all. He wasn't upset by your words as he usually is, Menma. Itachi intoned, having not stopped eating throughout the entire thing. Yada. It's raining. They heard a happy exclamation right before the door shut quietly. 0.0.0.0. Naruto hummed to himself as he walked through the market district, not really paying much attention to anything. He'd left early for the team meeting because he honestly didn't know what this Team 7 was like. Kakashi couldn't be the same, could he? There was no way he'd be 2 hours late. At least Naruto hoped so, because that would put a serious damper on his day. He stopped by a dengo stand on his way, trading polite greetings before continuing on his walk to the bridge. He thought it was strange that he hadn't seen either of his parents that night nor that morning. His memories supplied that this was normal, but it was still weird. Kushina was deep within the Uzumaki compound, training to become the next clan head. Minato was always bogged down with work. Since Konoha was so much larger than the first time, it made sense that there'd be far more work. Naruto felt guilty about that one, but there was not much he could actually do about it now. Leaning against the railing, he allowed his thoughts to wander, moving to random topics. Some were about seals he'd wanted to create, and some were about the differences between this Konoha and his original Konoha. He hadn't been here long enough to think too extensively on that last one. Naruto-san. Sakura greeted pleasantly enough as she bowed slightly to him in greeting. Ma. You're too formal. Call me Naruto. The blonde smiled back and tilted his head to the side as he considered the pinkette. She looked the same red outfit, the same pink hair albeit not cut short, even the same build. Did she have the same abilities? Oh. Alright. And Naruto. Sakura blushed looking away. A bit more timid. Did she have a crush on anyone? Sasuke perhaps? So, it's going to be about half an hour before the others get here. Sakura began. And I was wondering. Naruto quirked an eyebrow in interest. But in his heart he just had a feeling this was going to kill him, laughing that was. He was going to laugh at her. He could just feel it. What's Menma-kun really like? She blurted, blushing deeply. I mean he's always busy on missions but he's really powerful right, and he's a prodigy right, and he's the Hokage's son so he's really well known. Sakura cut off suddenly at the slightly distant look in her teammate's eyes. Eyes that she had so carelessly forgotten were much like the god Imes in color, bright and carefree, only shaped more like his mother's. I'm sorry. I didn't realize, Sakura began, mentally berating herself for her forgetfulness. Don't worry about it. Naruto smiled brightly. I think it's cute that you're interested in him. In my opinion he's a bit aloof but like you said, he is very busy and I don't get to see him much, and he doesn't really like me much. Naruto finished lamely, sheepishly scratching the back of his head. So anyway, what kind of missions do you guys usually take? Sakura seemed relieved for the change in topic, having not really been sure how to answer Naruto's previous statement. Well, we usually go on B ranks or A ranks. Sometimes, when things are quieter we get C ranks. But I think now that you're on the team we're going to be getting more C ranks than before. Once again she went pink, but for entirely different reasons. Oh Kami, I'm not helping matters at all, am I? She asked looking away. It's only logical, Sakura-san. I am merely a genin after all, Naruto chuckled, rather enjoying her embarrassment. I cannot imagine the Hokage giving Team 7 their usual standard of missions with a new member on their team, one who has as of yet never stepped out of the village, well other than to train. If only they knew. He was amused that they saw him so lightly, not even aware of his capabilities as a ninja. For his father that was extremely bad form. But then, there were so many ninja and genin were usually supervised and under the care of jonin. Diligent records of the process had been handed in after every mission to ensure the Hokage had an accurate account of their skills. Naruto had not had the same done for him. In fact, he'd be surprised if his father didn't start him off on D ranks, missions that Naruto, in this lifetime, had never had to do. Why didn't they just apprentice him off to someone? They did that here, right? Here comes Sasuke-kun. Sakura commented, looking almost relieved. Naruto was quite enjoying the relaxed atmosphere, the cool breeze that rustled the leaves in the trees overhead, providing the most amazing balance between warmth from the sunshine and refreshing cool from the shade. Sasuke-san. Naruto greeted with a slight inclination of his head. You're nothing like I thought you'd be. Sasuke started immediately. No one else would have ever had the balls to walk out on a formal dinner like you did. And better yet, you did it in a way my father couldn't argue with. There might have been some awe in the Uchiha's tone but that wouldn't be like Sasuke now, would it? His speech patterns were more relaxed than before. It was different. Then again, this was an entirely different Sasuke from the one Naruto had known. He'd have to remember that. I must apologize for that. Menma, he was out of line and perhaps, so was I, Naruto sighed, staring up into the leaves, the very trees Hashirama had created. Sasuke frowned, about to comment more but Kakashi arrived in a sunshine. He directed a bright smile at the three of them, seen in the deep curves of his eyes, and Naruto grinned back while Sakura and Sasuke's sweat dropped. We have our very first mission as a new Team 7. Kakashi began, holding up a scroll. Naruto instantly recognized the D rank coloring. While the scrolls themselves hardly looked any different, at first glance, he knew because he'd implemented the system, that they were perhaps a shade different from each other. He'd made D ranks the darkest because that's how he'd felt about them. The scroll was tossed at Naruto, who caught it easily and opened it with a practiced ease the others raised a brow at. Naruto snorted. Village chores. These aren't even worth the mission scroll it was written on. Which means he needed something for me to do. Humph. I'll show him what I think of his village chores. The blonde muttered under his breath before glancing up at the others and grinning mischievously. I'll get these ones. You guys go to the hot springs or something, K? He didn't wait for an answer as he walked back towards the village, muttering plans underneath his breath. Anyone else feel the ungodly urge to do as he says? Sasuke asked. Anyone else want to stick around to see what he does? Sakura countered. I'm pretty sure that whatever it is, we'll find out all about it later. While I'm not too keen on getting reamed for his actions, being his squad leader and all, but that was a low blow on Sensei's part. I say we leave him to it and go to the hot springs. Kakashi shrugged, already walking in that direction. 0.0.0.0 Minato frowned silently as he stood by his office window. It was far too quiet. He'd expected Team 7 to come barging in hours ago, demanding a new mission. But he hadn't seen any of them. In fact, his Anbu couldn't even sense them in the near vicinity, not even the Uzumaki Anbu. It made him nervous, and as Hokage, he learnt to listen to his gut instincts. 0.0.0.0 A flash of blonde dashed through the steam, and Kakashi suddenly found himself sitting next to a namikaze that hadn't been there a moment ago. Seemed to be a bad habit that namikazes inherited. I was here the whole time, and anyone who says otherwise was lying, Naruto hissed at both him and Sasuke with narrowed frantic eyes. Got that? What are teammates for, if not to lie for each other? Sasuke shrugged. Great. Naruto relaxed, sinking into the hot water with a sigh of contentment. Oh, to be in a younger body again. If I may ask, what is it that you didn't do? Sasuke drawled, far too relaxed himself to try for anything else that required a fraction more energy. Naruto merely gave him a foxy grin. Yep, definitely not what he'd been expecting from the blonde. 0.0.0.0 Minato nearly yelped in surprise when a flurry of people entered his office, all demanding to be heard at the same time, as well as fighting to get through the door. Minato held up a hand, and it was instantly quiet before he gestured to the Anbu because he appeared to be the most important. The Anbu stepped forward and wordlessly placed 2 storage scrolls on Minato's desk. The Godime recognized them as standard storage scrolls for every Anbu, when they were going out in the field. Getting the idea that it was what was inside the scroll that was the problem, the Hokage unraveled them before pressing chakra glowing fingertips to the seals. A tub of instant ramen appeared where there should have been rations bars, and Rubber Academy training kunai appeared where there should have been sharpened and battle-ready equipment. Fugaku, not to be outdone or ignored, walked over to the large windows in the office and drew the blinds, revealing a defaced Hokage monument in the most spectacular fashion. Fugaku was reporting that one seeing as he was the chief of the police. The next person come forward, and reported that the shopping district had received a new decoration scheme. The more and more incidents that were reported, the more confused Minato grew. They were the most childish events he had ever heard of, yet they had an almost demanding charm to them, a demand to be heard. Also, it was like a slap in his face because whoever had done it had managed to override all the security seals and had left no evidence, including no witnesses. Uzumaki, perhaps? Fugaku suggested quietly, since it would take knowledge and sealing to accomplish something like this. Was it all the same person? But then Uzumaki weren't the only ones with sealing knowledge, just the best. Naruto, Menma snapped as he entered the office, bringing with him a shredded Jonin's vest. It was shredded in the sense that all the pockets were missing the bottom so that nothing would stay in them. What makes you so sure? Minato asked. It's the only evidence he left, and it's not evidence, it's blatant taunting, Menma snapped, holding up a piece of paper. Take it for the brilliance that it is, Menma team, and enjoy the show. That hardly says it's Naruto. Minato pointed out. He's the only one that would call me team. Everyone else would be too respectful, or too fearful. Menma pointed out blandly. You know, not to be inconsiderate, Menma-san, but don't you think we should be more concerned with the brilliant part and the show part? Inoki pointed out. What are you getting at? Fugaku asked, eyes betraying the confusion he was feeling. Well, so far none of the pranks are particularly brilliant and there hasn't been much of a show. They simply appeared. So this leads me to believe that there's more coming. Inoki shrugged. What more could he possibly do? Minato wondered out loud, mentally cringing already. If he was anything like he used to be as a small child, they were in for trouble. Wait and see, because right now, we have no real evidence that it's him at all and therefore we can't bring him in. Shikaku shrugged. The pranks have been harmless thus far. It's only logical to assume they will continue to be so. The Godime didn't like it, but he didn't have much choice in the matter either. Menma, watch him. Are you sure that's necessary? I mean, he's only a Genin. Fugaku asked with a raised brow. A Genin maybe, but a ninja for 4 years. I don't know about you, but I sure as hell didn't stay the same for 4 years, sensei or not, Minato stated distantly. And I never forget the day he was born. Neither should any of you. 0.0.0.0 Naruto hummed to himself as he walked slightly behind a much more relaxed Team 7. Despite the village pranks, he had in fact completed their mission. All they needed to do now was go and hand in the report, which Naruto had written out at the bathhouses using an anti-moisture seal on the paper he had been writing on. Hey, what are you guys doing tonight? Naruto asked suddenly, cutting off mid-hum to ask the three in front of him. Well, not much actually. Sakura admitted for herself. I was going to train. Today wasn't very productive. Sasuke answered, Sasuke speak for he enjoyed the day all the same. I was just going to read. Kakashi shrugged with a soft eye smile. Both eyes. No Sharingan, which hit Naruto with a strong sense of nostalgia. Great, sounds like a great lot of nothing. There's this spot right up in the training grounds, right, and it's got this amazing view of the village. Of course it's not as great as seeing it from the Hokage monument, but it's pretty awesome all the same. You guys have to meet me there. It's training ground 50 or something like that, Naruto stated cheerfully. You actually used that ancient word? Sasuke scoffed. Which word? Naruto furrowed his brows in confusion. Awesome. The Uzumaki were pretty wild about it way back. Sakura explained. But awesome is a classic. It'll be forever. Naruto argued with a horrified gasp, internally crying at the irony of life. Sasuke just snorted before giving a half-hearted wave and suddenly jumping over to a rooftop. Where's he going? And he didn't even say if he was going to come tonight. Naruto pouted, watching the Uchiha as he ran towards the Uchiha compound. He didn't say he wasn't, so that's Sasuke for he'll be there. No idea why though. He doesn't usually give in to newbies. Sometimes we've had to work with others and it never usually turns out this well so quickly. Sakura explained once again with a shrug. There was just something familiar about Naruto. Sasuke-kun thinks you're interesting, Naruto-san. He's also arrogantly comfortable with the fact that he is now Team 7's strongest member without Arashi-kun, and under myself. Kakashi interjected suddenly. Sakura looked at Kakashi with wide eyes, before glancing over to Naruto in concern. But to her surprise Naruto just burst out laughing. Sounds like Sasuke, he stated between laughs. Sakura was confused at that. How would Naruto know what Sasuke was like? So will you two be there? He added when he managed to calm down enough to be heard properly. Sure. Sakura smiled warmly and Kakashi shrugged, meaning he didn't have anything better to do. It hurt deeply to the Shodai part of Naruto that this Team 7 was so distant, but the Namikaze Naruto part of himself was delighted that he was on a team at all. It was an awkward place to be and he supposed he was just going to have to make the best of it. 0.0.0.0 Naruto hadn't really had anything better to do other than wait for the sun to go down, so he headed to the specified spot earlier. After he'd made some food, of course. One could never have enough food. He wondered what they'd say that night. It was sure to be interesting. And it could only serve to strengthen their bond, so that was always a plus right there. Sasuke was the first to arrive, landing on Naruto's chosen tree branch with a soft tap. He glanced at the lounging blonde and shook his head. So why are we here? It's a culmination of today's mission. Naruto replied with a grin. Yeah, real brilliant thing you did today, Dobi. You decorated the village. That's something I'd expect from a Parisian. Sasuke scoffed. Oh, the brilliance is yet to be realized. Naruto winked at him. It's called preparation. He didn't add team. Sasuke chose not to reply, his curiosity burning frustratingly when it came to this Namikaze. He'd foolishly believed Menma's words when it came to the prodigy's younger brother, and he'd hardly stopped to consider that maybe, just maybe, Menma didn't know Naruto at all. He'd also been blinded by his memories of the academy where Naruto hadn't been this interesting, always so loud and proclaiming to surpass the one shinobi that was perhaps unsurpassable and with hardly the skill or talent needed to actually pull it off. Kakashi arrived next, as the sun was going down, choosing a branch just above the two. It really was a nice view of the village from here. Could practically see everything. The only real problem Kakashi had with it was the distance, and that wasn't even all that much. He didn't say anything, just observed the way Sasuke seemed to be lost in his own thoughts while Naruto looked utterly relaxed, but it was a relax that only an experienced ninja could feel. Well, an experienced one, or an idiot one. Which one was Naruto? The answer should have been clear to Kakashi, but after listening to his sensei after Naruto had handed in that mission report, he was forced to conclude that he wasn't so sure. Kakashi had to wonder if Menma was here as well, seeing as he was supposed to be watching Naruto. Naruto frowned when he sensed two other chakras approaching and sighed when he realized who it was. Sakura and Arashi. The latter didn't seem very impressed if his chakra was anything to go by. Their voices became apparent long before they did, and all three males could hear what was being said. "Come on, Arashi-kun. Just because you got promoted doesn't mean you're no longer a part of the team," Sakura stated with a huff. "Just be happy and come with me." "You're not giving me a choice, Sakura-chan." The grumbled reply didn't hold any true negativity to it, and from Naruto's memories, this was a side to Arashi that he hadn't shown anyone before. Arashi, as far as Naruto remembered, was a rather serious individual. Mostly, it was due to his grandfather being someone important and he had to maintain appearances. Well, that and the fact that he'd lost his father at a young age. If Naruto could trust his memory. But then, wasn't Naruto's father rather important as well? Naruto wasn't serious at all, but then again, Menma was. Man, this place was giving him a headache. And indeed, Sakura wasn't giving Arashi much choice. The pinkette was dragging the Uzumaki around by the jacket he wore, backwards and forcefully. It was only through ninja grace and Kami's luck that Arashi didn't fall to the ground. Naruto took interest in the fact that Arashi wore some orange in his clothing. Not really a well-known color for ninja, and not one he'd have expected from the stoic individual, but then Naruto's memories did not provide much to go on. Sasuke jumped down from his branch and approached the two with a smile. A smile that Naruto hadn't seen on his face since coming to this world, and suddenly, just like that, Naruto felt the entire weight of his loneliness in this reality. He felt just how much of an outsider he was. He moved his gaze away from them and towards the village, where he was pretty sure he could see some of the Jinan squad still trying to scrub away his handiwork from earlier. He shook his head with a slight, if a little strained, chuckle. Good luck to them, because unless one of those brats was an Uzumaki sealing master, then they weren't getting very far anytime soon. "So, Naruto-san, why are we here?" Kakashi asked, breaking the little reunion on the ground below as they all turned to Naruto with interest. "Well, it'll be better to wait for it to get really dark. I brought food with so that it's not like we'll just be waiting around." Naruto grinned and reached for a storage scroll in his pouch. "And then, we can watch the show. Just think, dinner and a show." Naruto's grin widened, but it appeared that his happy-go-lucky antics were wasted on Team 7. They merely blinked at him. With a sigh, Naruto jumped down to the ground and unrolled the scroll on the flattest surface he could find. Biting his thumb, he swiped it across the seal and stepped back as it lit up. "That storage seal, I've never seen it before," Arashi commented, tilting his head as he studied it. "Oh, yeah. I made it. It's to preserve the heat of the food. Storage seals can do a lot of things like preserve a body or store an item. But it's like it's floating its own mini pocket of frozen time. Like for the time that it's in storage, it's actually in a whole other dimension. But that doesn't actually keep things warm. So I decided to make my own," Naruto explained absently as he sat down around the food that had puffed into existence. "Well, anyways, dig in." Sakura was the first to sit down, with Arashi following cautiously. Kakashi-sensei didn't seem to mind too much and he actually sat down easily enough, but Naruto sensed an odd caution in the man. Just out of curiosity, Kakashi began with an easygoing eye smile. The same eye smile he used to give to Naruto when he was about to deliver bad news that amused him. Naruto narrowed his gaze at the man as he waited for him to finish his sentence. "Which restaurant did you buy this from?" "I didn't," Naruto replied neutrally. "I made it." Sakura had been about to take a bite out of some dengo when her eyes sort of bugged and the stick of dengo missed her mouth. "What?" Naruto questioned, blinking in surprise as Sakura quickly used a napkin to clean the mess on her cheek. Then a memory came to mind of his younger days in this reality. He'd attempted cooking since it had been one of the Shodai's lesser-known talents, and as he'd been determined to surpass the Shodai, he had to learn what the Shodai had known how to do. But he hadn't had a teacher and had attempted to teach himself. He hadn't been very good at it. In fact, he had probably been terrible. He remembered making everyone he came across try his food, and as the son of the Hokage and the son of an Uzumaki, no one had said no at first. "I've gotten better, I'll have you know," Naruto muttered under his breath, stuffing his face with a pout. Just to placate them all further, he added, "I've had a lot of time on my hands." Sasuke sat down and casually picked up a ball of onigiri and took a bite. Naruto was surprised that Sasuke would be the first one to actually be brave enough to try it. He didn't even take a small cautious nibble, but rather a full-on bite. When he didn't turn green and start trying to politely get rid of the onigiri, Sakura cautiously tried the dengo once more. Oh my, Sakura's eyes took on a dreamy quality and her voice trailed off, leaving Arashi blinking at her in confusion. Kakashi slowly picked up a bowl of miso soup with pieces of eggplant. I find it interesting, Naruto-san, that this array had a rather wide variety of food to choose from, but it mostly contains our individual favorites. Sasuke commented quietly. Except for Arashi's. It does? Naruto questioned, blinking owlishly. He was going to play dumb at this one. He'd merely been experimenting with the possibility of this Team 7 having the same likes and dislikes of his original Team 7. So far, they appeared to be the same. Oh, I didn't even notice that. Sakura was blinking at the array as well. That is so weird. She turned to Naruto with a smile. You have gotten better, a lot better. This is amazing, Naruto. Naruto chose not to comment, focusing instead on finishing the food in front of him, which happened to be a bowl of red bean soup second only to ramen. So your brother knows less about you than what I initially estimated, Sasuke murmured, but he was sitting next to Naruto and the statement was so soft that Naruto doubted anyone else had heard it. Again he didn't reply. Sakura and Kakashi-sensei were the ones that started the light conversation that filled the air as they ate. Naruto joined in when he felt like it, and Arashi and Sasuke only spoke when spoken to. It wasn't Naruto's Team 7, but it was still Team 7, and the blonde found himself feeling an odd mix of contentment and nostalgia. But soon, he would show them what he'd been preparing all day and he hoped that they enjoyed it. Yosh! I think it's time. Naruto announced, jumping back up into the tree, seeing the lights twinkling in the village windows below. Bringing his hands together so that he could focus his chakra, Naruto sent a mental command to a clone that had been set up hours ago. Down in the village, a Cage Bunshine chuckled as they walked towards one of the silly drawings from earlier, a drawing that the clone had had great fun watching a Genon squad try to remove. The Cage Bunshine placed a hand on the drawing and sent all the chakra that circulated throughout its body into it. As one, the drawings lit up, shining a bright blue, the same as Naruto's chakra. People who had not quite made it home yet stopped in surprise, staring at the glowing drawings, utterly perplexed as to what was about to happen now. Very amusing, Naruto, you made the village glow, Sakura stated dryly. After all the hype Naruto had made, she was expecting something a little, well, more. Just watch, Sakura-chan. Naruto replied, his voice showing his barely contained excitement. He was so excited that he forgot that he wasn't supposed to call Sakura-chan just yet, as he supposedly didn't know the girl well enough to do so. The drawing the clone had been absorbed into suddenly lifted from the wall and shot into the air, a trail of sparkling chakra left in its wake. It was admittedly a very pretty sight. One by one all the glowing drawings across the village sailed into the sky, some lazy, some zooming too fast to see much more than a blur of blue. Some zigzagged and others went straight up. Some looped the loop and others appeared to dance. But they all went in the general direction of above the village. A sparkling electric blue haze hovered above Konoha, and beautiful as it was, Sakura still didn't see the point. Not everything we do has to be about death and destruction, not everything we do has to have a point. Sometimes, we do it just because we can, Naruto whispered, suddenly appearing right behind her and making her jump in surprise. But, keep watching. Naruto snapped his fingers and a burst of color responded from within the blue. Green was suddenly exploded inside the center of the chakra, a heartbeat of time, another explosion of color. The entire display changed from just blue to every color Sakura had ever seen, changing and exploding as she watched. Silver and gold winked out from amongst red and purple, green hovering with twitchy oranges, yellow somersaulting with pinks and whites. It was amazing, and she wondered how he managed to get it to change color like that. It's just seals, Sakura-chan. At one time used to amuse children, Naruto chuckled. Just seals. Sakura scoffed. Yep, just seals. Naruto responded softly as he continued watching the show. It would eventually fade away, but until then it was a continuously changing display of colors. Colors, no matter what anyone said, were Kami's greatest gift to man, and Naruto, as a true Uzumaki, appreciated them in all their glory, most especially the color orange. 0.0.0.0 Oh wow! Kushina muttered softly, gazing out the window of the Hokage tower. It wasn't often these days that she could leave the deepest levels of the Uzumaki compound, but tonight was a night she was especially glad she had. I've only ever read about these. They're beautiful. What are they? Minato asked as he approached her, wrapping his arms around her waist and bringing her closer. Amusements from a time long past, Kushina sighed. Silly ways to make others smile during the darkest times of the warring clans. She paused and a larger grin spread on her face. Ha! Those poor Jinan never would have gotten those pictures off the wall. Not unless they knew sealing. Crafty little bastard we've got, don't we? I wonder why he's gotten so vocal all of a sudden, Minato murmured. I didn't think the mission I gave him would have upset him this much. This, honey, isn't an Uzumaki getting upset. This is just an Uzumaki voicing their opinion, and I'll say that our youngest has decided to tell you he's not just a Jinan anymore. You've left him in isolation for far too long. I'd say that there is perhaps no one in this entire village that knows what he's truly capable of, and that's a dangerous situation to be in. We'll be underestimating him for ages, which will lead to more outbursts like this. While it's pretty, it's not ethical. It's too large scale. Too distracting. Any more like this and our enemies will pick up on it and use it as opportune moments to strike. Kushina pulled away, biting her lip in concern. How could we have left him alone for so long? We had no choice. There wasn't a team and he barely passed from the academy. I seem to recall one very long, very painful night of you telling me every which way he could die on his first D-rank mission just because his academy scores said he shouldn't graduate. It was the same night we decided to pass him anyway, even if he technically failed. Neither of us wanted to tell him that he'd failed. Minato sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. With that in mind, I don't understand where this sudden display of skill is coming from. He's had no teacher, he's done nothing relatively different. Yet here we stand with something very unexplainable on our hands. Could it be that he was bored in the academy and deliberately didn't try? I don't know. Kushina muttered. But how do we find out what he knows? How do we test him? We could just get Kakashi to watch him while on missions and compile a report. There are also the usual Jinan to Chunin exams. But that's not what concerns me. Minato mused, already thinking of ways to get Naruto into the most telling of situations that wouldn't endanger his life at the same time. What if someone's been teaching him and no one's noticed? 3 years. That's how long we haven't been keeping a close enough eye on him. Menma. You kept focusing on Menma, Kushina hissed accusingly, her anger at the possibility of someone manipulating her youngest son causing her to fall back on an old argument. It was something they had fought about on many occasions, and it was something she'd never forgive Minato for. Kushina. Please. Minato's tone was pleading, his eyes more so. He'd seen the genius in his oldest son and had grown excited, thinking of all the things his son could accomplish. He'd trained Menma in his excitement, completely forgetting that Naruto was growing up too. By the time Naruto had entered the academy, Menma was a Jonin, alongside Uchiha Itachi. Yet Naruto kept bringing home report cards that depicted failure after failure. Kushina had blamed Minato for this, for focusing too much on Menma alone. Yet, Naruto was determined in a way Menma could never be. He kept trying no matter how many people told him to give up, a trait that Minato had only learned to appreciate far too late. By the third Jinan exam, Naruto's eyes had dimmed just a little, and the night before the exam Kushina had outright begged Minato to pass the boy no matter his score. As a result, Naruto had been an odd graduate, one that none of the other academy sensei had wanted to place within any of the teams. Naruto was loud, a distraction, and completely talentless as a ninja. As the Hokage's son, it was hard to believe that he and Menma were related at all. Kushina had begged and Minato had given in, giving the highly classified order to Umino Iruka to find some way, anyway, to pass Naruto. The Chunin had gotten angry, had wanted to refuse, but an order from the Hokage was an order. Minato knew that Umino had a soft spot for Naruto, but that didn't mean all that much to him. To this day, Umino Iruka still could not look his Hokage in the eye. So now Naruto was a mystery and no one was ever home to puzzle out that mystery. Minato had his suspicions that Kushina had only ever agreed to the Uzumaki clan head training just so that she could get away from her own husband. Had he hurt her that much with his mistake? A mistake that he'd realized far too late to effectively fix. I'm sorry, Minato whispered, not for the first time, and probably not for the last. Chapter 19. Naruto was late in meeting Team 7 the next day, having run into his mother as he'd been about to leave the house that morning. It had been a great surprise to him to see Kushina, as his memories supplied that she was hardly home these days. It was sad to think that he didn't know both his parents, and not just one but 2 lifetimes. Not to mention, why did Hashirama send him to the present anyway? Surely he knew that this world wouldn't be the same? What was the man thinking? Couldn't even ask him. The man was long dead. Did he perhaps leave a note somewhere? But where? There was something going on here. He just knew there was. But he didn't have a whole lot to go on. He'd only been back a day. He had been in the past long enough to see a problem when one presented itself. But that's all he had. Awareness that there was a problem. He had to wait a bit, lay low, until he could figure out what was happening. Honestly, this whole being sent to the present thing just didn't sit well with him. As such, by the time he arrived at the bridge he was rather distant, replying only when spoken to. None of them asked him what was wrong, leaving him to his own thoughts. Naruto only grew more distant at that. He didn't know this Team 7. They didn't know him. This wasn't his world. And that was a fact that was going to chip away at him every day, every moment. Every time he sat down with Team 7 or went on a mission, every time someone he knew waved at him, every time he saw his family, every time he did anything he'd only be reminded of how much this wasn't his world anymore. Of how out of place he truly was. Had he upset Hashirama in some way for the other to cast him out of the past and back to his true present? Had Hashirama truly believed that he was helping Naruto? He'd never know these answers. Once again he couldn't ask. Hashirama had long since died, and to the shinobi nations, so had the Shodai. This time they appeared to have gotten a C-rank mission that involved little more than sorting out a small settlement of bandits. A laugh at anyone's standards, but Naruto wasn't complaining this time. He took the mindless mission as an opportunity to reflect on his thoughts, his memories that were both cherished and alien to him. He would have been far angrier had the memories not merged as they had into a weird present past and past sort of mess. He was the failure of the Namikaze family, the Hokage's son that no one knew, the one that no one wanted to know. Still, why had it happened? He'd changed things, made them better. But there were a few, like Iruka-sensei and the Sandaime, Yondaime in this time, they still stuck up for Naruto. Perhaps Naruto would go see them both when he returned. His memories supplied that he didn't do this often. Would it be perceived as odd? Anything that suddenly appeared off in a ninja village was noticed rather quickly. Then again, Sasuke had still managed to leave the village successfully in his original childhood. Naruto suppressed a sigh. Hashirama sure knew how to complicate matters. He couldn't even give the baka a good wallop as, again, said baka was long dead and buried. Another thought was how had the Senju brothers passed from his world? Defending the village? The thought was a depressing one. Anything strong enough to kill the founders of Konoha was a scary thought. And Madara? What happened to the Uchiha? They were still in the village and alive, so that was a good start. But had Madara left as he had originally, the first time around? The Naruto from this timeline wasn't great with history either. Would it be suspicious if he suddenly went to the library? His distant thoughts had him using the standard academy taijutsu rather than the Uzumaki one, as the academy style was the more ingrained muscle memory one, and he supposed that was better. His memories did not display knowledge of being specifically taught the Uzumaki style, so it would be difficult to explain away his ease in using it, difficult but not impossible. Naruto? A soft hesitant interruption to his thoughts brought the blonde back to the present and blinking away the questions he didn't currently have answers for. Sakura-san? Naruto smiled warmly at the kunoichi, realizing with a wince that his sudden change in mood must have put a damper on their budding team dynamics. Not to mention, his thoughts were scattered, all over the place. Her interruption was a welcomed one. Is everything all right? You've been really quiet today, she continued, looking away and biting her bottom lip. Behind her, pretending not to be listening, Sasuke tilted his head towards them slightly, but otherwise kept his stance pointed away from their general direction. Kakashi was leaning against a tree with a book in hand. Not an Icha book, just a ninja training handbook of sorts it would appear. He didn't look like he was interested, but Naruto could feel the buzz in his chakra that showed his curiosity. I just bumped into my mom this morning, that's all. Naruto's smile softened, became sadder. I don't see her very often since she started clan head training. And I guess I found myself thinking about how much of a big responsibility it is to be the Hokage and any head of a clan. Naruto paused and rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. I did want to surpass the Shodai, I do want to. And I guess that means I want to be the Hokage. But it seems like a decision that should have more thought to it than what I've given it, considering all the responsibilities and sacrifices that are tied to the position. Sakura stared at him a moment more, perhaps having not thought of that direction before. She smiled and tilted her head slightly. Well, just don't stay too quiet. It makes us worried. We got used to your cheerfulness. How could Naruto explain that his melancholy mood stemmed from the past and a man who was long dead to her? A man in a lifetime that she hardly knew about. How could he explain that this world, while his world was not where he belonged. Simply put, he didn't know where he belonged anymore. And going back wasn't an option. Going forward was all he had left, but he wasn't sure where he wanted to go. An empty feeling started in the pit of his stomach when he realized that at this point, Kurama would have talked some sense into him. But that wasn't going to happen this time. Kurama wasn't here. He gripped the material of his shirt unconsciously, right where the seal should have been. The loneliness that settled in his heart was the most absolute he'd ever felt. 0.0.0.0 Menma watched from the shadows, half annoyed with the simple mission, half agitated at what he was seeing. Naruto was different from what he remembered, and the problem was, he couldn't tell if it was because there was now a problem or if Naruto had grown since he'd last decided to give the boy his full attention. He'd ignored the disappointment far too long to really be sure. So far there was nothing to report, but it had only been one day of watching. Itachi had smirked when he'd been informed of Menma's plans, but there had been a quirk to his lips that showed Menma that the Uchiha had his own ideas on the situation. Any situation that caught Itachi's attention was worthy of a further look. Team 7 had completed their mission for the day and were heading back to the village. This was perhaps when Menma would be able to tell the most about Naruto. What would the boy do when left to his own devices? 0.0.0.0 Kakashi had offered to do the mission report this time, waving over his shoulder as he shuffled off to the Hokage Tower. Naruto watched him go, wondering what he was supposed to do now. He still wasn't caught up on his training. So maybe he could hit a training field? Would he have to worry about eyes? Hey Naruto, do you want to come with me to meet up with the others from our year? Sakura suddenly asked, smiling at him hesitantly. Or perhaps she'd offered hesitantly. Naruto knew from his memories that most of their peers hadn't thought very highly of him. But this might be an interesting venture. I'll pass. I'm meeting with Itachi in a bit, Sasuke stated before following Kakashi's earlier departure. Naruto watched after him for a moment, thinking of the countless nightmares he'd had about chasing after the other. He shook off the thoughts and looked to Sakura, who watched him carefully, biting her bottom lip. She was so timid and polite. It was something to get used to. Almost like Hinata had been. Sure, why not? There's going to be food, right? Naruto grinned widely, eyes squeezing shut. Sakura relaxed and nodded. Yeah, we decided to try meeting at the barbecue like the day we picked you up from the training grounds. You mean you haven't done this before? Naruto asked in confusion. He was sure he'd encouraged this behavior in Hashirama and Tobirama's teams. Even Madara had encouraged it. No. We usually just focus on the missions and then maintaining the village. As we are the only self-sustaining village outside of receiving missions, we take pride in making sure it stays that way. Sakura explained. Each clan plays their part. Since I'm not a part of a clan, I help where I'm needed. I particularly like working with Inara, learning about the medical supplies. I've been training in medical ninjutsu part-time as well. She'd started to lead them towards the restaurant, tone light and pleasantly warm. I think you'd be great at medical ninjutsu. Naruto replied, wondering if Tsunade would teach her as she had last time. It would add an amazing asset to the team. Naruto added with a softer grin than his earlier one. As they walked, he took in their surroundings, noting the different members of Konoha's clans and civilians alike as they went about their daily business. The Uzumaki were easy to spot, with their bright colors and their red hair. There were spots of brown here and there, but mostly the members still sported the bright flame red. The Senju were recognizable by their chakra. The Uchiha by their proud presence and their police force uniforms. There were other members, like the fluid feel of the clans he'd poached from what would have become Mizu. Their affinity for water was still strongly reflected in the cool calm of their chakra cores. The wild vicious protectiveness of the Inuzuka. The quiet activity of the Aburame. Even the soft, focused feel of the Hyuga. There was the steady, almost laziness of the Nara, and even the Akamiki and Yamanaka, making their trio alignment all the more apparent. The difference between the three was slight. The Nara were almost transparent in feel, like trying to drift into the background, or like a cloud. The Akamiki were full-feeling, solid. The Yamanaka were grounded, strongly rooted to their sense of self. So many individuals, yet all of them part of the whole that made up Konoha. Naruto felt the soft hum of the chakra that surrounded them, in the walls, moving down to the roots of the village. Most of that chakra was Shinjutsu, but not all of it. A whisper of his own chakra, and that of Kurama still flowed with the Shinjutsu. Perhaps it always would. It was a satisfying feeling. This was the culmination of all their work. This thriving village that spoke of all their dedication and sacrifice. Naruto-san? Naruto blinked and realized he'd zoned out. They were now standing outside the restaurant. Naruto was looking at Tenten, her features showing her concern over what he assumed was his lack of response. "Ah, sorry. I was listening," Naruto explained with a sheepish grin. "Listening to what?" Kiba asked with a narrowed gaze. "Isn't it obvious? He's a censor." A person Naruto did not know replied with a huff. He was younger than the rest, standing close to Arashi. He had the bright red hair of the Uzumaki, but it was slightly lighter than Arashi's. If Naruto didn't know any better, he'd have said the boy's hair was pink. Naruto sensed the brightness the boy's chakra had, the potential. He grinned at him and offered a hand. I mean Namikaze Naruto. Pleased to meet you." The boy gave him an odd look. Naruto continued to ignore the slip, waiting for the boy to introduce himself. "Uzumaki Tatsumaki." He didn't shake Naruto's outstretched hand. Naruto blinked at him before bursting into peals of laughter. "Seriously?" Naruto asked between bursts of laughter. "Whirlpool tornado?" Not to mention that Arashi being whirlpool storm was bad enough, but this was fantastic. "You're one to talk fishcake," Tatsumaki replied hotly, eyes flashing with classic Uzumaki anger. Perhaps he'd had this discussion too many times. "Waves and wind maelstrom, Namikaze Naruto." Since his name came from the whirlpool, Naruto no Uzushio, and not so much the ramen topping. But at this point he'd take either. He loved ramen. He smirked at the smaller shinobi. Perhaps all three of them didn't have the most thought out of names. But he didn't need to let the squirt know that. "Well, at least my name doesn't rhyme." Most parents would have shortened it to just Tatsu. Like Jiraiya had. Since the full word was actually Narutomaki. Sakura put her head in her hands, turning red with embarrassment. "Shall we head inside?" Tenten asked, trying to ease off the topic. She knew that Tatsumaki wouldn't let it drop if Naruto didn't drop it soon. Sure. Naruto was still chuckling as he walked into the restaurant, followed by Sakura, Arashi, Tatsumaki, Tenten, and Kiba. "The others are running late." Choji said not to start without him, Kiba stated blandly. "He should know better." He added with a TSK. Naruto decided that at this point it would be best to remain quiet and to simply observe. So far he could see that everyone was more relaxed than previously. It was a subtle difference. All it really meant was that they had never experienced the terror of all-out war, or invasions, or any sort of tragic death really. In his first childhood they'd had the aftermath of the Kyuubi guiding them. They hadn't been old enough to really understand the experience, but their parents and older siblings had. It was something of a washdown effect. They sat down at a large booth, the server getting their drinks order before disappearing. "So Arashi-kun, how's the promotion going?" Tenten asked the older Uzumaki with a bright smile. Arashi hemmed and shrugged his shoulders. And suddenly Naruto was struck with how reserved he was. How reserved all the Uzumaki had become if his memories were anything to go on. Was that a byproduct of being surrounded by other clans? "It's only been 2 days, so it's hard to really answer," he added, almost as an afterthought. "I've been focusing on the trials." "Oh yeah, those are coming up soon. This is your last one, right?" Kiba's brows furrowed together as he tried to remember the exact number of times Arashi had been in the trials. "Hi, and it's Tatsumaki's first try," Arashi confirmed with a small nod. His slight smile showed pride for his younger brother. "I'm not sure what the trials even are," Neji stated as he slid into the booth, joining the conversation as though he'd been there the whole time. Naruto immediately noted that he didn't have the caged bird seal. That was a relief. And so was the fact that Neji had asked the question about the trials because he had no idea about them either. "Well, it's a test of sorts, kind of like the Chunin exams, only it's for the Uzumaki. It's become something of an entertainment for the village. You'd know this if you didn't train so much." Sakura punched the Hyuga lightly on the shoulder as she both answered his question and teased him. "Can I do the trials?" Naruto asked, feeling stupid for not knowing if he could or could not do them. His memory didn't supply any knowledge of Menma in the trials. There might be some paperwork involved in that. "I mean, you're an Uzumaki by blood, but you're not in the clan," Tatsumaki replied. "The clan is pretty close. You might not be able to handle the intensity of it." Naruto smirked, "Worried I'll smoke you?" Tatsumaki pouted, much the same way Konohamaru would have. But the rest of the table erupted into laughter. "Getting cocky now that you're on Team 7, nay Naruto?" Kiba asked, grinning widely at the idea of Naruto in the trials. I'm not an Academy Baka anymore. Naruto waved a hand, not giving in and getting angry. Besides, my Ka-chan is going to be the next clan head, so I think being in the trials isn't all that big a deal. Did Menma ever do them? The table suddenly went deathly quiet. What? Naruto asked, blinking in surprise. Menma is a genius, but his prowess does not extend to all things typically Uzumaki-like. Shikamaru's lazy response came from behind them. Naruto could also sense Ino and Choji coming with him. So, no, he hasn't attempted the trials. Most don't know that he's hopeless at seals. Shikamaru added as he slid into the booth. But isn't he dreamy all the same? Ino asked, eyes growing distant. The sappy smile on her face reminded Naruto of Sasuke's fangirls from way back. He couldn't resist asking about the absent Uchiha. What about Sasuke? I always thought that out of all us he'd have the least trouble getting a girl. Sakura looked to him in surprise, either due to the question or the fact that Sasuke was even eligible. Don't you know that Sasuke doesn't stand a chance with Itachi and Menma being around? Kiba's laugh was even bigger than before. Those two are all the girls talk about. Really? Naruto wrinkled his nose at the idea. Itachi just seems so, no. Like he wouldn't even notice a woman. And Menma was just a jerk. Well, those two and Shisui-kun as well. Tenten supplied with the same dreamy look in her eyes that Ino still had. Suddenly, Sasuke's slightly less arrogant mood made sense. He was overshadowed by two other Uchiha. Much like Naruto, he was always being measured up to the success of his older cousin and brother. The difference between Naruto and Sasuke, however, was that Sasuke was still considered a genius in his own right. The server came with the food, Choji probably having asked for it when they arrived. Naruto grinned, grateful for the distraction, and immediately went to work. Choji was about to stop him, probably thinking of the last time Naruto had given him something to eat, but Sakura shook her head with a smile, eager to see what Naruto would make. The blonde looked to Arashi and Tatsumaki, wondering if they'd picked up on that particular Uzumaki trait. They weren't leaning in to help him, so he didn't think so. So what's the deal with the trials? Why were we even on that topic? Ino asked, keeping the conversation going and trying to see what she'd missed. Arashi is going to be in the trials this year. It's his final try. Tatsu-kun is going to be in them as well. Only it's his first time. Sakura supplied, watching Naruto closely. You only get 3 tries, right? Kiba questioned and Tatsumaki nodded. He looked to Arashi to see if the older Uzumaki would elaborate further. To this day, since the founding of the village, no one has ever managed to get to the last stage. You can participate in the trials at any time you wish to. But you only get 3 tries, so we try not to waste them. I'm one of the youngest to take their final trial test, just as Tatsu-kun is one of the youngest to start his trial. My grandfather is currently the record holder for the youngest, and he took his final trial test when he was 20. Arashi continued where his younger sibling had left off, ruffling Tatsumaki's hair as he did so. They were originally created to inspire the younger generations to keep up with the Uzumaki traditions. Sakura added, and eventually became a bit of healthy competition for the clan. Naruto dinged his serving spoon against the barbecue grill lightly. Order up. Come and get it while it's hot. Inwardly he couldn't decide if his entering was considered cheating. He was curious as to what the trials entailed. But at the same time, we was the Shodai, and he'd been the acting clan head before he'd been kicked to the present. So was it cheating if he entered? Nah. The trials hadn't existed in his time as the Shodai, so probably not. Oh. Naruto's attention moved to the table as they all hesitantly took portions of the meal he'd thrown together. The person who'd caught his attention was Ino. Sakura was already digging in, and she'd probably been what had given Ino the courage to try the dish. Naruto, this is. She didn't finish. She simply carried on eating. Choji was already on his 3rd helping. Naruto chuckled, glad to be good at something so simple. Arashi's gaze seemed to have darkened as he ate his own helping. Tatsumaki didn't hold back and jumped in as enthusiastically as Choji. This is like the Uzumaki feasts we hold sometimes. Man, I love those feasts. Naruto didn't like that sometimes. Its implication was a decline in celebration. However, looking at Arashi's calm demeanor, Naruto was forced to conclude that there had been a lot of changes to his beloved clan in his absence. He wasn't sure if they were good changes or bad ones. He supposed he'd have to wait and see. 0.0.0. The next week was as uneventful as they came. Menma handed the mission report to Minato without a word. Hopefully his father would see fit to remove him from this pitiful mission. Naruto had gone about his business without so much as a paintbrush in sight. He hadn't done any sealing. He hadn't done any training other than a few spars with his teammates where he relied heavily on the academy taijutsu style. He hadn't done any pranking. In fact, he hadn't done anything spectacular or even remotely interesting at all. Minato didn't read the report. He didn't need to. Menma's mood was all the report he needed. So, one shining act of brilliance and then nothing again, huh? Just like the day he was born. You're disappointed, Minato stated. It wasn't a question by any means, and Menma looked away, his gaze growing distant and narrowing. Do I still have to follow him? Minato suppressed the sigh, his conversation with Kushina coming back to him. You should talk to him sometimes, Menma, stop teasing him so much. He is your brother. I believe this assignment is the most amount of time you've spent with him in a while. Even if he didn't know you were there. I do not tease him. It would be a waste of my time and effort. Menma was almost pouting. No, you don't have to follow him anymore. Minato chose to answer Menma's earlier question instead of respond to the bad mood. Are you going to enter the trials this year? No. I'm a namikaze, not an Uzumaki. Menma huffed as though he'd been asked this too many times. Naruto has expressed an interest in participating, Minato stated, interested to see Menma's reaction. The red-haired Jonin stared at him for a moment before shifting his weight from one foot to the other. And? Are you going to let him? I can't deny it. I don't have a proper reason to. Minato shrugged. All I can do is delay his participation because the entrants have been finalized. He's going to have to wait till the next trials before he can have a go at it. So it's just another opportunity for him to embarrass us. Whatever, it's your mess to clean. Menma waved a hand dismissively. This was an attitude he was only displaying because he was with Minato. Otherwise he'd have been stiff, formal and nothing but the perfect ninja. Give me a real mission. Minato handed him a scroll and the younger Namikaze bowed before leaving, eager to end the conversations. He didn't like talking about Naruto. It was too painful. 0.0.0.0 Naruto stared at the paperwork in his hands. It had been left on the kitchen table for him this morning. He supposed it had been by his father, or perhaps his mother. It was the paperwork needed for him to enter the trials. The trials he knew very little about yet was citing a cultural right to participate in. Still, he hadn't missed the added note that he'd only be able to participate in the next trials event, and not the one happening rather soonish. He sensed Sasuke's approach and stuffed the papers into his pouch for later inspection. He was hesitating because he could possibly ruin the trials for the participants, and not to mention future generations to come. He could just enter, see what was in the trials and then throw the final round or something. It wasn't like he had to decide right away, considering he could only enter for the next year's trials. Yo! Sasuke greeted, walking towards him with hands stuffed in his pockets almost lazily. It was eerily similar to Kakashi. Naruto liked how relaxed this version of Sasuke was. It was nice. You ready? Sasuke asked, tilting his head in a show of mocking challenge. Naruto smiled at him in greeting and nodded. As ready as ever. Now that he no longer sensed his brother's presence hovering nearby, he decided he could be a bit more serious about training. He'd asked Sasuke to spar with him for the morning as they didn't have any missions for the day. A shuriken whizzed past his head and Naruto smirked. Some things did not change. He ducked as the shuriken came around and attempted to bury itself into his shoulder. Naruto supposed that the duck was more of a habit, knowing how good Sasuke was at shuriken jutsu, having learned the hard way the first time around. He wasn't the only Uchiha either. Izuna had been particularly great at it as well. Sasuke's surprise at his reactions was well hidden. He kept the shuriken jutsu to a minimum after the next 3 attempts proved useless. Naruto's taijutsu had to be heavily toned down as Sasuke was nowhere near his level, but few would be considering Naruto's experience. The sparring match turned into something along the lines of resistance training, and that had its own usages. Sasuke was good, better even than before. It was perhaps having his full clan around him, having his brother, which allowed him to focus on his training more. His taijutsu was more fluid, more instinctive. In comparison, the previous version of Sasuke was jerky, trying too hard to make the perfect move. Naruto wasn't sure what Orochimaru's training had done for Sasuke. He hadn't been able to get to the Uchiha and have a decent fight before he'd fallen into the past. But this version reminded Naruto of Izuna, and he couldn't help but wonder if Sasuke was directly related to the other. Alright, Sasuke stated suddenly between pants as they skid backwards from each other, and breaking Naruto out of his thoughts. "Stop holding back on me," he almost growled. "And don't tell me you're not. Itachi is my brother and I always know when he's holding back. Plus, sparring with you is like sparring with Hatake." Naruto considered the Uchiha for a moment. He sighed and fell backwards, laying down on the springy grass, waving a hand lazily to invite the Uchiha to do the same. Sasuke was serious about Naruto not holding back, but Naruto couldn't do that. Trust the Uchiha to figure him out so soon. He always had been able to unravel the blonde with this precision that was almost inhuman. Sasuke eyed him for a moment before relenting and falling to the floor next to Naruto, choosing to watch a cloud drift by as his heart rate slowed and his breathing evened. "I'm sorry I'm holding back, Sasuke-kun. But I have to," Naruto stated quietly. Sasuke would know if he was lying, would know if he was trying to bullshit him, and he wouldn't appreciate it. There was a bond between them, something that exceeded anything Naruto had managed to create in the past. "Why?" Sasuke asked tonelessly. He wasn't happy, but at least he was accepting Naruto's honesty. "Because you wouldn't be able to keep up with me if I didn't, if you could believe that," Naruto answered simply. Sasuke didn't respond for a moment, his thoughts going over what Naruto had said. He considered them carefully before jumping back to his feet and giving the blonde a once-over. "Show me then. Show me what you're holding back." Naruto squinted against the sunlight as he looked back at Sasuke. The Uchiha's face was perfectly straight, showing that he was hiding his emotions. But his chakra couldn't do that. Naruto felt the confusion, the anger, the irritation, the elation and even the giddy childishness that seeped through Sasuke's chakra coils. It was an odd combination, but Naruto wouldn't question it. Strangely, there wasn't a hint of surprise. Naruto stood and got into a completely different stance from what Sasuke had seen him use before. "Try to keep up." Naruto smirked before disappearing from Sasuke's sight and reappearing next to the Uchiha, intent on knocking the other's knees out from under him. Sasuke was quick enough to dodge by jumping up. His position changed midair and Naruto was forced to spring away, falling backwards onto his hands and flying feet first towards a tree trunk. He landed against the trunk and used it to propel himself back the way he'd come and land a solid kick to Sasuke's shoulder. He avoided the Uchiha's head so as not to cause lasting damage. Sasuke skidded away, a hand moving to his dislocated shoulder with a grimace. He sprang to his feet, but Naruto was already there, a knee plunged into the Uchiha's stomach, winding him hard. That was followed by an elbow to Sasuke's back before the Uchiha could even recover enough to wheeze in a breath. Before Sasuke could hit the ground, he was flying through the air, about to crash through the trees. Naruto was suddenly standing on the tree trunk, parallel to the ground. He grabbed Sasuke's good arm and flipped the Uchiha towards the ground, hard enough that several ribs cracked and snapped upon impact. Yet, Naruto had forced himself to hold back on that one. Sasuke hadn't even recovered his breath yet. Naruto landed a meter away from Sasuke and watched as the Uchiha wheezed in the dirt, eyes wide and fearful as he tried to fully understand what the hell had just happened to him. Naruto approached him, not missing the flinch, the obvious attempt to try and scurry away from him as though expecting another attack. Sasuke's ribs were almost destroyed, his shoulder sitting at an awkward angle. His back was probably in so much pain that he'd be walking funny for a week if not longer. His lungs were pulling shallow breaths as he dared not pull in anything deeper as blood dribbled down his chin. Never in his life had he been so thoroughly beaten and so blindingly fast. He understood that Naruto had still been holding back and wondered just what Naruto was, because human could not be the answer. A hand touched his back and a warmth began to flood his system. "I'm no medic nin, but I've picked up a few things," Naruto stated through clenched teeth. He'd gone too far. He knew he had. But Sasuke would have been furious with anything less. Sasuke sensed the relief settling in his chest first and finally felt like he could catch his breath. "I won't be able to fix this completely and you'll either have to go to the hospital or request medical leave for a few days. I did more damage than I had intended. I'm so sorry, Sasuke." And he heard it in the blonde's voice, felt it in the chakra flowing through him. He sat up gingerly when most of the pressure in his lungs subsided and watched his turquoise glowing hands work to fix what they'd so effectively broken. His shoulder was popped back into place with a practiced ease that the Uchiha didn't want to ask about. When Naruto stepped back, he had a look of utter shame on his face and he couldn't meet the Uchiha's gaze. Sasuke could still feel the effects of what Naruto had done, but he couldn't find it in himself to be angry. "Don't," he stated instead. "Don't run away like a puppy with its tail between its legs." Sasuke's tone was icy. "I asked for this." You didn't know what you were asking for. Naruto answered, his tone angry, but the anger was directed at himself. Why? Why? Naruto didn't understand what Sasuke was asking him. Why did you ask me to help you spar? Sasuke clarified, and Naruto found that he couldn't answer. Was it that he'd simply wanted to spend time with the other, that he wanted to see how many differences he could spot, how many similarities he could pick out? It was difficult to say, really. There's only so much progress one can make on their own. Naruto offered a weak smile, and Sasuke narrowed his gaze. How did you get this good? Sensei wouldn't even have beaten you? Practice? Naruto shrugged. A bitter laugh escaped him as though choked from his lungs. If you'll believe it, I'm actually suffering from a debilitating injury. It's partially why I asked you to spar. I didn't think the gap was that great. It's been a long time since I felt this weak. He flexed his hand before striking out at a tree, watching as it exploded, the remainder of the trunk falling away from the two while shards and splinters rained down around them. Sasuke's gaze was wide again. Weak? Was this really Naruto speaking? And his speech patterns? They were nothing like the carefree Jinan he'd come to know in the past week. This was something more, someone more. It's somewhat frustrating to want to do something, but not be able to because you're too injured. Naruto added quietly, flexing his hand again, and Sasuke saw that the knuckles were swollen, the skin split. Blood dripped freely to the ground, but the blonde made no move to stem its flow. Injured was perhaps the incorrect word to use, but it worked well enough. Was Naruto implying that there was a time where such an action would not have injured his hand at all? Sasuke then found himself wondering why now, why the blonde chose to share this side of himself with the Uchiha now. Train me. Sasuke seemed surprised that the words had even left his lips. He'd been wondering where he'd missed the transition. Naruto had always been a thought in the background of his mind. He'd always wondered what had happened after the academy. He'd been smart enough to work out that Naruto's passing had perhaps not been a fair one, but he hadn't said anything. He'd been disappointed in Arashi's presence at first, been expecting to see more of Naruto. But he hadn't, and life had gone on. What? Naruto gawked at him, and for a moment Sasuke was reminded of the boy from the academy. Train me. Sasuke repeated, sure that Naruto had heard him the first time but humored him all the same. Why? You've no reason to get any stronger than you currently are. As I understand it, Konoha has no equal. As it should be, Naruto added silently. I have Itachi to surpass. Sasuke admitted, looked away. It's not pleasant, living in his shadow. Besides, he's become distant as of late. I want to stand out to him again. He'd grown up being nothing but Itachi's constant shadow, and the older Uchiha had allowed it. He'd learned from Itachi, kept a constant watch on everything he did. He had and still did adore his brother to the point of holiness. Yet, Itachi had grown withdrawn, making excuses for prolonged absences while not really making any moves towards fixing it all. Sasuke missed Itachi, missed the time he spent with the older sibling. He'd chalked it up to Itachi being disappointed that Sasuke would never catch up to him. Sasuke just wasn't on the same level as the other. Wasn't even near cousin Shisui. You should understand. You have Menma. Sasuke added, looking away. You ready to have your ass handed to you quite often? Naruto chuckled, offering a hand to the Uchiha. Not on the level you just did, but I guess I'll have to be. Sasuke took the offered hand with a wince. Perhaps a hospital visit wasn't such a bad idea. Then okay. I know some stuff about the Uchiha I could probably teach you. Just don't ask too many questions. Not yet anyway. Naruto grinned and stretched out. You'll have to get up early though. I'm not a heavy sleeper. Haven't really been one for a while. And Sasuke found that whole statement too weird. Naruto had been known for sleeping in and being late for class all the time. But he didn't ask, just shook his head. He supposed they all had to grow up sometime. I'm not one for lazing about. You should know that. Sasuke huffed. Naruto laughed, should I? The reminder that they'd only been official teammates for a week was a harsh reminder for the Uchiha, and he scowled at the blonde in displeasure. Yet Naruto dared to hope that Sasuke could very well be his first real friend in this new life, and perhaps an inside source as to what was really happening in the village. Chapter 20. Naruto bounced on the balls of his feet in anticipation. He hadn't known what to expect from the trials, so he was rather excited to see them. He was now waiting to enter the Uzumaki compound where the trials were to take place. All the participants were ranked from last try to first try. Those that were on their last try went first. Relax, Naruto. Being this excited and it hasn't even started yet is either going to ruin it for you or exhaust you, Shikamaru stated with a yawn. They were all here to see Arashi and Tatsumaki. Shikamaru, Choji, Ino, Sakura, Neji, Lee, Tenten, Sai, Naruto had nearly choked on that one, Sasuke and Kiba. There were some others that Naruto didn't know, but that was to be expected considering that Konoha was a lot larger this time around. There was the general murmur of the crowd as they walked through the doors, all moving towards a seat. Naruto was surprised to realize that they were headed towards his playroom of sorts. A room he had designed to allow him to test any seal he wanted. It was also the room that he'd painted the walls in. Those paintings would be sealed, of course, but the idea still made him nervous. He hurried over to a seat he deemed perfect, not caring if the others followed or not. He was surprised to see Sasuke sprawl out in the seat next to him while Shikamaru sat on his other side. Naruto turned his attention to the arena, no longer concerned with who sat where. Arashi stood somewhere in front of the participants and Tatsumaki stood towards the back. Naruto noticed that had he been allowed to participate, he'd have been the oldest of the first-time participants. Also the fact that he would have been the only blonde in a sea of red. Nothing new there. However, some of the final participants were far older than Naruto and even his own father, showing the blonde just how seriously these trials were taken. As he understood it, it was a one-at-a-time event. He wondered how many events were even in the trials because he'd hate to have to sit here all day. He didn't think it would take all that long because Uzumaki by their very nature were not patient people. You think they're ready? Naruto asked with a grin pointed at Tatsumaki. The boy was small for his age, plus the pink hair, and Naruto was sure he had image issues. Pink was not a widely used color among the Uzumaki because it clashed with their hair. No. But there's no backing out now. Sasuke replied. I'm sure it's super easy. Naruto scoffed. Like it had to be second nature to the Uzumaki to do this stuff. Easy? A voice asked in front of them. A tall shinobi just older than Naruto turned to them and frowned. No one has ever passed the first round. It's not easy, it's hell. What? Naruto gawked. No one? How many rounds are there? Naruto sensed a strange level of tension growing in the room, and some annoyance. He was probably distracting them all. Who let this guy in here? Someone muttered. The hostility Naruto sensed from him was rather un-Uzumaki-like, and Naruto didn't like the implications of that. We don't know how many rounds there are. Sasuke replied, ignoring the atmosphere around them. But if anyone can pass the first round, it's Arashi. He's been studying for this for years. Naruto felt the confidence in Sasuke's chakra, a small ache forming at the thought. Would Sasuke ever be that confident about him? A soft chuckle came from the front and Naruto felt all the attention shift towards the sound. He scanned out instinctively, surprised when the chakra he felt was familiar. Easy now, we're almost about to start. Tanaka was far older than the last time Naruto had seen him, and far older than what Naruto had ever been, but it was Tanaka all the same. Naruto stared at him with a wide gaze, a little breathless at first. He was both elated and strangely devastated that there were still these remnants of a past he could no longer go back to. It hurt. It hurt like hell to see the elder Uzumaki, whose hair was now more gray than red. It hurt to think about what he must have thought and felt when Naruto didn't come home. Naruto tried to clamp down on the pain that squeezed at his heart and made his chest feel tight. He focused instead on the fact that Tanaka was still here. Gigi. The thought shocked the hell out of the Shodai part of Naruto. Naruto nearly choked on his next inhale. Grandfather? What? When? Where? His memories supplied him with the knowledge that Kushina was Tanaka's daughter. Tanaka's wife was the blacksmith's daughter, and therefore the old geezer was in fact Naruto's great-grandfather. Kurama would have been rolling on the floor laughing at this. This would have also explained his Kekai Genkai. Naruto tried to be as small as possible with the reminder that not only was he the Hokage's son, he was also related to highly respected members of the Uzumaki clan. The memory of Takashi and his death was only made more painful when Naruto made the connection that the older Uzumaki had in fact been his great-grandfather. He didn't get to reflect on the matter much more as the participants moved as one unit towards the entrance. He could hear and sense the excitement growing through the crowd, not unlike during a Chunin exam. Naruto could still sense his chakra buzzing through the walls, excited by his presence and those of the participants, stronger than what it had been in the village foundations. All the paintings he'd done were hidden away, by himself, with seals so that the truth of his past would not be shown. He wondered how no one had detected the seals and tried to remove them. His chakra in the room was actually rather distracting, buzzing about with an activity of somewhat annoying levels. No wonder no one had gotten past round 1. How would they when they could barely focus? But then maybe he was the only one that could sense it because it was his chakra after all. This year's trials is said to be the most exciting one yet. A cheerful voice stated loudly, and Naruto realized that it was reinforced with a seal so that it would carry around the whole room. He looked towards the speaker, trying to spot him. The room was large, he'd designed it that way, and it had had changes made to it to accommodate a large crowd. A crowd that appeared to be the entire Uzumaki clan and then some. The trials began, went on ahead headless of Naruto's attempt at finding the speaker. If anyone found his lack of overall response strange, they didn't say anything. He'd been so excited that he'd been talking non-stop. Now he'd barely uttered a word since Tanaka had entered the arena. His world was jolted back to the present when a round of cheers erupted all around him. They were being introduced. Sasuke supplied, having noticed Naruto's distraction. Down in the arena, Arashi waved to the crowd before bowing respectfully. What do they have to do? Naruto's impatience and excitement was building again. It was hard not to when the chakra all around him was so buzzed. Just be patient, Naruto. Shikamaru drawled, almost smiling at Naruto's antics. He usually didn't come to these trials. They were troublesome and could at times be lengthy, but the feasts afterwards were widely known for their richness in Uzumaki culture, and that meant fantastic food. Naruto bounced in his seat, watching as each participant stepped forward, seemingly at random, to accept a scroll. The scroll itself had a seal on it, and this confused Naruto. How had no one managed to pass if it was merely a seal? He watched intently, wondering what one was supposed to do. But it didn't appear that any instructions were given. He watched as the participants tried staring at it, tried copying it onto their own blank scrolls, and tried to see if there were hidden seals underneath it. No one seemed to know what it was for. Unless they all knew, and Naruto was the only one who didn't. There appeared to be a time limit, as no one spent more than 15 minutes looking at the seal. Naruto watched as each one either gave up or their time ran out. With every new technique the crowd cheered, and with every failure they clapped politely. Naruto found the whole affair to be rather boring and wondered how this was considered entertaining. It was hardly helping to distract him. There was a large outcry when Arashi's time ran out. The Uzumaki had attempted to deconstruct the seal into the respective hand signs, but he hadn't managed it in time. Naruto was starting to think this must be a time-based seal or something. Something super complicated. Arashi also appeared to be a clan favorite, and as it had been his last try, there were a few calls to allow him to have more time. But Tanaka shook his head sadly, sticking to the rules. When Tatsumaki stepped forwards, he had a look of determination that could rival Naruto's. Looking at the pink-haired boy, Naruto now noticed just how blue Tatsumaki's eyes were. Arashi's were brown. Tatsumaki took out a scroll and placed it on the ground, seemingly in the middle of nowhere. He accepted the scroll with the seal and turned towards the scroll on the floor. He made a single-handed sign and the scroll puffed away to reveal a large sheet of sealing paper. Naruto was intrigued with what Tatsumaki was attempting to do. He rolled the sealed scroll open and studied the lines. It was too far for Naruto to see much detail. Tatsumaki nodded and then knelt down by the edge of the large sheet of sealing paper. He placed the scroll on the sheet and began a series of hand signs. He made them carefully and precisely, as though it was a new jutsu and he didn't want to make a mistake. Naruto recognized the sequence as a seal transfer jutsu. Complicated seals, once perfected, were usually copied directly onto a new item, surface or scroll. That way mistakes were avoided. It worked well when used on a perfect seal. Tatsumaki touched his hands to the sealing paper and lines spread in a rushing swirl from his fingertips. He grinned as the lines spread, watching in excitement as the lines moved over the entire page, glowing a pale blue. Naruto's heart stuttered, lodging in his throat. Tatsu no! Naruto screamed, well tried too. All the moisture had seeped from his mouth and throat, making the sounds choke off. All eyes in the near vicinity moved to him as he frantically tried to think of a solution to the utter disaster he was watching unfold. That jutsu only worked on perfect seals because it activated the moment it was complete. Now that Naruto could see the seal on the larger sealing paper, he could see exactly what seal it was. It was a failed seal that should have been destroyed. Tatsumaki would be bound to the jutsu until it completed. But because it was a failed seal, he would only be released when he ran out of chakra, and if he did that, it meant he was no longer breathing. Naruto's heart rate sped and his eyes grew panicked. He didn't know what to do. It was a first in a long time, and perhaps it was attributed to the earlier shock, but he had to do something. That seal, it was his seal. He'd almost died making that seal. He tried to rush forward, leaping over the other spectators, but was stopped by two Uzumaki that had up till now merely been watching. Kurama had been the only reason he'd survived. Tatsumaki did not have that advantage. No one in this whole world had that advantage. What the hell, Naruto? Arashi stated with an annoyed growl. How did no one know? How did no one realize what a colossal fail that seal was? You don't understand. He'll die. Naruto watched as Tatsumaki began to realize the drain was getting too much. He watched as the seal flared brighter, draining so much faster. Gigi, Tatsumaki cried. It won't stop. I'm trying, but it won't stop. He was near sobs, but the panic hadn't set in yet, only the realization that something was wrong. The only way to stop it was to stop the seal. Even if they destroyed the paper, that meant nothing. The seal was his chakra now. It was alive, and no amount of Rasengan's to its center would stop it. The seal had been created before his accident with the Senjutsu, before he'd been able to see seals on a whole new level. He lost that ability the moment he come to the past, but perhaps he could try to use Senjutsu to see them again. Perhaps it would work and help him to see a way to fix this. It had to work. Naruto growled, his anger beginning to flare when Tatsumaki began to droop. A man rushed over to the boy, looking just as lost as everyone else. A buzz whirled around the room. No one could help the boy because no one had ever passed the first round. With that seal, no one ever would have. It was also a Senjutsu-based seal because hell, the chakra needed to achieve what Naruto had wanted would have been too great for a shinobi to bear. He'd made all the triggers use Senjutsu levels of chakra. Even if it wasn't an imperfect seal, Tatsumaki would have died trying to activate it anyway. Naruto wouldn't be able to feed Senjutsu into the boy either because he wouldn't be able to sit still enough for it. He didn't have the training for it. Give him your chakra, Naruto yelled, his anger increasing when no one seemed to be able to do anything. He's running out, fast. And they were running out of time. The other man blinked at him, standing still for a moment before Naruto's words registered in his mind. He dismissed the fact that Naruto's yells had a strangely commanding tone to them. He followed because right now he didn't know what else to do. Let Naruto through. He ordered before placing his hand on Tatsumaki's back and slowly feeding his chakra into the boy. Naruto rushed forwards. He could have forced his way through, but that wouldn't have boded well for relations. You better be able to help him. The shinobi stated gruffly. Naruto had immediately known there was a problem. No one else would have ever picked it up until it was too late. So maybe, just maybe, this boy, this known failure, could be of use. Naruto couldn't even get the seal to use Senjutsu on a continuous basis because it would never stop, thus creating a vortex. A never-ending void of Senjutsu starting at this point. He didn't even want to start thinking about the complications that would cause. He grabbed at his hair and began rapidly muttering to himself. Can't keep feeding him chakra. That would be ridiculous. The seal is fundamentally impossible, so it will never complete its intended task and therefore it will never stop drawing on chakra now that it's activated. ARG. He flopped to the floor and focused his chakra, drawing on Senjutsu and focusing it to his eyes. Please work. A spark of pain ignited in his sockets, but he pressed on. It wasn't right. Not yet. But his vision grew fuzzy for a moment, before bursting into a clarity that hurt the pupils. He held the Senjutsu just long enough to study the seal, see the way it was working. This was a temporary fix. He could feel it in the way the Senjutsu slipped away. The way his eyes throbbed. Even the way it looked was different. All he was seeing was things in sharper clarity. But for now it was enough. The seal had been designed to provide snow to a land that had been experiencing a drought, snow having been easier to produce than rain clouds. It had never worked. He'd attempted it in his years of traveling to find the tailed beasts. But in the end it pulled at too many of the natural laws to ever do as it was designed. But Naruto saw several weak points that could possibly allow for change. That meant he could redesign the seal, rework it into something that could work. It was a hope, a chance. If it failed, then, well, it wouldn't fail. It couldn't. But with such a complicated base design. Taking a deep breath, Naruto dropped the Senjutsu from his eyes and pulled out his ink. He did not need his brushes because what he was about to do didn't need the brushes. When working with such large seals it was easier to move the ink in a similar way that Gaara had moved his sand. Taking careful steps on the paper and directing the last of the senjutsu in his system towards the ink, he put the inkpot down near Tatsumaki. The seal was designed with senjutsu in mind, he'd only be able to fix it with senjutsu. Naruto focused on the ink, moving it into the air as chakra in the ink. The guide he used to direct it right into the middle of the seal where it was absorbed into the lines. Tatsumaki fell backwards as Naruto's chakra became the source. The blonde didn't feel an immediate drain, not yet. Tatsumaki was gasping, holding on to his grandfather as he suddenly burst into tears, the shock of the ordeal settling in. If this didn't work, well, at least Tatsumaki would be okay. This was the only solution Naruto had that would definitely allow for Tatsumaki to survive. Naruto focused on the ink he'd added. He pushed and pulled it until it was spread throughout the seal. In his mind he could see a seal forming. Something that would work. Something that he had forgotten the first time. It was always better to make things simple. The original design had been made far too complicated. Where Naruto had placed 5 or 6 seals, he could eliminate them and change it to 1, maybe 2. Always remember the basics. When one tried to do big things, one tended to think they needed big seals to match. Not always the case, and this is what Naruto had forgotten. Now that all the lines were moldable, able to react to his command, the seal had paused for a moment, waiting to see what he would do. If Naruto stopped for even a moment, then it would react to the lines he'd left, and those results could be anything. With a deep breath he began to shift the lines, move them into something more agreeable. He smiled as he felt the lines linking effortlessly. Yes, this was right. This was sealing at its best. He felt the way the air in the room shifted, felt the power the seal had. The lines swirled and moved, happily reacting to the more natural position. When moving the ink with their chakra alone, one opened themselves up to a whole new set of rules. You could feel the very core of the seal, its whole reason for existing. Naruto sunk deeper into the seal, finding all the little commands that would control the end result. He had to find them all. Every last line had to change. It was almost done. Just a few more tweaks here and there. As the last of the deviations were shifting into place, Naruto focused on creating a water clone, a wind clone, and a shadow clone. The moment the 3 clones shimmered into existence, he sprang away from the center of the seal. The clones waved before dissolving into the seal, feeding it directly. Naruto had removed the need for senjutsu, he didn't want the seal to be everlasting. The lines flared brighter, bright enough to almost blind Naruto, as the air in the room began to grow frigid. "What's happening?" Tatsumaki asked, his gaze wide with confusion. "It's activating," Naruto answered with a shrug, turning to walk back to his seat. He didn't know what the purpose of the task was. But he'd done what he needed to in order to save a boy that reminded him far too much of himself. There was a collective gasp as snow suddenly erupted from the seal in a torrent that instantly covered a good portion of the arena in blankets of the white fluffy frozen water. Since it was generally warm in Konoha, the outer reaches of the snow began to melt, while the seal continued to erupt snow into the air. Naruto watched as it sailed in lazy swirls and swishes towards the ground and smiled softly. Most people in Konoha hadn't seen snow before. It didn't snow often in the land of fire. He held out a hand, the flakes landing and melting into his gloves. Naruto noticed the whispers, the looks, the movements that people made to get a little further from him so that they could whisper to each other. Arashi was with his brother, making sure the younger Uzumaki was all right. Tatsumaki's grandfather was looking at Naruto, watching him with a small frown. Naruto ignored it all. He closed his eyes and focused on the flakes melting on his face. The tiny bites of cold felt weird against the warmth of his chakra. He'd possibly given away too much, but he'd had to. He couldn't have let Tatsumaki die, no matter what was revealed in the process. He opened his eyes with a grin before leaning down and scooping up a good handful of the snow. He pressed it into a nice tight ball before throwing it straight at Menma, who'd tried to hide himself in the crowd. The ball smacked the red head right in the center of his forehead while Menma gaped at it in surprised confusion. Naruto couldn't help the laughter that burst out. He clutched at his stomach, trying to stem the gaffes. Itachi was seated next to Menma, and even he looked like he was trying to hold back a smile. The only reason Naruto knew that was because he'd been with Tobirama so long. Menma angrily swiped the icy water from his face with a scowl directed at the blonde. Tanaka held up a hand to stop the buzz that hadn't died down since Tatsumaki realized that something was wrong with his seal. The hall quietened to hear the decision that was to be made. But Naruto never got to hear the decision. His body jerked once before going limp. Chakra exhaustion. Hadn't had that in a while. Naruto managed to direct his fall towards his back so that he didn't end up with a face full of snow. As the world faded into darkness, he couldn't help but smile at the tiny white flakes still falling to the ground. 0.0.0.0 Naruto woke up in a room, darkness telling him that several hours had passed. He wasn't sure if he was in the hospital or not. It was too dark for the moment. Naruto remembered seeing Arashi's face just moments before passing out, seeing the anger and jealousy. But he sensed the respect and a slight blossoming awe. Yet, on a deeper level, Naruto couldn't be worried about Arashi or even the trials. He was more concerned with why that seal had been used in the first place. It was impractical, a clear defunct seal. Why hadn't anyone picked up on it? Was it merely a miscalculation on whoever had started the trials? Did the Uzumaki believe in this person so much that they were blinded to the problems of that seal? Or did the person want the problems in the seal to be the solution, for an Uzumaki to stand up and say, "This seal is broken"? He'd have to see what the next round held, or even the one after that, before he could answer. He couldn't even ask anyone because he didn't want to draw suspicions onto himself any more than what he already had. Would there even be another round? Did his interference count? "You're finally awake." Naruto jumped, having not sensed the presence in the room. He didn't recognize the person's chakra, and that worried him. A small lamp was switched on and Naruto found himself in an unfamiliar room with Arashi and Tatsumaki's grandfather seated across from him. "Have you been sitting there the whole time, because that's kind of creepy?" Naruto narrowed his gaze at the man, who merely chuckled at him. "No. I sensed your chakra stirring. It's still recovering, but you inherited the Uzumaki chakra, that's for sure." Now that the immediate danger with Tatsumaki was wearing off, Naruto allowed himself to relax and to really look at the man. "My name is Uzumaki Haruto, and Tatsu-kun is my grandson. So is Arashi-kun. Allow me to thank you for saving his life. Embarrassingly, I didn't realize what was wrong or even how to fix it until it would have been too late, and for that I owe you a great debt." Haruto. Naruto wondered if it was spelt with Haru meaning light, sun, and the to meaning soar or fly. That was a nice combination. His memory provided no clarification. He had never met this Uzumaki before. Naruto's attention was drawn towards a shock of yellow. The same yellow that he saw in the mirror every morning when he attempted to tame his hair. A blonde Uzumaki? What were the chances? Naruto's heart sank. Haruto. Naruto. Could it be? Naruto's eyes never left Haruto. He kept them glued to the older Uzumaki, and as they roamed over the other shinobi, details began to stand out. The orange he wore, the particular shade of brown of his eyes, the way his hand moved to the back of his head as he grinned at Naruto. But what sealed it for Naruto, what devastated him beyond words, were the two whisker-like marks etched into the man's cheeks. There was no mistaking that relation. Even worse. Tatsumaki's pink hair made all the more sense. It was the blonde. Arashi was his great-great-grandson. Tatsumaki was his great-great-grandson too. And Haruto was his son. His son. A pain so great he would have fallen to his knees had he not been in a bed already ripped through his chest, and Naruto couldn't focus on anything else other than the raging sense of utter loss that dominated his chakra core. How could Hashirama have done this to him? Naruto tried to push past it, to clear his mind and his chakra. He couldn't afford to attract attention, and here in the heart of the Uzumaki compound, the intensity that Tatsumaki spoke of the other day rang strong and true. The intensity was the censors. They'd find him and demand an explanation, one he absolutely could not give. Naruto was drowning in a world of what-ifs and if-onlys. He'd missed out on the life of a son he never knew he was going to have. He had to stop. He couldn't lose control now. His heart pounded and his throat tightened. Of everything Hashirama's foolishness had robbed him of, this was by far the one thing he could not move past. This was the one thing he could not forgive. His gaze grew tortured at the thought of his child facing the world without him. He had never given a family much thought, but he knew without a doubt that he would never have chosen to abandon them. No matter what was promised to him. "Naruto-kun? Is everything alright? We didn't take you to the hospital because the Uzumaki censors said you'd just overdone it a bit?" Haruto was worried, his concern flaring brightly. Was he a censor? Or were Naruto's features giving him away? "I'm fine. Just everything catching up to me, I guess. I didn't really realize the seriousness of the situation while it was happening." Naruto offered a weak excuse and an even weaker smile. "How long have I been out?" "Just a couple of hours. The festival is still happening. If you feel up to attending, I can personally escort you?" Haruto grinned widely. No one knows how to throw a celebration like the Uzumaki do, and with your quick thinking it's the liveliest one we've had in a really long time. Naruto turned his attentions inward. Was he up for it? Probably not. Not with the realization that he'd had a son. He needed time to think. Something was wrong. Deeply wrong. He had to figure out how he was going to get to the bottom of it all. He was feeling more than a little overwhelmed. No, Naruto was about to answer when the door burst open and the younger blonde was suddenly in a gripping embrace. Oh my baby. Kushina hushed. Thank goodness you're okay. Naruto felt the relief and love radiating from his mother, and a sense of relaxation came over him. His mother's presence was a soothing one. Hi Ka-chan. Naruto grinned, hugging her back, allowing her hug to take away the pain from his earlier revelations, even if only for the moment. She pulled back and placed her hands on his cheeks, looking into his eyes with all the concern a mother could feel. She was searching his face for any sign of injury, satisfied when nothing appeared to be amiss. I heard all about it from Menma-kun. Your father is so proud. He's waiting outside. Some nonsense about waiting to be invited in. Kushina was gushing, brimming with a pride Naruto knew she hadn't directed at him in a very long time. Ah, I see. I'll go let him in. Haruto excused himself while Kushina continued to tell Naruto all about what an amazing thing he'd done. Ah, come on, I just did what anyone would do, Naruto stated, ducking his head with a blush. But Naruto-kun, that's just it, no one else could have done that. Kushina replied softly, brushing the hair away from his eyes. No one else had been able to pass that test. Not even me. The seal was broken. I don't know what the objective was, but if activating the seal was what it was, then no one would have ever passed. Naruto huffed. Yet, you did. You activated the seal, broken or not. Some people are talking about making you the next clan head over me. I mean, you're younger so you'd rule longer, you're the Hokage's son, as well as my son, so your heritage is greater than mine, Kushina continued, talking to Naruto as though offering the position to him. What about Arashi? Isn't he the genius of the clan? Naruto was starting to get suspicious again. Why would people want him to be the clan head? He'd been the idiot just that afternoon. So what changed? Other than passing a seemingly impossible test. Arashi is too angry. Everyone can see the anger. His father's death changed a lot in him. He was so young. Kushina looked away, a deep sadness that every Uzumaki felt at a death in the clan emanated from her core. The conversation was once again derailed when Minato entered, all smiles and gushing pride. He offered his hand to Naruto, who took it in confusion, only to be yanked up and into Minato's arms where the air was squeezed from his lungs. Good job Naruto-kun, the whispered words sent warmth spreading through his chest. This was nice. This time with his parents. It was something he'd dearly want no matter which lifetime he was living. I believe we have a festival to go to, Minato stated cheerfully, letting go so that Naruto could find his shoes. He felt like he was 6 years old or something equally as young, and wondered why he was so giddy. He was totally more mature than this. My, if we don't hurry we'll miss out on the food. I hear Tucci-san has been asked to help out this year, Haruto stated from the hallway. Tucci-san? Naruto asked, heart growing even more at the sound of his beloved ramen's creator's name. Kushina nodded. Naruto didn't need any further prompting after that. He was out the house before Minato and Kushina, bouncing on the balls of his feet impatiently. It had literally been years and there was no one who could stop him from getting to his ramen. No one. People tried to talk to Naruto, really did try, but the blonde was far too concerned with eating as much ramen as he could get his hands on. Most were confused as to why there were tears streaming down Naruto's cheeks as the blonde blubbered about how amazing Tucci's cooking was. All the same, the moment Naruto had eaten his fill, he'd fallen asleep at the table, the earlier chakra drain taking its toll once again. 0.0.0.0 Over the next week Naruto was bombarded with attention, of the in the shadows shinobi kind. So he went back to doing the usual. Only this time it included an unholy amount of ramen in his diet. He was the unassuming son of the 5th Hokage, nothing more and nothing less. It would probably take a while to get the tail of shinobi to leave him alone, but that was fine. Naruto was more than capable of setting up cage bunshine around the village to do training for him while he spent the time with Team 7. Wait, so you actually have a little sister? Naruto gawked at the Uchiha in front of him. Like a smaller, prettier you? Naruto continued, utterly disbelieving of the fact. Yes. I said yes, 3 times already. Sasuke grumbled. It was an off day, with Sakura doing medical ninjutsu training. Why are we only talking about this now? Naruto stated excitedly. In his head he was picturing Sasuke with long hair and the image was highly entertaining. How old is she? What's her name? Her name is Arushi, she for short, and she's 10. Sasuke kicked a stone, facing going pink with Naruto's questions. So she's in the academy? With Tatsu-kun? Naruto grinned. I wonder if they'll be on the same team. Uzumaki and Uchiha blood might make for an interesting combination. Naruto's eyes gleamed mischievously before glazing over as Sasuke hit the back of his head. No way in hell is anyone getting near my sister. He growled threateningly. If Itachi adored Sasuke, well, Itachi and Sasuke absolutely worshipped she. The 10-year-old was positively spoilt by the brothers, not lacking in any area of anything. Well, that's not nice. Naruto whimpered, rubbing the bump on his head tenderly. I mean, can't a Jonin make a joke? Not when it's about my sister. Sasuke huffed, crossing his arms. And anyways, she asked if I could help her with her training. So do you want to come with? Sasuke looked nervous, and Naruto was wondering if Sasuke had ever trusted the care of his younger sister to anyone. Probably not, and that was a surprise. Sure. Naruto smiled brightly. Hey, where was she the other night? When I was doing the whole new teammate dinner thing. Naruto added, his eyes narrowing suspiciously. Sasuke shrugged. Sleep over with one of the other Uchihas in the academy. She doesn't really like Menma. Naruto followed Sasuke as he took the lead. A younger sister was an interesting thought, and one that shouldn't really surprise him. After all, if Menma existed, it was highly possibly that other people didn't exist or did exist as well. There were so many changes already, and there was no way to predict other changes that might crop up. So it's a bit early in the day to be helping your sister train. Is she skipping in the academy? Naruto asked, wondering if Sasuke would ever allow his little sister to be a delinquent. No. We're going to the academy. Sasuke drawled while Naruto's face paled. Naruto did not have pleasant memories of the academy. The reminder of the academy brought some interesting memories to the surface of his focus, interesting and hurtful. He allowed his thoughts to drift, having not really examined this world and the memories tied to it. Naruto-kun. Soft blue eyes were directed at him with a warmth only a mother could show. He gazed up into those blue eyes silently, drinking in the love they held for him and him alone. A smile was on Kushina's face, a smile that radiated pure adoration and happiness. You're my little Uzumaki, right, Naruto-kun? You're going to become a great sealing master, just like the Shodai. Kushina spoke to him softly, perhaps attributing to the fact that he was far younger than a Jonin. Perhaps even before stating at the academy. Right, Minato-kun? He'll have to learn how to channel chakra and how to read before he can be a sealing master, Kushina-chan. At the very least, I wish he'd talk. Minato's soft voice drifted from somewhere Naruto couldn't see. Naruto-kun, look at me, look at Ka-chan. Naruto's attention had wandered to the walls, listening to the soft hum of the chakra in the seals that lived within them. Can you say Ka-chan, Naruto-kun? Kushina was smiling, but there was a soft undertone of sadness in her gaze. Ka-chan, Kushina stated slowly as though this would help Naruto. Kushina-chan, you shouldn't get your hopes up. Minato suddenly entered the small Namikaze's line of vision. They said he wasn't likely to change. Minato's tone was soft, comforting, his sharp gaze glancing over at Naruto only once. He's 4, and he hasn't spoken a word. I don't think he's ever going to. Kushina ignored him, focusing her attention on the blonde boy in front of her. What is it that you hear, Naruto-kun, that so drowns out this world of reality around you? What makes you think he hears anything? For all we know, he could be completely deaf. Someone else asked, someone far younger than Minato or Kushina. It could attribute to the fact that he doesn't talk. Naruto got up, walking away from the adults and pressing an ear to the wall, eyes glazing over as he completely gave in to the soft hum of life that surrounded him, lived within the very foundations of Konoha. My baby brother is such a freak. The voice from before muttered, completely ignoring Kushina's glare. Namikaze Menma, you will not refer to your brother that way. Kushina hollered after her retreating older Namikaze-san. Naruto could only just catch a glimpse of red. He wasn't blonde. Not like Naruto. Alright Naruto-kun, let's try this again. This is a dog. Can you say dog for me? A slightly older Naruto sat across from a Yamanaka in a room that was strangely silent, the buzzing from the previous scene absent. Dog. Naruto repeated slowly, carefully. A picture of a ninja hound was presented to him. An impatient huff from behind them made Naruto turn his attention away from the Yamanaka and towards a grumpy-looking Kakashi. Naruto got up and ran to the shinobi, Kashi. The little blonde was all happy grins and sparkling eyes. You want to see a real dog, Naruto? Kakashi lowered himself till he was closer to Naruto's height. Naruto nodded vigorously. Kakashi nodded seriously before summoning his entire ninja hound pack into the room. Yo! A small Pakkun stated just as an excited Naruto squealed in happiness before picking the pug up. Dog, Naruto stated with a large grin, and Kakashi huffed out his chest proudly. The Yamanaka sighed as though this wasn't the first time Kakashi had done this. Alright Naruto, now we're going to teach you how to give the pack some commands. You need to say the commands or else they won't do it, Kakashi continued, gently taking Pakkun from Naruto's death grip much to the pug's relief. Commands? Naruto questioned, all of his attention focused on Kakashi. Like this, Pakkun, please fetch the ball. At this Kakashi threw a blue ball across the room. Naruto laughed in delight as Pakkun sent a withering glare at Kakashi before chasing after the ball and brought it back to the silver-haired ninja. Now, Naruto, it's your turn. Kakashi gave a red ball to Naruto. This is a red ball. Red. The scene faded with Naruto slowly working on giving each member of the pack some sort of job to do, with the Yamanaka quietly talking to Kakashi. I'm going to be better than the Shodai. Believe it. Naruto stood in front of a pre-Genon class, eyes shining brightly and proudly at the loud declaration. Thank you for the great introduction, Naruto-kun. Naruto turned towards Iruka-sensei who was smiling warmly at him. Go sit next to Sasuke-kun, alright. He'll be a great partner for you, help you catch up. As Naruto walked towards the open spot next to the pouting Uchiha, whispers burst throughout the room. For a moment, the whispers were louder than the humming in the walls. Oh great, why did we get the retard in our class? I can't believe they let him in the academy. It's gotta be because his dad is the Hokage. I thought he couldn't speak. I feel sorry for Sasuke-kun, this is only going to slow him down. Naruto ignored them. He had to. He was here to prove that he could. Mostly to shut Menma up. Yo, my name is Namikaze Naruto. Naruto offered his hand to Sasuke, who looked at it as though it would explode. You mentioned earlier, Sasuke stated carefully, not sure how to handle this new classmate. He knew of Namikaze Naruto. He knew what people said about him. This child in front of him had yet to display the oddities that made up the boy that people whispered about. Iruka began the lesson as soon as Naruto seated himself. Naruto grinned at Sasuke, knowing that this was Itachi-kun's younger brother. Itachi was always visiting Menma, so maybe Sasuke could be his friend too. Just leave me alone. Sasuke screamed, whirling around angrily and glaring at Naruto, who had just tripped. The blonde had been running to catch up to Sasuke, who was breathing heavily, face bright red. I'm sick of taking crap for your mess-ups. Sasuke stormed over to Naruto, who just managed to get to his feet. You're never going to pass that exam. So just give it up already. He shoved Naruto in the chest. Naruto gaped up at Sasuke in absolute devastation. But Sasuke, I'm sorry. It doesn't matter, you're always sorry. Sasuke growled. You screw up, doing all the weird stuff you do, and then you stick to me like ninja glue and I get roped into the aftermath. I don't know what aftermath means. Naruto confessed with a hiccup. This seemed to make Sasuke angrier. You're just all wrong, Naruto. There's something wrong with you and I don't want any part of it anymore. Sasuke whirled around and started storming away. I didn't know. Naruto hiccuped, not going after Sasuke this time. How was he to know that the seal was going to do that when he walked past it? How was he supposed to know that the school security system would activate every time he was in a sparring match during taijutsu practice? How was he supposed to know that the Uzumaki compound would let him in and not anyone else when he snuck into forbidden areas during the field trips? All these things were the little things that just happened to him. He didn't do it on purpose. He made his way back to the academy playground. It was currently recess, and the incident that had set Sasuke off was the village security seals activating when Naruto had been ganged up on by some of the older boys. They were currently with the school nurse, nothing more than some scrapes and bruises. Yet Naruto was unscratched. For some reason the village always protected him. But that made him an outcast among his peers. They were afraid of getting attacked by the walls as well. Not just the walls either. The floors, the roofs, the stairs. Sometimes, not always though, even the trees would do weird things around him. It had the effect of making the village seem alive. How was Naruto supposed to control it when he couldn't even explain it? I'm sorry Naruto-kun, but we just can't pass you. Your clones just don't meet the requirements. Iruka was staring at him sadly, his eyes looking on with regret and pity. Naruto's features were blank, completely blank. Iruka's sadness was very quickly changing to concern. That was my last try, wasn't it? Naruto stated, his tone just as blank as his features. I won't get to try again? I'm out? Unfortunately yes, that was your last try. Iruka answered. So I'm not going to be a ninja? Naruto didn't even blink. No. You're not. Iruka almost stood, but there was something in the way the boy was acting that stopped him from moving altogether. Naruto didn't respond. He just stood there, his eyes growing more and more distant as the seconds passed. Mizuki, go get the Hokage, Iruka whispered, afraid that Naruto was regressing to the way he was before he entered the academy. By the time Minato came, Naruto wasn't responding to anything. He just stared at the walls, eyes dull and lifeless. He hadn't even responded to Sasuke. Pass him! Kakashi screamed, confronting Minato in the hallway of the Namikaze residence. Naruto could hear them, but he wasn't interested in looking at them. You know he should have had the Uzumaki exam. You knew he wouldn't pass the regular Junon exam. Kakashi's tone was angry and accusing. And then what? Minato was calm, forlorn even. Look at him, Kakashi-kun. What kind of a ninja would he be? No. You look at him. He'd be the best damn ninja in this village if you'd let him. That kid's got something, and you keep ignoring it. Kakashi growled, being more vocal about his feelings on the matter than he'd ever been. This is not up for discussion. Minato's tone had hardened, showing that he was losing patience with the matter. A crash from the other two told Naruto that perhaps Kakashi had broken something. As you wish, Hokage-sama. Kakashi's tone was dark, completely out of character. Despite himself, Naruto walked out of his room, seeing Kakashi glaring at Minato, and the latter staring stubbornly back. That is enough. Kushina called, appearing at the end of the hallway with her hands on her hips. Never in my life have I witnessed such pitiful pettiness. Kakashi looked away, an angry blush peeking over the edge of his mask. He should have been tested as an Uzumaki. Kakashi muttered, gaze sliding over to Naruto. I'll take him on as an apprentice. I can do that and you shouldn't be allowed to stop me. You let Guy take on Lee, let me take Naruto. His voice was louder, firmer. Why? Minato seemed genuinely surprised. Because you did the same for me, Kakashi whispered. When no one else would give me the chance. There was silence for a moment before Minato sighed, his shoulders slumping. Maybe a few lessons here and there. But not a full-time apprentice. Not yet. Kakashi stood still for a moment, as though processing the words. Then he grinned, seeing in the large curving of his eyes. I'm going to have the best little ninja apprentice ever. Naruto-kun, I know you're upset. Kushina was staring at the despondent preteen, trying to get him to eat something. And I know you wanted to be a shinobi, but To-chan said you can be an apprentice to Kakashi-kun. That's really special. Kushina tried smiling warmly. Naruto's bottom lip trembled and suddenly the boy was crying, clinging to his mother as though he was drowning. I just wanted to be like Ni-san. Naruto hiccuped around sobs. Oh Naruto-kun, no one is quite like Menma-kun. I don't think anyone can be. Besides, I don't want another Menma. I like you being you. Kushina rubbed slow circles on Naruto's back, hugging him close until the sobs began to calm. There's nothing wrong with not being a ninja. Lots of people from the clans don't become ninja. Ever thought about being a ramen chef? Naruto pouted, but the idea seemed to have its merit to the blonde. The Shodai could cook really well, couldn't he? Kushina nodded with a warm smile, trying to encourage the positivity. But what about Sasuke-kun? I won't get to see him anymore. He'll be on missions all the time. Not all the time. Menma and Itachi-kun still see each other a lot. Kushina reminded gently. Naruto nodded slowly. And I'll still get to spend time with Kakashi-ni? Kushina nodded in affirmation. And I'll still get to train? 'Cause I plan on being badass, just so we're clear. I wouldn't have it any other way. Kushina nodded seriously. Naruto beamed at his mother, wiping away the tears with such force it was like he was trying to erase the fact that he'd been crying at all. I'll still get to be Hokage, even as an apprentice. He added with a wider grin. And there's no one who can stop me from trying. I'm sorry Naruto-kun, I've got another mission. Later, K? Kakashi really did look sorry, so Naruto wasn't too upset. But he'd said that last time as well, and the time before that. Naruto didn't point it out though. Kakashi looked tired as well. Or maybe felt tired? Didn't matter. Behind Kakashi, Naruto could just see Sakura-chan. Just after Minato had let Kakashi take Naruto on as an apprentice, he'd given Kakashi a Genin team. One with Sasuke, Sakura and an Uzumaki named Arashi. Can I come with? Naruto asked carefully. He'd never asked before. I haven't asked your father. But you're my apprentice. Kakashi seemed to get angry for a moment. To hell with it. Might as well. Quickly go pack a bag and meet me by the village gates. We're going to wave. Being on a mission with Arashi was painful. He seemed to think having Naruto around was a drag and didn't make any secret about that feeling. Naruto hung back, getting rather fed up with the guy. Kakashi ignored it, taking the time to just enjoy the scenery. Their client, Tazuna, seemed interested in the extra member but didn't say anything. He didn't want to get involved in ninja politics. At the current moment, Naruto was examining a puddle in the middle of the walkway. He tilted his head in puzzlement at it. For all the world it looked like a puddle, but it had impatience, and impatience was something people felt, not puddles. Naruto was mulling over whether or not impatience was the right word to use when suddenly Kakashi dragged him out of the way of a spiked chain, taking the attack himself. Naruto watched in horror as Kakashi was pulled to pieces by the chain, and the puddle suddenly became two people. One of the two people, no ninja, came straight for him and he was too shocked to move. Sasuke jumped in front of him, annoyance radiating off his every fiber, making Naruto cringe away. Why the hell did you come along if you're not even going to defend yourself? Arashi spat, as he helped Sasuke dispose of the two enemy ninja. Naruto didn't know how to tell them that the negativity he'd felt, the intent to kill, it had been too much too soon. He hadn't been able to block the emotions in time. Kakashi reappeared, having used a replacement jutsu. He didn't say anything, just sighed and started tying the enemy ninja to a tree. His gaze lingered on Naruto, eyes thoughtful but not angry. Naruto shuffled out of the way and kept to himself as the squad cleaned up. Sasuke wondered if Naruto was going to be just as helpless as Tazuna. They couldn't afford that. Naruto, you've trained for this. You'll be okay. Kakashi smiled at the preteen, ruffling his hair. Don't get nervous just because there's a squad now. Naruto looked up in surprise before grinning and stating loudly. I'm not nervous. I promise, I'll do better next time. Bio. Naruto's presence was unnecessary. Minato argued, eyes burning with anger and worry. The statement was enough to wake the blonde up, and he blinked into awareness slowly, taking in the drab hospital room. I know. But without him, that mission. Kakashi was tired, lying in the bed next to Naruto. Those ice mirrors were something else. Not even I could break them. Naruto was supposed to be at the house. He was watching the daughter and grandson. It's like he just knew he had to come to the bridge. Kakashi looked haunted. He's the only reason we're still alive. I think he's a censor. Like a really good one. Kakashi added, looking up and at Minato. He knew which mirror to attack, every time. Zabuza got away, but not before wounding Naruto in his anger. If Arashi hadn't acted so quickly, Naruto would have died. He used a seal to stop the bleeding. It's the only reason we managed to succeed in that mission. It was flawless teamwork and I'm not sorry. He is my apprentice. Kakashi added, his tone hardening. Naruto felt the sudden urge to cough, alerting his father to his consciousness. Hey Naruto-kun, how are you feeling? Minato's entire demeanor changed in an instant. He walked over to Naruto's bed, placing a hand on Naruto's forehead. I hear you saved the day, even naming the bridge after you. Minato added with a soft smile. His emotions had suddenly gone dark and the sensation was unfamiliar to Naruto. He frowned, placing a hand on Minato's chest as though trying to affirm that his heart was still beating. But with the Hokage's question came the automatic self-evaluation. He felt a tightness in his muscles and a soreness on his back where the blade had cut deep. But otherwise he felt fine. He was in the hospital after all. I feel sore, Naruto stated, and it was more than a little true. His throat was dry, making talking painful, moving took effort, and he could feel the throbbing of his back muscles that would soon be painful once the medications wore off. But good. He added with a large grin. Is everyone else okay? I mean, I blacked out. Naruto added, his brow creasing in worry. Everyone else is perfectly fine. Arashi and Sasuke just complaining about carrying you back home, Kakashi chuckled. He didn't dare mention that the moment Naruto had been in the Konoha forest, the trees seemed restless, alive even. He didn't dare mention in his report that the security systems had gone off long before he'd even set them to alert the hospital of the medical emergency. Minato didn't like hearing about these things. Mostly because he couldn't explain them. Well, I don't like being carried back. Naruto pouted. I could have walked if you'd just woken me. Naruto added grumpily. Did the kid really not know how bad his wound had been? Kakashi was sure Minato would kill him. Well, I'm glad everyone is alright. Your mother will be happy to see some color back in your cheeks, Naruto-kun, Minato stated happily, but there was still a darkness to his emotions that Naruto couldn't sense past. It was unnatural, almost like a block. He had sensed emotions for so long that he didn't even know that it was a special thing for a person to do. Naruto frowned when Minato started making hand signs at Kakashi, talking to him without words. Kakashi's emotions only told Naruto that the Jonin wasn't happy. Angry even, but accepting of the outcome. I'm going to let your brother know that you're awake. He was visiting earlier, Minato continued, moving towards the door. Naruto didn't look away from Kakashi, who suddenly couldn't meet his gaze. Naruto-kun, after this last mission, I can't be your sensei anymore. I just don't want to lose you, and Kakashi paused, clearly very uncomfortable. You're one of my precious people and I don't want you to get hurt because of me. I should have led the mission far better. I got lazy and my team suffered for it. Naruto stared at Kakashi, waiting to see if there was more, but Kakashi remained silent, having said what he needed to say. He still couldn't look at Naruto. So you're not going to train me anymore? Naruto asked quietly. I can still train you a little, but I'm not taking you on a mission, not anytime soon. It's okay. I understand. Dad probably told you to tell me. He's really protective, so he probably freaked out. Naruto grinned, mostly for Kakashi's benefit, but internally he was wondering why his father couldn't see that Naruto had grown up. He wasn't as lost anymore. Naruto? Sasuke called, feeling like the blonde wasn't mentally with them. Naruto didn't respond, having been lost in thought since he'd mentioned the academy. The Uchiha didn't think Naruto was still mad about the academy incidents. But he touched Naruto's shoulder and the blonde jumped. Huh? Oh, we're here already. Sorry I spaced out a bit. Naruto grinned apologetically. Sasuke shrugged before opening the door to Shi's classroom. He hadn't had time to explain to Naruto what they were supposed to do. Oh well, Naruto could improvise. And this is my Ni-chan. A loud proclamation rang through the room as Sasuke walked through the door, as he'd been instructed at the exact moment he'd been instructed to. She could be dramatic when she wanted to be. It was Academy show and tell day. He's on the same ninja squad as Namikaze Naruto, who happens to be the object of my show and tell, she continued as Naruto walked through the door looking more than confused. Wait, what? Naruto squawked. No one mentioned presentations. Get over it, Dobi, and just get in there. Sasuke shoved him forward while Iruka-sensei hid a smile. Namikaze Naruto is a ninja who has no talent, is still a Jonin after 3 years and can't perform a basic Bunshin Jutsu, however. Here she paused while Naruto wished the floor would swallow him. He saved the useless Tatsumaki Baka's life. Which makes Naruto Dobi a specimen worth my show and tell. For his part, Naruto Dobi is going to tell us how he managed such a feat. She dramatically gestured to the blonde, eyes daring him to refuse. If Sasuke was lacking in the honorifics department, she needed to cool it on the insulting ones. She was fierce, her emotions just as determined as her eyes showed. She was an interesting mix between Sasuke and Itachi, showing the soft feminism of Itachi's features with Sasuke's build. Her hair was long, tied loosely at the bottom of the obsidian strands. I guess I got lucky. Naruto deadpanned. I panicked and jumped in, doing what any shinobi would. She blinked slowly, trying to determine if his answer was an acceptable one or not. She sighed and turned back to her classmates. Naruto saw Tatsumaki, eyes glazed over as he kept to himself in the far corner of the room. He seemed despondent, withdrawn. And there you have it, another feat of random luck, proving my theory that Namikaze Naruto was not a genius in disguise. I think she's been spending too much time with Menma. Naruto glared at Sasuke, who shrugged. He couldn't deny his sister anything. He knew she didn't really believe what she was saying. She just saw the opportunity to get a good grade. Not that she needed to stoop to such levels. Now, she. That's not a nice thing to say about my training partner. Sasuke reprimanded while she blushed, looking away. He can't be your training partner if he's useless. She muttered. Sasuke leaned in close and whispered, he's better at taijutsu than I am. She's eyes widened. No way, she whispered breathlessly. Better than Itachi ni? Maybe. I've never seen him spar seriously. Sasuke answered thoughtfully. So be nice to him, Kei. She nodded furiously, hair swaying with emotion. Alright, thank you Shi-chan, you may sit down. Iruka interrupted. Thank you, Naruto-kun and Sasuke-kun, for coming to show and tell. I know how busy ninja can be. Iruka's gaze lingered on Naruto a moment before forcing a smile, and you're welcome to help out in the next lesson. We're doing shuriken jutsu practice. Naruto looked at Sasuke who shrugged. The blonde grinned before seating himself next to Tatsumaki. Sure. Why not? I promise to aim away from your head this time, Iruka-sensei. Sasuke huffed and seated himself next to Naruto. Helping out didn't seem like such a bad idea. Sasuke got to spend time with his little sister. Naruto got to see what Tatsumaki was like. After all, the pink-haired boy was family. Naruto looked at the kid, who was staring at him. He grinned but Tatsu just continued to stare. Well, they'd work on it. Another thing to consider was the memory of Wave. Was Zabuza merely destined to leave his village? Or were the Akatsuki still at large with Madara still getting involved? Not to mention Haku, whom Naruto had tried to keep safe by bringing clans from Mizu into Konoha. He had a lot to catch up on. Chapter 21. Naruto stood near Iruka, watching Sasuke as he got into the standard shuriken jutsu stance. He held 3 shuriken in each hand, features focused on the targets in front of them. Now, Uchiha-san was at the top of his class, so pay attention everyone, Iruka stated proudly, always happy at a student's success. Iruka wasn't on guard at all, clearly not concerned with having to dodge shuriken when Sasuke was throwing them. Sasuke's arms blurred as they whipped the shuriken through the air. The shuriken hit the post and carried on going straight through, landing in the trees behind the academy. The students oohed and awed as normal and Naruto rolled his eyes, muttering show off. Under his breath. So who would like to give it a go? Shi-chan? Iruka smiled at the Uchiha who huffed and pouted at being called upon. Naruto grinned at that. Looked like she took after Itachi and not wanting too much attention. So then why the dramatic show and tell performance? Yet, she came over to where Sasuke was standing. He handed her 6 shuriken, looking far too large in her tiny hands. She flicked her hands and Naruto sensed the chakra she placed within the shuriken, enabling them to hit the target with enough force to blow away chunks of the wooden post. Uchiha didn't know when enough was perfectly fine. However, that level of chakra mastery showed the benefits of having 2 doting older brothers. Could she be suited for medical ninjutsu or becoming a powerhouse kunoichi? Naruto watched as a few eager volunteers jumped around, desperate to be chosen so they too could show off their prowess. Iruka grew guarded and watchful as each student stepped up to throw their 6 shuriken. Only a handful really hit the post, but there were the odd few that were just as terrible as Naruto had been. Tatsumaki, however, did not volunteer, prompting Iruka to call on him. The boy had to throw. It was a progress check. Was this his usual demeanor? Or was this a result of the trials? Even if it was, Uzumaki usually bounced back fairly quickly, so what was wrong? Tatsumaki stepped up to receive his 6 shuriken. He stood carefully, double-checking his stance before raising his hands to throw the shuriken. Just by the angle alone Naruto knew they wouldn't even come close to hitting the post. Not to mention the fact that he was holding the shuriken incorrectly, which would result in something closer to a wild barrage of projectiles that were better suited to widespread dispersal rather than focused target hitting. He disappeared from Iruka's side and snatched Tatsumaki's shuriken from the air just as the boy let go. What the? The pink-haired boy exclaimed with a wide gaze as he stepped backwards in surprise. What's up with you? Naruto asked pointedly, not caring for beating around the bush. You've been in a mood. Besides, your shuriken wouldn't have hit. They'd have hit Iruka-sensei more than the post. I did that once or twice so he should be used to it, but still. Naruto flicked a shuriken into the air, catching it and throwing it again as he spoke. I mean, you're supposed to be at least standing with your feet slightly wider, your center of gravity closer to the ground. Or you could copy Sasuke team and throw it like you just don't care, but that takes a level of practice he'd never admit to. He continued to flick the shuriken, watching Tatsumaki as he grew more agitated, chakra growing angry. Yeah? What do you know? You're the Dobi of the academy. The fifth's failure of a son. So what the hell do you know? Tatsumaki yelled, pushing Naruto backwards. Naruto didn't respond right away. He wanted to find out what was bugging the kid, really bugging the kid. He tossed the shuriken into the barrel, placing his hands on his hips. So what if I'm the academy baka? I still managed to beat the trials when all the Uzumaki combined couldn't, Iruka gasped, knowing that was a low blow, especially for Naruto. He wanted to step in, but a glare from Naruto made him step back. Yeah, I didn't technically finish from the academy. I got out on an apprenticeship and I didn't have a team for 3 years. I sat around waiting for solo Jinan missions while having nothing better to do than study and train. What's your excuse? Naruto continued. I'm an Uzumaki by nature, so I don't pretend otherwise when I'm training. You, on the other hand, you're not even trying the academy style. Tatsumaki grit his teeth, glaring at Naruto. At least I'm not known for being a failure. At least I have an older brother who can stand being around me. At least I know I'll graduate with a team. Naruto narrowed his gaze. This was not the Uzumaki way. He snatched the kid's shirt, lifting the boy to eye level. Something was up with the kid. He used his free hand to begin the hand signs for a seal. He tapped Tatsumaki's forehead while the boy squirmed to get free. Naruto's chakra transferred to Tatsumaki's skin, covering Tatsumaki's body until he was shining faintly. Kai! A myriad of active seals began to show on the boy's skin, shining even through his clothes. Naruto's eyes widened. Some were harmless, some were protection seals, and some were for training, but there were 2 that stood out to Naruto. Who put these on you? Naruto yelled, his own anger rising. A subtle tracking seal hidden in a chakra-draining seal. Those were bright red flags of something being very wrong. He shook Tatsumaki when the boy didn't immediately answer, too shocked at Naruto's sudden aggressiveness. What the heck are you talking about? Tatsumaki yelled back, the fear in his tone reacting to Naruto's anger, while he continued to struggle to get free. Naruto ignored him. He turned his glare to Iruka, who flinched, having not known Naruto to get so angry, nor to be so proficient at seals. I'm taking Tatsumaki to see his grandfather. You can't. Tatsumaki huffed, getting tired from the struggling. He's on a mission. What about Arashi? Naruto leveled his tone, taking the anger out but leaving in the seriousness. Tatsumaki just glared at him. Sasuke, we're going to find Arashi. Wait, Naruto-kun, at least tell me what's wrong? Iruka demanded. He couldn't just have Naruto react like that and then tell him nothing. Someone's draining his chakra through a seal. There isn't even a limiter placed on the drain. Essentially, if it's left there, it'll kill him. Naruto replied gruffly, while Sasuke jumped onto the school roof. Iruka sighed heavily. You better bring him back in one piece, Naruto. It was more of a plead than a warning. Naruto nodded and followed Sasuke, tossing Tatsumaki onto his back. Hold on, Gaki, and hold on tight, we're going to go fast. 0.0.0.0 Minato watched them go with a grim look on his features. The Hokage office was close enough to the academy that he'd noticed Naruto's presence. A one-handed seal jutsu was a feat he was sure Kushina would struggle with. So where did Naruto learn it? And a chakra absorption seal? What was that about? Shisui, Minato stated, directing his attention towards the shinobi that was approaching him with a mission report. Follow them, but do not make your presence known. I want to know the outcome of the situation. If Tatsumaki had a chakra drain seal, then who else had one? More importantly, who had put it there and why? 0.0.0.0 Sasuke decided to try Sakura first. She was more aware of what Arashi was up to these days. Sakura eeped in surprise when Naruto dashed towards her in the hospital hallway. Naruto-kun, what's wrong? Is something wrong with Tatsu-kun? The pink-haired boy was pale, eyes glazed over, so she immediately shifted her attention to the preteen. Yes, but I need to see Arashi first. Do you know where he is? Naruto asked just as Sasuke dropped in from the window. Arashi-kun? Sakura hummed, actually he's here. He stopped by this morning complaining of unnatural fatigue. They're busy testing him now. Sasuke glanced at Naruto, who'd tensed. Mind taking us to them? Sasuke asked, turning towards Sakura, who nodded in confusion. Sure. This way. Sakura led them down to the testing rooms, being careful not to disturb any of the other medic nin and patients. He said he had periodic headaches, dizzy spells, and more recently momentary lapses in consciousness. Sakura provided while Tatsumaki's eyes grew wide. Any of that sound familiar, Tatsu? Naruto prompted to the Prisionon still on his back. The boy only nodded, suddenly looking very worried. Naruto looked back at Sakura with a frown. Anyone else with those symptoms? No. Arashi-kun was the first and now Tatsu-kun. What did you notice that you're looking for, Arashi? Sakura asked, pausing by a door and opening it. Sorry to bother, but we've received more news regarding Arashi-kun's condition. Naruto walked further in the room, not missing the way Arashi's face grew more guarded and the way his chakra grew a little more turbulent. Sakura took Tatsumaki from Naruto's back and placed him on the bed next to Arashi, who immediately tried to check the boy over. Tatsumaki waved him off, looking more grumpy and exhausted than anything else. So, Naruto-kun, what did you notice? Sakura asked again as the other medic nin appeared to be waiting for Sakura to say something. It's a seal. Naruto replied, walking closer to Arashi. A dangerous one. He repeated the same hand signs as earlier before tapping Arashi's chest, the red-haired Uzumaki looking like he wanted to back away but finding it more difficult when seated on a bed. The same seals that had worried Naruto before appeared on Arashi. Naruto pointed to the seal, a small one placed on the back of Arashi's hand, a point of constant and innocent contact so he'd never suspect a thing. This seal right here. There's two seals hidden to look like one. A tracking seal, and a chakra-draining seal. Problem is, well, other than the seals themselves, is that there isn't a limiter placed on the seals. So if he doesn't replenish his chakra faster than the seals drain it, well then he'd die. Particularly dangerous if he's on a mission. Did Haruto have the same seal? Possibly not. If Haruto was too experienced, he'd notice the seal being placed. The other two were too young, too innocent to believe in such deception. It was a deception that would only come from the inside. Someone had betrayed the leaf. So, you can do a one-handed seal jutsu? Arashi stated tonelessly. A seal jutsu that I don't think I've seen before. Naruto hummed. He'd gotten to the point where he'd forgotten which jutsu he wasn't supposed to know. Seals aren't always visible when they're active, and some seals can contradict. I didn't want to cause unnecessary explosions because I didn't know what seals had already been placed on stuff. Naruto shrugged. He wasn't exactly lying. Never mind that for now. How do we remove the seal? Sasuke interrupted, looking towards Naruto for the answer. Naruto decided to step back at this point. He'd revealed too much already. Don't look at me. I know how to see seals. Not much else. I would call in Haruto-san. Naruto actually wanted to trace the tracker, maybe find a sample of the caster's chakra, see where the tracker was linked to, but if he showed too much he'd have to explain something he didn't have plausible answers for. Either way, someone was trying to drain their chakra and keep track of them. Why? Was it just them? Were there more people who'd need to be checked? The most important aspects to consider were who had put the seal on the two Uzumaki in the first place and why? 0.0.0.0 Naruto shuffled his way out of his room, not really awake yet but having smelt breakfast being made. The thought of cooked breakfast was enough to get him out of bed earlier than planned. Morning, Naruto-kun. Kushina smiled at the sleepy blonde from the fridge. She poured him a glass of milk and placed it in front of him as he sat at the table. He mumbled a reply and gave a sleepy smile. Kushina laughed and ruffled his hair. I'm making eggs and toast. Nothing fancy, she stated as she went back to the stove to add more eggs to the pan. You'll be glad to know that Arashi-kun and Tatsu-kun are going to be just fine. The seals were easy enough to remove. Unfortunately, we weren't able to trace them back to the caster. She placed a plate of eggs and toast in front of him and Naruto stared at the contents before sighing. I'm glad they're okay. He didn't say more than that. He got the feeling that his mom was fishing. For what, he wasn't sure. Maybe how he knew to look for seals. Maybe to know if he could have removed the seals himself. Who knew? Maybe she wasn't fishing at all. Menma walked in, eyes narrowing on Naruto as he accepted a plate from his mother. I thought you had a meeting this morning, he stated quietly, addressing Kushina. He sat down opposite Naruto, his gaze lingering on the blonde longer than necessary. I do. But I asked them if I could make breakfast for my family. It's been a while. Kushina replied, focusing on the egg still in the pan. Your father and I have already eaten. Kushina put another egg on Naruto's plate and another on Menma's plate. She kissed Menma's forehead and ruffled Naruto's hair again. I'll see you boys later. She disappeared with a shunshine, leaving an uncomfortable silence at the table. So, Naruto began, taking a bite of toast which he tucked in a cheek so he could ask, how's things going? Menma gave him a blank stare, not replying at all before cutting an egg and eating a piece. Naruto shrugged and focused on his toast. You did a one-handed sealed jutsu, Menma stated. He didn't say it like it was a question, so Naruto wasn't sure what the other wanted. I don't know many Uzumaki that can do that, let alone little academy dobes. Naruto shrugged. I've picked up a few things. He gulped down the glass of milk and shoved the eggs into his mouth, making sure to almost have too much so that Menma couldn't ask him to elaborate. He didn't wait to finish what was in his mouth before putting his plate in the sink and dashing out the door with a wave at Menma. It was regrettable, as he'd actually like to take a moment to talk to Menma more, get to know more about this new brother he now found himself with. Menma watched him go with a narrowed gaze. There was something up with Naruto, and he knew that this development was somewhat sudden. After all, he'd always paid attention to what Naruto was doing. It was one of his longest-running missions. Besides, nothing could change the fact that Naruto was still his little brother. A little brother that was growing odder by the day. A report was in order. .0.0.0 Naruto rushed over to the bridge where Sasuke was waiting for him. Sakura and Kakashi were on their way. He'd felt their chakra as he dashed over, making their way steadily towards the bridge. Sasuke waved at him with a half-smile. Yo! Talk of the village again, aren't we? He smirked, having picked up on the fact that Naruto was hiding a lot of his skill from their sensei and Sakura. Well, I dunno, I couldn't just leave the kid. I've been around long enough to know that something was wrong with him. Naruto shrugged, facing the water below the bridge. He didn't see the look of confusion Sasuke gave him when he mentioned being around long enough. We've got a mission, apparently a proper one. Sasuke chose to ignore it. Naruto was odd, but the blonde was growing on him. Truthfully, more than Arashi ever really had. He hadn't noticed it before, but Arashi never really let anyone in. The Uzumaki had a large chip on his shoulder over the death of his parents, and while Sasuke didn't blame him, meeting Naruto just made him realize how little he really knew Arashi. Finally. Although, I'm more worried about what's happening inside the village than out of it. Honestly, I'm disappointed that they couldn't backtrace the tracking seal. Naruto huffed with a frown. So they could remove it then? Sasuke frowned as well. Anyone capable of putting a seal on them must have been close to them, at least physically. How many Uzumaki would do that? It's not an Uzumaki. It can't be. Not with how close the clan is. Naruto waved the suggestion away, but Sasuke shook his head. How close they used to be. From what I hear, the sensing ability has seen a decline in recent generations, so they're not as close-knit as they used to be. A decline? What on earth would cause that? Natural genetics? Hang on, his own sensing ability was somewhat compromised due to the chakra in the walls. Hence it had taken him so long to start talking. Could it be that the sensing wasn't declining, but rather it was facing interference? He'd have to look into that. However, would fixing the problem really help matters? If they were steadily growing used to not being able to sense each other all the time, would suddenly changing that do more harm than good? I'll look into it. For now, Kakashi and Sakura are about to arrive. Naruto muttered, not thinking about how odd it was to take responsibility for the Uzumaki sensing ability, or rather lack thereof, and turning to face the direction the two were coming from. They appeared to have met up a little before arriving. Kakashi waved and Sakura smiled brightly as they approached. We've got an interesting one. Kakashi announced, holding up an A-rank scroll. Naruto grinned and held out his hand. Can I see, or are you going to keep us all in suspense? Kakashi handed the scroll over and Sasuke moved closer to Naruto so he could see the mission parameters as well. This is an A rank? Sasuke rose a brow questioningly. It's a scouting mission? Naruto didn't say anything, choosing to let the others do the talking. The location couldn't be a coincidence, could it? Oh come on Sasuke-kun, look at where we're going. That's probably why it's an A rank. Besides, I'm not complaining about the pay increase. I wonder why us though? Wouldn't Arashi-kun have been more suited for the mission? It says here that a sealing expert is required. Sakura pointed to the mission requirements and Sasuke shrugged. I don't care where it is, it's still a scouting mission. Well, Naruto-kun, I guess you're considered the sealing expert of the team, what do you think? Kakashi asked, looking at the blonde who'd been suspiciously quiet. What are we scouting in the middle of Takigakura no Sato for? Isn't that Waterfall Village? What do we have lost there? Naruto decided to press for information since his history of this world was so lacking. The village hidden in the waterfalls was where Kakazu was originally from. A village that originally did not hold much power or prominence. Was that still the case? Seriously, Naruto, did you pay attention in school at all? Sasuke scowled. 'Cause everyone knows it's home to one of the 8 sealing wonders of the elemental nations. 8? There were 9. Did they not know about Konoha being a whole sealing wonder in of itself? However, the fact that they knew there were 8, that was worrying. He'd thought he'd hid some of the sealing spots better. But he supposed that the lack of something was an indication of anything, and that was a red flag in of itself. Sealing wonders? He asked with a blank look, just to see what else they knew. There are 8 spots around the elemental nations that are clearly affected by seals, in some way or form. No one knows why, who or even how. All that has been speculated is that an Uzumaki did it, perhaps one of the wandering faction ones. So our mission is to see what we can learn from the one in Takigakura. Sakura explained. Ah, so they didn't know much. I heard that there are legendary beasts sealed away. Beasts of vast amounts of chakra. There have been plenty of expeditions trying to unlock the seals in order to gain control of these beasts. Clearly no one has succeeded yet. Apparently, the Shodai had control of one of those beasts, Sasuke said with a smirk. The stories of the beasts were like bedtime stories to the Uchiha. The feats of the Shodai and his beast were some of Sasuke's favorite. They say the Shodai's beast was fox-like in appearance, and at the moment the Shodai died, the beast went with him. They romanticized it by saying the beast couldn't live without him, but I hardly think that's how it really went down. So they'd managed to gather that much. Well, he'd look closely on this mission just to see if anything had been tampered with or removed. He'd placed plenty of seals, just to be sure. It was hard to imagine anyone stumbling into the seals, especially since the locks all keyed into his chakra signature. So unless someone happened to have the same chakra as him, which was highly unlikely, it would be next to impossible to open. Naruto dropped the scroll as his fingers suddenly went lax. 1,000 scenarios played themselves through his mind as he tried to puzzle together the possibility that someone just might be able to unlock those seals using Arashi and Tatsumaki's chakra. Someone trying, though, would mean they'd have to know that it was him, the Shodai, that had created those seals, and they'd also have to know that Haruto was his son. The possibility of a traitor grew more and more likely with each passing discovery. Had someone found out about the Baijuu? How? There were no records of them? Only ever-whispered conversations amongst the 5 founders of Konoha. Unless, the records of Naruto's use of Kurama was enough. That was a large leap to make on one's own, however. What was going on in this village? Naruto. Sasuke smacked him upside the head. What the hell, man? Where are you spacing out to? Sorry. Naruto grinned, rubbing the back of his head. I guess I'm just hungry. He lied, knowing full well that he was very far from being hungry. So what are we looking for exactly? Mission objective says reports have been coming in of some disturbance in the area, so we're going to check it out. Kakashi bent down to pick up the scroll and shook it off before rolling it shut and putting it back in his pocket. So head home and pack a bag for about 5 days. We'll meet back here in an hour. Naruto waved and began walking back to his house. He was a little surprised when Sasuke started walking with him. So, you're hungry, huh? Naruto shrugged. How much could he trust Sasuke, and how much could he tell him? You don't ask too many questions, and for that I'm grateful. Naruto began. But there are things that I know, things that I can't explain right now. For now, let's just say that if I had some history questions, could you answer them? Maybe. I kept telling you not to sleep through the history lessons. Sasuke grinned. Can I just ask what changed? I mean, from the academy to now? Naruto titled his head in consideration. I don't know. Experience maybe. He grinned at the double meaning of his answer. He wondered if he should try to explain why he was so weird in the academy. The village is basically one giant seal, you know, the whole place is sort of alive. Ever since I was little I could hear the chakra in the walls, hear it or feel it, I'm not sure. But it's the reason I was so weird back then. I didn't realize it was something other people couldn't do. I'm a pretty decent censor. A censor? Well, that makes sense. You always seem to know things about people, like in a creepy way. Being a censor explains some of that. Sasuke hummed. I mean, that makes sense. For most of the stuff. Not all of it though, but I don't think anyone has an answer for the really weird stuff. I heard my brother and Menma talking about it once. They're completely baffled. Naruto chose not to reply, opening the door to his house and asking Sasuke if he wanted to come in. Sasuke accepted and followed Naruto to his room where the blonde began packing a bag. Naruto still missed the bright orange he'd grown used to, but the new sturdier and sleeker black wasn't so bad. He clipped the bag into place and grabbed some extra sealing ink for his pouch. Menma was a weird person, now that he thought about it. The man didn't interact much with him, but he seemed to always be around. Which was weird for someone who always supposedly had something better to do, as well as for someone who didn't like him much. So, what is the history of the founding of Konoha? Naruto asked, taking the moment to get some history lessons in while he searched for his spare kunai holster. The founding of Konoha? Well, the Uzumaki, the Senju and the Uchiha came together to create the first ever shinobi village. Legend says the village pretty much sprung up overnight. Not sure how though. Buildings take time. Sasuke replied, looking at a poster on Naruto's wall depicting some movie heroine that Naruto didn't know. It did. Hashirama and the Shodai used a combination of wood release and seals to build the entire village. There are some areas that have been added on, but all of the original buildings were created using seals. Told you, I can hear them. Naruto hummed, looking through his weapons and deciding which ones might come in handy. Thinking about it, what had happened to his sword as the Shodai? He'd worked long and hard on that sword and it was awesome. What happened after the village was first built? Naruto prompted. He was more interested in where Madara and Hashirama went with things. The village grew steadily, with a lot of clans having been invited to the village. No one really declined the invites except for a few clans, like some who originally resided in Mizu. Sasuke shrugged, which would explain Haku still not being in Konoha. What about the war in Mizu? That question might be beyond Sasuke for now. The Shodai ruled for some time, mainly focusing on getting the village settled. The other clans weren't happy about the village's formation, but with Konoha's focus on being self-sustaining, there was little they could do to goad the village into conflict. Sasuke paused to toss Naruto a spare shirt from the closet. He got the idea that Naruto wanted a little more information and continued. The Shodai was killed in an ambush just outside the village borders. Senju Hashirama was said to have been the intended target, however Uzumaki Naruto took a jutsu meant for the wood-style user and didn't survive it, enabling Hashirama to get to safety. Naruto zipped his pack closed and swung it onto his back. He contemplated the last piece of information, realizing now that Hashirama has been rather insistent on that spar just before hitting him with a time jutsu. Would have been hard to convince the others that there was an ambush if he came back clean and unscathed. And the village believed it was an ambush? Naruto asked. Madara wouldn't have. Unless Hashirama told him the truth. Sasuke narrowed his gaze. It was an odd question to ask. Not all of the original founders did. I believe the incident created conflict between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Well, Senju Hashirama was made the Ni-Dime Hokage, with some saying that Uchiha Madara was a close candidate. There's a rumor that the whole thing was decided over a cooking contest. So that may have been the real cause of the conflict. Sasuke was growing more suspicious, and wondered if perhaps he was too trusting of the change in Naruto, chalking it off to time spent apart. That excuse seemed to be explaining less and less. So Madara had grown suspicious. Naruto walked to the door, leaving Sasuke to follow so they could go to the Uchiha compound. Did anything ever come of the conflict? Naruto asked, fearing that Madara had left the village. Well, eventually Madara left. No one really knows why, only that Hashirama went after him and they ended up fighting near the Valley of the End. Sasuke answered, taking the lead once they'd left Naruto's house to lead the way to his. Naruto internally sighed. Seemed history didn't really like changing. Could there be more to it than that? Okay, I think I've got it. Nothing really new after that, to me anyway. Nothing else really mattered. It seemed the natural order of things followed, the only major difference being the lack of war and his father's continued existence. Where had Madara gone after he'd left? Did it matter? They arrived at Sasuke's house with very little being said, as Naruto was too lost in thought to reply to Sasuke's grumbles about the scouting mission. It seemed the Uchiha preferred more action-intensive missions. Naruto felt the same as Sasuke, but there was something else going on in the village, and if the tailed beasts were becoming involved again, then the mission was a necessary one. When they arrived at Sasuke's house, the Uchiha frowned at the set of shoes placed neatly next to those of his family's. Menma's style was hard to miss, not so much in the shoe, but rather the precise way he placed them. He didn't say anything to Naruto, hoping to get to his room and back out without any fuss. Yet that hope was dashed as he moved to the passage and was faced with the view of Itachi's room door remaining open while his older brother and Menma quietly discussed something. Their body language suggested they were arguing. That was rare. They hardly ever argued, in public anyways. Itachi's eyes caught his and the older Uchiha frowned. His gaze moved to Naruto and his frown deepened before he stood and moved to close his room door. Naruto hadn't missed the scene either, and was frowning as well. He hadn't missed the treated cuts and small rips that Itachi was sporting. Must have just come back from a mission. Sasuke continued to his room while mentally cataloging what he'd need to pack. His brother was weird and he'd long ago stopped trying to understand him. Naruto, however, lingered, stretching out his sensing to try and get a better idea of Itachi and Menma's moods. However, Itachi's room was blocked by seals? That was odd. Especially in the Uchiha district. Do they argue a lot? Naruto asked, looking to Sasuke, who shook his head and answered, usually they're on the same page. As weird as anyone understanding Itachi may sound. Menma is just as much of a mystery to most. Sasuke was faster in figuring out what he needed and moved to the door before Naruto could explore much of the Uchiha's room. He was struck with the realization that perhaps their relationship had shifted to a deeper one a little too quickly. He'd barely been back in the present, and yet here he was, standing in Sasuke's room, a privilege he hadn't been afforded in his previous lifetime. Not until he'd begun cleaning away the dust building up in Sasuke's absence. His mind shifted to the more interesting topic of Menma and Itachi's argument. It was strange. Naruto hadn't been here long enough to make any guesses, but he had seen how close the two were. They always seemed to be having a silent conversation, one not meant for other ears or eyes. That closeness had been absent in the argument they'd been having, so naturally Naruto wondered what they were arguing about. We should get going before we're late. Kakashi-sensei is pretty punctual. Sasuke reminded as he walked down the passage. He spared a glance towards his brother's room but otherwise ignored it. They didn't have time to investigate what could ultimately turn out to be nothing. Naruto followed with a nod, deciding to dismiss the argument. The bigger problem was the mission as well as Tatsumaki and Arashi. If they were the only two who had those seals, then it was safe to say that someone knew about the seals being keyed into his chakra, and someone knew the two were related to him. Now honestly, that person didn't need to know about his true origins. After all, the seal hadn't been placed on himself, which would have produced greater results. Still, the person, whoever they were, knew far too much. Only someone with connections to the past or a sealing master would be able to figure it out. Which was it? Chapter 22. The first night of their trip saw Kakashi and Naruto taking first watch. Sasuke and Sakura knew better than to linger, since the longer they stayed awake once the watch had begun, the less sleep they were getting. The trip hadn't been eventful and they hardly expected the night to be any more so. Naruto was somewhat saddened by how quiet the trip had been, but he had been lost in thought, and without his constant chatter, the team seemed fine with their silent journey. Naruto finished a short, uneventful patrol before seating himself next to Kakashi, who was reading a book. The blonde was experienced enough to know that Kakashi wasn't really reading, just using the book as a prop, so to speak. He'd probably read the book 1,000 times, and probably used it to avoid unnecessary conversations. Hatake Kakashi was a genius, and most times that meant he didn't really know how to handle people. I don't blame you, Naruto said suddenly, surprising the Jonin. For not carrying on my apprenticeship, I mean. How could I? Naruto smiled at the memories in his head. You were the only one that believed in me becoming a shinobi from the start, so really, I am where I am today because of you. Kakashi sighed and put the book down. I saw something in you that no one else seemed to. Don't ask me why? Maybe it was how similar you looked to the Shodai. Kakashi smiled and ruffled Naruto's hair at the small joke. I'm sorry for how long I left you on your own. I always assumed Minato-sensei would have gotten someone more village-bound to continue your training. I guess I never believed he'd ignore you the way he did. Before I knew it, 2 years or so had passed. I don't think he ignored me. Konoha is a large village and requires an immense amount of attention. Perhaps, like you, time got away from him. Time is funny that way, Naruto smiled wistfully. If left unattended, a man can life his whole live without realizing it. He sounded far too old with that statement, and Kakashi gave him an odd look, yet he didn't comment. So how did you get so good? Kakashi asked, his tone daring Naruto to lie. I know what your abilities were when I left you, and I know how much you hated books, but left to logic, the library was really the only place you could have turned to without a teacher. Hi, and I did. In desperation, to prove my worth, I went to the library. I also watched other shinobi train. Naruto smiled. If anything, I was good at hiding. You'd be surprised how much one picks up simply with watching. I was getting really good too. Naruto's smile widened at the memories in his head. He may have been on his own, but he really had been onto something before the merge of his past self with his present self. Naruto lifted his palm and allowed a small Rasengan to form. See? He directed a bright grin towards Kakashi. The Jonin smiled and ruffled Naruto's hair again. I'd expect nothing less from my star pupil. Naruto needed this, and maybe so did Kakashi. His chest bubbled with the happiness and affection from Kakashi. They'd barely had time to discuss the failed apprenticeship. The man was more like an older brother to him than a team captain, perhaps replacing the bond his past self had grown with Iruka-sensei. Glancing back towards his sleeping teammates, Naruto couldn't help but wonder if he could trust his team with his secret. 0.0.0.0 Takigakure no Sato wasn't far from Konoha, and incidentally was also the closest sealing wonder other than Konoha itself. The trip there didn't take too long, and Naruto actually enjoyed it. He'd left his worries behind, deciding to only concern himself if he needed to, and he'd only know if he needed to when they got there. So how's medical training going, Sakura-chan? Naruto asked. They'd decided to walk at a civilian's pace for the last stretch. Getting into Takigakure wasn't a problem. As one of the smaller nations, they knew that the quickest path from one larger nation to the other was directly through the smaller nations, and therefore didn't really make a fuss about the trespassing, so to speak, so long as those passing through kept away from certain areas. Actually, it's going really well. I've started picking up shifts at the hospital. Tsunade Heim has expressed interest in apprenticing me. Sakura replied with a blushing grin. The team, while close, didn't really ask too many personal questions, so she was surprised by the topic. Congratulations, Naruto stated with a wide grin. When they'd spoken about her medical ninjutsu before, she hadn't mentioned how far along she'd been, just that she was interested. Sasuke and Kakashi also offered their congratulations, Kakashi even asking her what level she was aiming for. I myself expressed some interest in the field, but there were those that felt my talents would be wasted in medical ninjutsu, Kakashi continued, eyes growing distant. Standing this close to the man, Naruto could see the small touches of Tobirama in the man's DNA. The cool, level feel of his chakra, the shape and color of his hair, the slope of his jawline, his lean muscular frame. His eyes must have come from the Hatake line. Something wrong, Naruto? Kakashi asked with an eye smile, and Naruto gave a small smile in response. Just noticing how similar you look to Senju Tobirama. He decided to be honest, see how Kakashi reacted. That would tell him if he knew the truth or not. Sasuke squinted at his sensei, sizing up the man with the picture from their history books. If Naruto hadn't paid much attention in class, how did he know what Senju Tobirama looked like? Yet he had a point. Kakashi for the most part hummed thoughtfully before smiling again. It's the hair, isn't it? He joked. Naruto shook his head before performing a basic henge. It's a lot more than that. His voice was also different, and Naruto inwardly cringed at not realizing that maybe he shouldn't have changed it, since he couldn't realistically explain how he knew what it sounded like. Oh well. He'd have to just go with it. You're even the same height. Naruto stood next to Kakashi, showing that they really were almost exactly the same height. Your hair is more than a little bit the same. Here Naruto pulled Sasuke's headband off before the Uchiha knew what hit him and tied it to his own head. See? Sakura giggled and Sasuke scowled before snatching his headband back. Naruto let the henge drop, starting to walk again. It seemed that the man didn't know he was related to the Senju. Given his age compared to Tsunade's, it was safe to assume that Kakashi was Tobirama's great-grandchild. Well, if you insist, I did have an idea of the similarities. I was teased at school because of how similar I looked to the Sandaime. I eventually decided it was the hair. However, I didn't know it was that similar. Kakashi replied. It's almost uncanny actually. Yet not as uncanny as your resemblance to the Shodai. Yeah, now that you mention it, Sakura stated, scrunching her nose. He really does look like the Shodai. Naruto's grin widened. If only they knew. I am related to him. In some way. My mom is an Uzumaki and so was he. If we're really comparing, then Sasuke looks like Uchiha Izuna. Sasuke gave him a snort and Naruto hinged again. See? This time he didn't change his voice. Izuna was perhaps a little more tan, and Sasuke's eyes were more angular. Izuna was slightly taller, yet Sasuke was still growing, so it was possible that the Uchiha would catch up. Yet the similarities were enough that they could have been brothers. And how would you know what Uchiha Izuna looks like? Sasuke challenged. You barely opened a book in the academy. The mood was nice. The sun wasn't too warm and the leaves provided both a small bit of shade and a great view with all the autumn colors. Hey, I at least browsed them. And the pictures were the most interesting thing, better than Iruka-sensei's lessons. Naruto lied with a small smirk, letting the henge drop. They'd begun walking again, nearing their mission objective. As it was, they'd heard the sounds of the waterfall for a while now. They just had to round a bend in the road. The light-hearted mood and as well Sasuke's reply vanished the moment they did. Naruto swung his arms wide, crashing into Sasuke and Sakura's chests, immediately halting their movement. Nobody move. Naruto wheezed, having taken a step too far himself. This is an active seal arrangement and not the good kind. I need you two to step back. Sasuke pulled Sakura with him as he did as asked, Kakashi unfortunately having done the same as Naruto and having taken a step too far. Whatever this sealing wonder is, someone's been tampering with it. They seem to have activated a sort of fail-safe. I can't move. I've leaned the top half of my body away from the seal, but I can't stay like this forever. As soon as I straighten my posture, I won't even be able to talk to you. Whoever had meddled wasn't very good at it if they hadn't deactivated the seals. Did they get what they wanted? Or were they somewhere further in just as trapped as Naruto and Kakashi? Naruto looked towards Kakashi. He didn't even know he was trapped. He was frozen in the motion of walking, a smile still on his face at the conversation topic. You both need to get back to the village as fast as you can. Just in case whoever did this is still around. We're stuck, who knows who else is. The locals won't know what to do with this. Lastly, we're still vulnerable. Someone could easily pick us off with a kunai, so I need you to run. Naruto tried to keep the situation calm yet relay the urgency of the matter. The seal affected anything with a large chakra signature, such as shinobi, hence the waterfall was still running. Sasuke grimaced and half turned towards Konoha. They'd never been put in a position where their teammates' lives were in danger. This was new, yet Naruto took charge like he was a born leader. Shouldn't I stay here? Sakura asked, her voice high and her words strained. Her posture suggested that she wanted to curl inwards, her hand moving towards her chin. No, I need you to both run. If something happens to Sasuke, then we won't know nor have the backup to get to Konoha in time. Naruto just needed them both gone so he could take a look around without unwanted eyes. Come on, Sakura. We need to go, Sasuke stated tonelessly, eyes already in the direction of Konoha. The longer we take, the longer they're at risk. Naruto was actually proud of Sakura's suggestion, as it had been the most logical one. Sakura nodded and the two dashed off, moving at a pace that meant they'd be meters away in a minute or two. Naruto waited 5 full minutes, taking careful note of his position, before blurring through the hand signs needed to free himself. Creating a bubble of chakra around himself, he was careful not to interact too closely with the air around Kakashi. He wanted to have a look around without the others, and while the trap was a genuine one, he was grateful for the use it currently had to him. If Sasuke and Sakura continued at their pace, they'd be back in Konoha in 2 days. But they wouldn't be able to maintain that pace forever, so 3 to 4 days was a better estimate. In front of him stood the waterfall and cave systems that served as the entrance to the small village that had once settled in the area. They no longer resided here, as Naruto had effectively cut off the pathways that led to the inner island. Those cave systems were what he'd chosen to protect the Three Tails. Embedding time and space-based seals into the walls meant that the caves would become an endless maze few would ever leave should they activate the security seals. The village had also once been the birthplace of Kakazu, and Naruto hadn't wanted a repeat assassination attempt on Hashirama or any of the others for that matter. The village hidden in the waterfalls had settled close by but had not managed to utilize the cave systems. Naruto ran towards them now, taking in the signs of recent invasion. Whoever had been here, they'd hit hard, and likely fast to avoid the seals. Perhaps they were still trapped in the caves? He dashed towards the ledge that moved behind the waterfall, keeping his balance easily enough even though half his concentration was on maintaining the chakra bubble. Inside the caves were smaller pools of water. One had to know which pool to jump into in order to get to the Three Tails. No one other than he knew exactly which one. Perhaps someone else knew a method that would tell them? He placed a hand into each pool, trying to sense out a presence locked in the time seal. Yet there was none. He could even tell that some of his seals and traps had been activated in almost every pool. So the person had simply gone into each pool until they'd found the right one. The level of skill that must have taken, Naruto didn't even want to think about who might have been meddling. Was it the trader in the village or someone from a new village entirely? Gritting his teeth, he sprang into the pool, immediately feeling chilled to the bone. He may have a chakra bubble, but it didn't keep out the natural elements. He swam as quickly as he dared, lest there be more traps left by the enemy, and careful to avoid his own traps that the enemy surprisingly hadn't set off. He emerged on the other end slowly, taking note of the damage the open area had sustained. A battle of sorts had taken place here. One that meant at least some of his traps had worked. Well, at least attempted to work. Yet there were no chakra signatures present. Whoever had done this was either dead or long gone. He pulled himself out of the pool, careful to survey the ruins, crumbling buildings that had once held the forming village hidden in the waterfalls. Naruto had rather forcefully evicted them, simply by forcing them all out with sleeping gas, carrying out their sleeping forms using shadow clones and closing off their way in. Horrible. Yet Kakazu was a rather strong driving force behind the decision. Especially when the younger version of the assassin was one of the people he'd carried out of the village. There were fresh signs of battle all over the place. Even the massive tree that stood in the center of the ruins held signs of damage. He couldn't help the small grin. At least whoever had done it, had gone through a hard time. He closed his eyes and tried to sense out any remnants of chakra that would give him a clue as to who was responsible. The strongest remnant was back in the water, where the three tails had been sealed. Naruto dove back into the water and swam to the secret opening by the roots of the tree. Well, not so secret if it had been found. He reappeared in a small pocket of air formed by the roots and frowned. The wooden box that held the three tails wasn't on the pedestal where he'd left it. In fact, almost all of the trap seals he'd placed in the pocket had been activated. Given that fact and the absence of an intruder, Naruto began to actually grow worried. He wasn't dealing with an amateur. He closed his eyes and probed the area with his sensing ability like never before. He couldn't say he was surprised to sense a mixture of Tatsumaki's chakra as well as Arashi's, but that was all he sensed. Whoever had done this had been careful to use no other chakra. So it had been their clumsiness in seals as well as their lack of knowledge on where the seals had been placed that had caused the seals to activate. If they'd used their own chakra, all of the seals would have been activated. That showed a level of seal understanding that Naruto was under the impression no one in this time period really had, given how no one had passed the trials. However, the trials were limited to Uzumaki alone. Uzumaki weren't the only ones who could study seals, and the Konoha library was well stocked. So essentially all he had was confirmation that there was a traitor, but no leads on as to who that traitor was. Naruto headed back to where Kakashi was, features grim and thoughts racing. There was one small victory. The box that held the three tails could only be opened by himself. Only himself. No amount of stealing chakra from his descendants would cut it. That much he knew for certain. Was he in danger because of that fact? It couldn't be a coincidence that the boxes were being taken now, when he was still alive. The idea was that when he died, no one would be able to open the boxes, ever again. It would take the enemy knowing that only Naruto could open the box, and therefore knowing who the Shodai had really been. That was an unpleasant thought. Unless they believed that Tatsumaki and Arashi were enough. Had they tried to open the box? Or had they dashed out of the caves before being caught in the seal? The frozen state was a welcomed one when Naruto carefully placed himself in the same spot as he'd been before. It meant he didn't have to deal with the racing thoughts and the dread beginning to pool in his chest. 0.0.0.0 When Sasuke arrived in Konoha, he barely had enough energy left to wheeze out his message to a passing Uchiha police force member. Sakura, by some grace of Kami, had managed to keep up, but due to her low reserve she'd passed out the moment they passed the gate. The lack of experience in dire situations was rather evident in how the two handled the entire matter. However, it meant that they had arrived in a matter of 2 days, having pushed through rather than take the needed breaks. Sasuke and Sakura were placed on bedrest while Minato sent a petulant Menma and Kushina to retrieve Kakashi and Naruto. Menma had protested heavily, stating that he wasn't a sealing expert, so his presence was unnecessary. Kushina had dragged the red-haired Jonin by the ear until he stopped protesting. When they arrived at the village hidden in the waterfalls, a shinobi greeted them with a curt nod. Minato had sent word to Takigakure, with a request to protect Naruto and Kakashi in exchange for taking care of the trap seal, Since technically it wasn't Konoha's problem, and had Kakashi and Naruto not gotten trapped, Takigakura would have been forced to hire Konoha sealing masters. Kushina picked up a twig from the ground and tossed it at the seal. They had no idea where it started. The stick itself wouldn't get trapped, but it would be affected. There would be a hitch in its fall, an indication that time had been altered in some way. Seems to start right around here. Kushina muttered, approaching the line, which was almost directly where Naruto had gotten trapped. Kakashi on the other hand seemed to have made it a full stride inwards before freezing. I don't know why you insisted on bringing me along. I'm not worth it. Could have contacted Haruto-san instead. Menma grumbled. Kushina huffed and sent the Namikaze a glare. Oh yeah. Can't a mother spend time with her son? Besides, we both know that if you put your mind to it, you'd actually be pretty decent in sealing. Especially now that Naruto-kun's proven to be rather good at it. Menma didn't respond, looking towards his brother's frozen form. It was something of a surprise for the blonde to have gotten stuck, seeing as he'd been so oddly skilled in recent times. Perhaps those times really were random luck? The problem is, we can't see the sealing array unless we get into it. A wrong move would mean we're as trapped as Naruto-kun and Kakashi-kun, Kushina continued with a thoughtful frown. Again, why am I here? Menma drawled. Protection maybe. Kushina had a habit of falling into her own thoughts. Hush Menma, and make sure I don't get stuck like those two, Kushina stated while working through some carefully chosen hand signs. Menma didn't sigh like he wanted to. He might have looked more like his mother, but he knew sure as he was breathing that he preferred to work with his father. The Uzumaki way of things was often more action than thought. Menma was someone who relied heavily on plans. The ability to be innovative had skipped his genetic makeup entirely, unlike Naruto who had it in spades. So he focused his attention on their surroundings, the rustle of his clothing a welcome sensation after the hard run, the wind cooling his body and bringing with it the sharp tang of decayed leaves, the smoky wisps of campfires and the gentle mist of the waterfall. The growing shadows meant they had little time left before the sun set, and he would perhaps need to assist his mother with some light-based jutsus. He'd perhaps need to make some dinner. Ration bars weren't needed if he had the ability to cook something. Naruto and Kakashi-san would be hungry as well. Kushina placed her hands on the ground, on the edge of the seal, and watched as her chakra spread around her and outwards, making the lines of the seal visible. The work of the Shodai bled into view with a swirl of lavender hues. They'd often wondered who had set the seals across the elemental nations. She had been studying enough of the archives to know Uzumaki Naruto's sealing work when presented to her. Seeing his work laid out before her was breathtaking as well as exhilarating. The current clan head would be excited too, and the confirmation was always nice. They'd assumed it was an Uzumaki, assumed it was the Shodai since there were few that had his prowess in sealing, but they hadn't known for sure. The seal was large, taking up a wide area, and remaining active by feeding off the natural energy around them. Kushina knew of natural energy, but she had no idea as to how to access it. In theory, she could cut off the natural energy supply and that should break the seal. In theory. She would need to change the trigger points of the seal array, and that wasn't easy, especially so with a seal as large as a small village. Glancing at Menma, she concluded that the boy was busying himself with other things, still petulant at having been dragged along. Perhaps another sealing master would have been preferable, but something the clan head had said made her wonder about Menma. Not to mention someone was extracting chakra. She didn't know if it was limited to the Uzumaki, but she had to assume that anyone was fair game until proven otherwise. Menma may have been a genius, but he was still her son and she wanted to protect him in any way she could. Now for her other son. Taking a deep breath, Kushina began a new set of hand signs. It was a good thing she'd covered the Shodai's section of the archives recently. The section was large and extensive, but also rather informative. She'd learnt a lot from the former clan head. Even so, this was going to take a while. 0.0.0.0 Minato stared at the report for a full minute after he'd finished reading it before putting it down with a deep sigh. In short, Naruto and Kakashi had been rescued, Taki was happy to have their old ruins back, and the elemental nations was short one less sealing wonder with no clue as to what was sealed in its center. Whatever it had been, it was gone, with no clues as to who was responsible. Sasuke and Sakura were fully recovered, having only really been exhausted from the flat-out run, while Kakashi and Naruto were exhausted, starving and in need of some rest. Team 7 has been placed on a week's leave, for now, Minato stated quietly, looking towards his wife who was staring out the window. Menma is already out on a new assignment, by his request. Kushina turned to him, a small frown tugging her lips as a crease formed between her eyebrows. That boy is ridiculous. He is stubborn like his mother, yes, Minato agreed. And he probably felt very useless on the retrieval mission, so it's more than likely that he wanted the mission to make up for it. He doesn't like being left on the sidelines. Just like his mother. Minato hummed, standing and walking over to Kushina. She closed the distance and pulled the blonde into a hug, his heart beat under her ear as she allowed herself to be comforted by his warmth. The strength in his arms reminded her that he was the Hokage for a reason, that whatever was coming couldn't possibly stand a chance against him. Whatever was in that cave, it's unlikely they'll be able to get the others. One can assume that it's a piece of a whole, given that there are other sealing arrays like it across the elemental nations. Kushina's tone was soft, distant. We're at a disadvantage though, because there are no records of those sealing sites, in any of the Shodai's notes, so it's very likely that he didn't want those seals to be undone, and we have no idea as to how dangerous this thing is. Minato's hold tightened slightly. I have no doubt that we'll survive this. Konoha has been undefeated for the better part of 60 years. I refuse to be the Hokage who cannot uphold that peace. Minato's tone was firm, decided. Should we start breaking the seals ourselves, to better protect the pieces? Kushina asked, tone thoughtful. No. The Shodai's seals are no joke. I'm not willing to risk lives just to protect something that's already pretty protected. Besides, they're not in fire country. We'd be trespassing if we attempted it without letting the other villages know, and we'd be broadcasting a potential weapon if we did. Mayanto pulled away slightly, the frown on his features mirroring Kushina's. Fair point, Kushina agreed. For now, all we can do is send scouting teams to the other known locations, see if any of the others have been compromised. For now, one piece of 8 isn't going to overly concern me. Minato rubbed at his eyes. If there are more broken seals, we'll have to get involved anyway, to disable the security seals. The other villages can't deny us that. Want me to draw up a list of sealing ninja that can best assist in this task? Kushina asked, names already running through her mind. Minato nodded and walked back to his desk. Let's get to work. He smiled at Kushina. She was his everything, his whole world. He didn't think he'd have made it this far without her. He hadn't even wanted to be Hokage until she suggested it, suggested he could do more by being the Hokage. Looking back at the report, his smile dissolved. He refused to let Konoha down. 0.0.0.0 Naruto stared at the ceiling of his room, contemplating his next move. He needed to find out who the traitor was, how much they knew, and if any of the other tailed beasts had been tampered with. He thought he'd managed to make his seals harder to break into, yet someone knew that Haruto was his son. Had that been made public knowledge? Not only did they know about that, but they knew that it took Naruto's chakra to get into and out of the seals relatively in one piece, leaving a period of Naruto's lifespan where the seals were vulnerable. There was literally no way to open those last seals without him. They could take the boxes all they wanted, but they would never be able to open them without his chakra and senjutsu. Did they know this? Was he in danger? He needed to keep his distance from Arashi and Tatsu-kun, simply so that his presence didn't endanger them should the traitor know the truth. Technically Haruto was the most at danger, but the man was surely capable enough to look after himself. Was Menma in danger? Those two were the closest to his chakra signature. Was it close enough to be a problem? With a deep frown, Naruto decided that it was time to do a little digging, the illegal way. 0.0.0.0 Nighttime came and Naruto shifted through the village, using a seal to make his chakra signature disappear. He was headed to the Uchiha district, intent on finding any records about Madara and his reason for leaving. It was highly possibly that Hashirama being the Niidaime was the reason he left. The Uchiha records room was meticulous, and given his role in creating the village he was able to bypass all the security without a hitch. He fished through the files, finding the one on Uchiha family records. He browsed the records until the familiar names caught his interest. Uchiha Madara 28th clan head, not married, no known offspring. Uchiha Izuna 29th clan head, married, one known offspring. Uchiha Baru. Uchiha Baru 30th clan head, married, two known offspring. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Hikaku. Uchiha Fugaku 31st clan head, married, three known offspring. Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Sasuke, and Uchiha Arushi. Uchiha Hikaku, married, one known offspring. Uchiha Shisui. Naruto stopped reading as it wasn't all that helpful. It wasn't like a family tree, but it did show that Sasuke really was related to Izuna. Why didn't Sasuke know that? Or was it more likely that he didn't care? Clan was clan and everyone was related to someone in the clan, so it really didn't bother them maybe. Moving to another file, he found a clan member register. He flipped back a few pages until the names were more familiar and spotted Madara's name. Uchiha Madara, active clan member, deceased. Uchiha Izuna, active clan member, deceased. So the records showed they were no longer alive. Well, it was obvious, but still. Didn't make it hurt less. Glancing further down. Uchiha Baru, active clan member, unconfirmed. Uchiha Fugaku, active clan member, alive. Uchiha Hikaku, traitor, alive. Uchiha Shisui, active clan member, alive. The records didn't show much on purpose. For example, Uchiha Hikaku being a traitor was left unexplained. Probably detailed in a separate document. Didn't want to make it too easy for infiltrators, such as Naruto. There would be limited records all over the place. The complete records were stored in T&I, where no sane shinobi would try and infiltrate and where there were the most security measures. All the clans had agreed to it once they had proven the place to be literally impenetrable. Unless of course you were the man that built the place. That was neither here nor there. Naruto didn't want to go to T&I unless he had to. Limited as the records were, it did show him that Madara wasn't considered a deserter, not like last time. He placed the register back where he'd found it. Was there anything else he wanted to know? Perhaps what the fight was about. However, that wouldn't be in the records room, would it? Moving through the records room as quickly as he could, Naruto spotted the address records and thumbed through the pages until he found the records dating back to the first inception of the village. He hadn't really known where Madara had lived. One could assume it was in the clan head's house, but Naruto wanted to make sure before he went about trying to break into Sasuke's house. With a sigh, Naruto stared at the printed letters that told him he really did have to break into the house where not only Uchiha Itachi lived, but also where Uchiha Fugaku lived. The man wasn't the head of the Konoha police force for nothing. Melting from one shadow to the next, he managed to successfully make his way from the records room to Sasuke's front door without being spotted. Wasn't that hard? No one was expecting a break-in. Peaceful times did have their disadvantages. More seals were needed, one to lighten his body weight so as to not make any noise on the floorboards, and one to take away his body odor no matter how faint it may be. It would be his lucky night if Itachi was away on a mission. Knowing Madara, the man may have kept a journal of sorts and he may have hidden it somewhere in the house. If he truly left, however, then that journal would have left with him. The front door was unlocked. No one stupid enough to try rob the Uchiha, never mind the clan head. Closing his eyes, Naruto crouched down and placed his palms flat against the wooden floor. A pulse of chakra greeted his senses. Advantages of having created every building in the compound with chakra. He smirked as he used his senses to travel through the rooms of the house, looking for any sort of hidden compartment that may be of use to him. He frowned when his senses could not penetrate one room. Itachi's room. It was a dark void and a bright flow of familiar chakra signals. Why? Why did Itachi have his room sealed off? Surely if he was doing something odd, having a sealed room would be more of a red flag. Who was he hiding from? Or maybe, just maybe, that room had been a result of Madara, knowing the extent of Mito's sensing, of Tobirama's sensing and even Hashirama's sensing. Maybe, just maybe that room was Madara trying to hide something. With a sigh, Naruto approached the room, pausing at the door. He had a seal painted on his palm, just in case he needed to make a quick escape. One that would allow him to become invisible for a short space of time. Invisibility had the drawbacks of him being utterly blind, but he still had his ears and his sensing. He carefully pulled open the door, making his way as slowly as possibly into the room. Would being inside the room take away the void? He didn't move further than the doorway, taking note of Itachi's limp form. The boy was sleeping, his breathing even and light. However, that could change in an instant. Naruto didn't want to be around when that happened. So he pressed a hand to the wall, feeling nothing but the void. He crouched and pressed both palms to the floor. Nothing. Madara, or Itachi, was a crafty bastard. Naruto grit his teeth before carefully moving around the room, trying to spot anything that may look out of place. It was probably futile. If Madara hid anything in this place, Naruto wasn't going to find it. Not having to be this careful. Giving the room one last visual sweep, Naruto concluded that it was time to leave. Perhaps the Senju compound would provide answers. Or perhaps T&I. As he moved to the door, Itachi suddenly stiffened. What the heck? Naruto was sure he hadn't made a sound. The Uchiha bolted upright and Naruto activated the seal on his palm before Itachi had time to turn to face him. Sharingan eyes moved over the room, Itachi's expression more alert than Naruto ever felt after having just woken up. The Namikaze stood perfectly still, not daring to even breathe while Itachi stood and moved to the open door with a frown. Red eyes sharpened and narrowed as he glanced out into the passageway, where Naruto had left the front door open to make leaving a little easier. He hadn't expected to be here long enough to alert the patrols to a problem via an open door that shouldn't have been open. Itachi's leg swung around so fast Naruto almost didn't get out of the way in time to avoid being hit. Itachi's expression smoothed out. "I know you're there," he stated quietly, perhaps unwilling to wake his family. "You may be invisible but your chakra can't hide from the Sharingan." Naruto winced at the obvious weakness in his seal's design. He really should have known better. Yet he thought the chakra suppressor would help. At least it meant that Itachi didn't know WHO was in his room. Oh well, there was no helping it. Naruto dashed towards the door, knowing that once past Itachi it was a straight shot to the front door. Connecting a palm to Itachi's chest, sent the Uchiha stumbling backwards and gave Naruto the opportunity to make it through the doorway. Itachi wasn't far behind. He swept a leg out and Naruto was forced to jump to avoid an unwelcomed meeting with the floor. The commotion woke Sasuke, who dashed into the passageway just ahead of Naruto, who was starting to think his Kami-given luck had been left behind in the past. Sasuke's Sharingan was active and he too could make out the hazy mass of chakra standing in their passageway. Naruto was running out of time. His seal wouldn't last forever, and if it rubbed off in the fighting then he was in even more trouble. "What's going on, Aniki?" Sasuke stated quietly, trying not to wake Shi. "Intruder. A seal master by the look of things." Itachi replied, ever more astute than he needed to be. "Ah well, guess Naruto was going to have to be an ass." His fingers flew through a series of hand signs, too fast for Sasuke or Itachi to react to the buildup of chakra their Sharingan picked up on. A sudden blinding light radiated throughout the clan head's house, a little stronger than what Naruto had intended for it to be. The blonde made a mad dash for the door, knowing full well that he'd just lit a bonfire-sized beacon for every guard in a 10-mile radius. Sasuke and Itachi hissed in pain, eyes squeezed shut and unable to chase after him for the moment. Naruto kept on running straight back to his house, a deep frown on his features as he couldn't help but think that he should have known better. Alright guys, that's it for the video. If you enjoyed it, please feel free to leave a like and subscribe. As always, the rest of the story is already out over on Patreon, link to that will be in the description. Anyways, until next time, peace.